Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Rebuilt Konoha with Technology movie. Before we start, please go support KING-JEISON for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. Naruto Uzumaki was considered many things: a demon, a hopeless idiot, the last dead, a bad influence, a thief, a murderer. Well, maybe he was considered too many things, and yet all those retarded people couldn't be more wrong. Naruto the last dead. That statement was more than wrong, although if he got the worst grades in the class that was simply because the teachers made it seem that way. Besides, if Naruto wanted, he could defeat his beloved Prince Uchiha with a single punch. After all, to survive a life in the red light district, you had to be someone tough, a thief. Of course not, Naruto didn't steal, a demon. Ha, that question didn't even have to be answered, a murderer. Well, certainly Naruto did jobs in the red light district of Konoha, but he didn't do it for fun, he simply did it for the pay. Besides, killing wasn't the only thing that was done in the red light district. Drugs were also sold, and Naruto had to meet many times with his clients' contacts to exchange briefcases full of drugs and money, and even so that was just simple business, and I already encouraged that business. And as for Naruto being a hopeless idiot, haha, this statement was undoubtedly the stupidest mistake the naive apes who pretended to be civilians had made, because Naruto could be considered the most intellectually intelligent person in the world. If someone were to give Naruto a quantum problem, he would create a quantum algorithm that would solve all the quantum problems they gave him. And if someone bothered to give Naruto an IQ test, they would be in for a big surprise when they discovered that the result was 600, double that of a Nara, and while the Nara kept seeing Ainz trying to relax their minds, on the other hand, there was Naruto's mind, which remained constantly active, only resting when Naruto slept. And that is why Naruto always kept his mind busy with innovative ideas, such as when he made a plan to make an infinite energy reactor. The idea of the reactor was to fuse two types of hydrogen atoms, which were deuterium and tritium, thus creating infinite energy, but of course that was only a plan carried out by pure theory of electrons and fusion. In the end, it was only stored in a box, since it did not have the necessary resources to carry out that project. But that wasn't the only idea he had. Naruto had created an infinite number of electronic devices, all made with parts of televisions and some old computers. Even Naruto created the fastest RAM that any computer company could create. Both companies produced 4 and 8 GB memory. Naruto created for the moment the only 64 GB model with a processing speed of 10,000 MHz. And yet, despite Naruto's great technological feats, he never showed his creations to anyone. Why? Because Naruto knew that if the civilian council found out about his inventions, they would do everything possible to take them away from him so they could produce more of them. And what would Naruto gain? That question is simple, because Naruto would gain absolutely nothing. But enough of this. Let's see what our blonde genius does. Ah, how boring, said the bored voice of a Naruto who was sitting at the table in his apartment while he pressed a last button on his large capacity laptop and then took in his hands a small robot the size of the palm of his hand and disconnected a cable that came from the laptop. This was one of his last projects that Naruto was able to carry out thanks to his already scarce materials to even do something else. Naruto really showed off with the design of this robot, and the truth is that it cost him quite a bit to create it because of its tiny pieces, but well, Naruto did everything possible to make the design as futuristic as possible, and from what he saw, his effort was not in vain. So turning the robot in his palm, Naruto carefully placed his fingerprint on the robot's back, causing it to shake a little and certain parts of the robot's body to begin to glow light blue. Leaving the small robot on the table, Naruto watched closely as the robot began to stand calmly, and when the robot laid eyes on Naruto, he quickly bowed in greeting and then spoke with a robotic feminine voice. "Hi, I'm Sophie, your personal assistant," said the little robot, now recognized as Sophie. "Look, that's cute," said Naruto, and then began to caress Sophie's head, who closed her eyes, almost as if she really felt Naruto's touch. "The touch sensors work perfectly," said Naruto, and then lowered his hand and tried to tickle her, causing the robot to start laughing. "Well, the sensors seem to be working perfectly," he said, then snapped his fingers to the right of the robot, and the cat ears that the robot had contracted upon hearing the snap, he did the same on the other side. "Naruto-sama, why is he doing all this?" Sophie asked Naruto, who simply looked at her and said. "Don't worry, it was just a diagnosis to see if your functions were operating correctly," Naruto explained calmly. "And what is your first order?" Naruto-sama, Sophie asked, expectant of what Naruto would say next. Naruto was just going to tell him to do something simple like make coffee or watch the 80-inch plasma TV, however Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye an envelope that Naruto recognized as the money he earned from the Nani no Kuni mission, and if he remembers correctly, the amount in that envelope was $650. So thinking for a moment, Naruto stood up from the chair while a foxy smile marked his face. Well, before creating you I had thought about looking for materials for the Jericho project, but seeing that you worked I want you to use the computer and make a list of the necessary materials for the Ex-machina prototype," Naruto ordered Sophie, who with a military gesture greeted and quickly approached the computer to begin typing tenderly. And as for Naruto, with some enthusiasm he quickly changed his clothes into black sweatpants with yellow details and a hooded jacket with equally yellow details, along with some flexible sneakers. Imagine he is 14 years old. After changing, Naruto took the envelope with money and prepared to leave the apartment. "See you later, Sophie," Naruto said goodbye to the robot, who said goodbye with a wave of her hand. Going out into the streets bathed in the last vestiges of light of the sunset, Naruto walked calmly in the direction where any opportunist with financial problems would go. Exactly, Naruto was heading to the casino. With a calm trot Naruto ignored the bad looks and bad comments about his clothes from the men, while with the women, they simply accepted that the clothes had style. But the clothes were not only stylish, all the clothes had an imperceptible air of reformed and extremely flexible carbon fiber, so with these clothes, Naruto would resist some strong cuts and would cushion impacts of medium force. But leaving that aside, we can notice how our blonde protagonist was in front of a very striking building. Preparing to enter, Naruto was intercepted by security, who looked at him with a scrutinizing look, but with a look at his headband, the guard had to nod and let him pass into what Naruto could describe as a world of lights everywhere. There were slot machines everywhere, most of them occupied, and yet Naruto wasn't interested in those machines, so going deeper into the Naruto casino, he finally came to a table where a game of blackjack was taking place. Explanation. Blackjack is played as follows. Each player will be dealt 2 cards face down, and depending on which cards a player gets, it will have a value. For example, the numbers from 1 to 10 are worth the same as the number on the card, while the letters J, Q and K have a value of 10. And finally, any of the 4 aces A can have the value of 1 or 11, depending on what suits you best. Now the objective of the game is to get to a value close to 21 or reach 21 without going over. If you get 21 from the start you win automatically, and the dealer has to give you triple the chips you won from the other players, and if you generate 21 by asking for cards the dealer will have to give you double what you won from the others. End explanation. So taking the only empty spot Naruto handed is $650 to the dealer to exchange for $25 chips. The other 3 players stared at him for a moment until they let out an imperceptible chuckle at the thought of how they were going to take all the money from the demon boy. "Okay, place your bets on the table," said the dealer, and everyone started with a $50 bet. The dealer quickly placed 2 charges face down in front of each player and himself, and almost as if everyone was synchronized, they raised their cards high enough to see and high enough so their opponent couldn't see their cards. And a few seconds later Naruto's smile widened a little and the dealer turned towards the first player. "Do you want another card?" the dealer asked the man who, seeing his cards, decided to take a risk and ask for a card. 2 seconds later, the man complained and threw his cards into the middle of the table, showing a 23, indicating that he had gone bust, causing his automatic loss, and causing Naruto's smile to widen when he saw what the cards were. "Do you want another card?" the dealer now asked the next player, who shook his head with a smile. "I'm staying," replied the second player, now letting the dealer move on to the next player. And before the dealer even asked, the third player also stayed, and now the dealer saw Naruto questioning if he wanted a card. "Yes, give me a card," said Naruto, and the dealer calmly threw him a card right next to Naruto's. Naruto kept his smile when he saw a red ace of hearts, so he immediately turned over his other 2 cards, showing a K and J for a total of 21. It's that easy. Naruto won $450 in just 1 minute and 27 seconds. This is going to be fun, Naruto thought to himself, watching the dealer wait for his bets. Well, why not make this more interesting, Naruto began, drawing the attention of those present. "This is my bet," Naruto continued, then pushed a small stack of chips worth $1,000, leaving Naruto with only $100. The other 3 men looked at each other, and thinking that the first one was a stroke of luck, they nodded and pushed their bets, matching Naruto's bet, which ended with a $4,000 cider. The somewhat sweaty dealer shuffled the cards as best he could and then in one fluid motion, dealt the cards again. And once again the 4 participants discreetly looked at their cards. "Sir, do you want any letters?" the delivery man asked somewhat nervously, but before he could answer, Naruto interrupted him. "It won't be necessary because I have a blackjack," said Naruto, turning over his cards, effectively revealing an ace of hearts with a black K of hearts. And as if it were nothing important, those $650 now became $16,000. "This is going to be a very fun night," said Naruto as he took a card and gave it a fun kiss. Time passed in one of the largest and most famous casinos in the elemental nations, and people were slowly leaving, some because they no longer felt lucky enough to bet their last bills and others because they had lost everything at the hands of a ruthless blonde who spared no one. At this point Naruto had already left the low-stakes tables for about 3 hours and had now joined the corporate tables where high-caliber businessmen from different parts of the elemental nation sat to play. At these tables, bets less than $50,000 were no longer allowed. From then on, everything could be bet, from land to businesses. You could even bet a kidney if you were willing to live with just one for the rest of your life. Damn son of a bitch. You're cheating. Shouted a man in his 60s as he stood up, outraged by what he was seeing. Trap. What are you talking about? If you want, you can ask any of the people here to check me for any hidden letters. Naruto's voice came into view, maintaining an amused smile at the man's outburst. Calm down, Wataru, it's just luck, said another man, clearly annoyed at losing his $465,000 bet and having to withdraw. Luck? Hep, people like you prefer to think I'm lucky, but let me tell you something, I'm not lucky, I make my luck, and in this case it's leaving you with nothing, said Naruto with amusement, collecting his incredible sum of $2,150,000, along with the deeds to a mansion in the country of T, to the fury of this present. Well gentlemen, it was a pleasure playing cards with you, but unfortunately I have more important matters to discuss with my soft bed, Naruto added, putting a gigantic mountain of chips into a storage scroll and continuing to leave the place in the direction of the receptionist to change his chips. Hey beauty, can you change this for me? I politely asked a girl behind bulletproof glass as I handed her the scroll. Okay, let me see how many we're talking about, said the girl applying chakra to the scroll, and in a large cloud of smoke, the gigantic mountain of chips appeared again, leaving a girl speechless at the amount. This is going to take some time, the girl said, to which Naruto simply nodded, and the girl said about throwing handfuls and handfuls of chips into a chip counting machine. Minutes later. Well, here is the money, said the same girl, leaving 2 black briefcases in front of him, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow at the briefcases, something that the girl noticed at his question. Oh, it's a courtesy to give a briefcase for the money every time the amount exceeds 5 million, the girl politely informed Naruto, who only nodded in understanding, then took the briefcases and left the casino and without stopping, began walking in the direction of his apartment. The road was very calm and quiet, and from one moment to another, Naruto began to smile with amusement, knowing exactly what was happening. But you're a loser was the statement Naruto made apparently to no one in particular, and yet a group of about 4 men started to come out of an alley in front of him, and from another alley behind Naruto, another 3 men came out. You know, it really hurt me to lose the papers for that mansion, said the voice of Wataru, the man I had almost left bankrupt. Do you really want to do this? Naruto asked with a voice between amused and serious. This is very serious, and you should be grateful that I went to the trouble of hiring these snobs from the red light district, Wataru said, pointing at the men who, with amused smiles, took off military collars with tags that displayed large letters with numbers that varied between B5 and C2. You're probably wondering what these letters and numbers mean, so here I'll give you an explanation of what all this meant. Explanation. To begin with, it must be emphasized that leaving the red light district is really difficult, if not impossible, so people, instead of trying to leave the red light district, began to join the 3 different factions that existed, which were more like mafias, or they simply chose not to join any of them and took clients. These people were given a skill test, and depending on the skill level they were given a necklace with their name and rank, which were divided into 4, and if they wanted to go up in rank, they had to have enough skills to go up the 6 levels to go up in rank. To start with there were the D5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The lowest ranks were considered genins if we compare it to how ninjas are classified. The following were the C5 to 0, these were considered chunins or high genins. Next were the B5 to 0, these were the high chunins. Next were those who were considered jounins, these were the A5, the highest being A0. And finally there was the maximum rank. Nowadays it would be difficult to find someone who wears this rank on their necklace. This was the S0, and unlike the previous ones this one only had 1 level. End explanation. Is that all you have to offer? Naruto asked with disappointment, seeing the ranks on the necklaces of the men who were annoyed by Naruto's insult, who calmly directed his hand to his back pocket and took out a necklace that he proceeded to show to his opponents, who quickly paled upon seeing his rank. Shit, it's an A0, keep your money, I'd rather live another day, said one with a C0 rating, who was quickly followed by 2 others with lower ratings. What are you doing? Why are you leaving? Wataru asked in panic as he nervously looked at a B5 rank who was sweating and closing his eyes said. Guys, let's go, we can't win this fight, said the one who seemed to be the leader of the group of 4, then jumped onto the roofs and escaped from the surely dead Wataru. Well, isn't this interesting? Now where's your confidence? Naruto said with amusement. Well, my C confidence, Wataru tried to say, but his head came off his body in a moment. It was a rhetorical question, you retarded idiot, Naruto said with a combat blade that seemed to have a neon blue edge. Even before dying he had to make his lack of IQ known, Naruto complained while making a fluid movement with the blade and removing the blood before putting it back under his jacket on his lower back. Minutes later. Naruto opened the door to his apartment with noticeable tiredness in his eyes, so walking to the living room the first thing Naruto noticed was some papers on the table and on his nightstand a Sophie who was in sleep mode while carrying what looked like a mini bed that Naruto had made for her. Following his example, Naruto walked to the bed and proceeded to lie down while pressing a button that was hidden on the side of the bed. This button activated the level 3 security protocols, just in case another sore loser wanted to act smart. Now with greater tranquility Naruto finally fell deeply asleep. Next day 7:30 am. Naruto was drinking coffee while eating a bowl of instant ramen. Apparently Naruto Padua was very intelligent, but there was something that would never change, and that was his love for ramen. Finishing slurping a few noodles, Naruto looked over the papers made by Sophie, who was nervous about the reaction to her first work. Naruto on the other hand continued looking at the list of materials that were required for the project, so looking up Naruto proceeded to speak. I thought it would take less materials to make the Ex-machina prototype, Naruto commented, looking curiously at Sophie, who nodded nervously. Well, I thought it would be better to buy some more materials in case some piece goes wrong and has to be done again, Sophie explained to Naruto, who nodded in understanding. Well, it was rare for Naruto to make a mistake about something, it didn't hurt to be prepared for such a situation. But you did well Sophie, keep it up, and maybe in the near future I can give you an office, Naruto said with amusement at Sophie's new determination. I'll do my best Naruto-sama, Sophie replied excitedly. Now I want to tell you a couple of things that you should know, Naruto began, seeing an attentive Sophie who paid attention to everything he said. First, while I'm not here, anyone who knocks on the door will be answered through this microphone, and if for some reason they become aggressive, you can press the red button next to the microphone. That will activate level 1 security protocol. Is that understood? Naruto finished to Sophie, who nodded in understanding. It's all filed, Naruto-sama said Sophie enthusiastically. Okay, now I have to send a clone to the training camp with my teammates to continue with my facade while I do my training routine. Oh, and I also have to send 15 clones to get the materials for the project, said Naruto as he finished eating and was about to change into his horrible orange jumpsuit because once he finished his training, he had to go to training camp 7 to replace his clone. For the simple reason that each clone he created would constantly drain a small amount of chakra from him when Naruto stayed away from them, although for his vast supplies of chakra it wasn't an inconvenience, but it was still a nuisance to have to feel your chakra constantly being drained, and that was one of the reasons why Naruto created the Ex-machina project. Although if Naruto's calculations were correct, he could keep 1045 clones active for at least a week, enough time if Naruto wanted to mass-produce prototypes Ex-machina. Once Naruto finished dressing, he made the hand sign for the clone jutsu, and in 16 puffs of smoke, 16 Naruto appeared. You already know what I want you to do, but I'll repeat it anyway. You're going to the training camp, he began, pointing to a clone who sighed and nodded, quickly turning his mouth into a constant goofy smile and disappearing in a flash of electricity. Now you will take $20,000 from that briefcase and you will go buy the materials on this list, he explained, pointing to a briefcase while the clones nodded and one spoke. It's incredible how much money you can get, and yet the materials are so cheap, one clone commented with interest. Well, that's because rich people prefer to invest large sums of money in shinobi than in other things, explained another clone. Okay, but that's not important, now go get the materials now. When you get it, I want you to start building it immediately, Naruto said to the clones who nodded and left enlightening or wind shunsons. Well, I'm leaving too, bye, Naruto said to Sophie, who with a smile, said goodbye, and Naruto started to leave the apartment through the main door, leaving Sophie alone, who sat at the table and turned on the plasma to start changing channels until she found one that caught her attention. While with Naruto, he had just closed the door of his apartment to turn around and find himself facing the side of 27 dead-plated, and in the middle of the street, there were 4 solitary heads that Naruto recognized as belonging to 4 of the people from whom he had taken all the money at the casino. I guess I'll check the cameras when I get back, was all Naruto said to create 5 clones and let them take care of the bodies with different amounts of holes in their bodies. There were even 5 of them that had a gigantic hole where the chest was supposed to be. So taking out 2 small objects that looked like earplugs, Naruto placed them in each ear and then took out of his pocket what looked like a glass rectangle, but if you paid attention, you would see the different pictures that Naruto began to touch and move until he put on some music of his creation. Taking a leap, Naruto climbed onto the rooftops and at great speed, Naruto started his way to some empty training camp. Minutes and Naruto was already out of the red light district, and at this moment he was walking through the streets, so that a few moments later Naruto felt the gaze of a certain pearl-eyed girl as was customary, but this confused Naruto, because at this moment Hinata should be watching her clone and not him, and yet what confused him the most was that her gaze did not convey the love and devotion she had for him, rather it was condition and intrigue. This sparked his intrigue, so he let her follow him, and maybe he would give her a good show, so walking as if he knew of his presence, Naruto continued on his way. With Hinata 2 minutes before. Hinata was walking through the streets while looking for a certain object of her crush, and it was just as she turned a corner when she saw him walking in the direction of Training Camp 7, and when she was about to spy on him, another orange blur passed through the corner of her eyes, causing her to turn and see another Naruto walking in a totally different direction. It is at this moment that Hinata became confused by the sighting of two Naruto. Okay, that would not be so strange, after all Naruto was recognized by the cloning jutsu, and yet this second Naruto caught her attention more than the smiling Naruto that she always observed at the academy. Why? Because this Naruto who was now spying was completely different from the happy Naruto. Although he wore a smile, it was much more controlled than the one he always wore. In short, it was a calm smile. Another thing was his eyes that were no longer fully open and rather seemed more relaxed and calm, also counting his more relaxed facial features. Soon Hinata followed Naruto to an empty training field in which a river flowed at the edge of the field. After a few seconds of inspection, Hinata began to blush furiously when she saw Naruto begin to take off his orange jacket, leaving only the fishnet shirt he was wearing on. Hinata was on the verge of collapse upon witnessing firsthand Naruto's well-formed muscles as he dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Hinata had to mentally congratulate herself for not having fainted yet. So there was Hinata watching. Naruto's every muscle flex with every chest thrust he made. Okay, I tried to come up with a more unique way to describe Naruto's body, but none came to mind, so here I will leave you some images. Just imagine him at 14 years old. More minutes and some sit-ups later, Hinata was now witnessing Naruto sparring with his clones. While Hinata wasn't the best in her clan, even she could say that the three fighting styles Naruto showed were exceptionally good, and if she had to guess, the first was to incapacitate, the second seemed to always seek to permanently paralyze the target, and the third Hinata knew was to generate great damage, since he was very aggressive and fast. Hour and a half later. The sparring hadn't stopped at any point, and Hinata was amazed that he didn't even look tired at all, other than a drop or two of sweat on his forehead. But suddenly from one moment to another Naruto stopped dead in his tracks while a clone dissipated, and then Naruto sighed in annoyance upon noticing the memories of the clone he sent with his team. Apparently Kakashi decided to arrive early today, and this was precisely the reason why he always arrived before Kakashi did, because he knew that he would realize that he was a clone. Well, I guess it's time to go, Naruto said aloud as he turned towards Hinata, who tensed upon feeling Naruto's gaze. I hope you enjoyed the show, Hinata said Naruto with a foxy smile, and then disappeared in a shunsen, leaving a petrified Hinata who didn't know what to do. Minutes later at Training Ground 7. Naruto landed as if nothing had happened in front of Kakashi, who looked at him with his bored eye and was about to say something, however an angry Sakura wanted to make her presence known. Naruto baka. You're late. Sakura's shrill voice shouted at Naruto, who didn't feel like putting up with Sakura's whines, so he just chose to ignore her scream. On the other hand, there was the gay duckass who seemed to be deducing the reasons why Naruto had sent a clone, but after a few seconds he dismissed it and simply returned to his vengeful bubble and Hexwell fantasies with other men. Naruto knew about Sasuke's Hexwell deviation with a certain Kiba and Yuzuka because he had seen them glance at each other more than a ton of times, and how during lunch neither of them was seen anywhere. Coincidence? I don't think so. Thinking about these facts gave him a chill down his spine, so thinking that his 15 clones may have already started manufacturing the parts for the Ex-machina prototype, but stopping to think about that, Naruto paid the minimum amount of attention to what Kakashi had to say. Okay, I want you to take this, Kakashi began, handing each of them a sheet of paper. It's a form for you to enter the Chunin exam. If you don't want to participate, don't worry about delaying your classmates. They can still participate, said Kakashi with his typical face of disinterest. If you accept, I'll see you in 2 days at the academy, room 301, Kakashi finished saying, disappearing in a shunsen of leaves. Bullshit, I've hacked all the village's files, and I've never seen a 2-member team participate in the exam, Naruto thought to himself as he turned towards the exit where, curiously, there was also a Sakura insisting to Sasuke that they leave. Once Naruto saw them, he knew what was going to happen. So, quickly, Naruto put his hand in his pocket and started playing music on his wireless headphones. But a pink-haired girl didn't see it that way, so taking a breath she screamed. No. I don't want to go out with you, Naruto. she shouted shrilly, but Naruto didn't flinch and simply walked past her, as if nothing had happened and continued on his way, leaving Sakura and Sasuke confused, who hadn't expected that attitude from Naruto. Minutes later. Naruto was walking again through the streets of the shopping area while thinking about eating some ramen and going to help his clones build the Ex-machina prototype. But today was a day where he felt like tasting something other than ramen. Now make no mistake, Ichiraku's ramen is among one of the things he loves most in the world. He even placed some very well hidden defenses around the place in case Konoha were to ever be attacked. It was just that today he felt like trying something new, so turning into a mud shop Naruto entered and walked over to the cashier who looked at him neutrally and proceeded to order. "Good morning, I want a dangakaja, a happy dangito and 2 liters of cola," Naruto asked, while he saw the cashier who nodded and proceeded to prepare his order. While that was happening, Naruto heard a conversation that he found more than interesting. "Come on Kurenai, you got to enter, we only have to have over $25,000, if we put together yours and mine we have $500,000, plus we'll be distracting those old farts from the civil council with our beauty," said a kunoichi with short purple hair, tied in a small messy tail and a dream body. "I don't know Anko, what if we don't win?" asked the black-haired woman wrapped in a bandage dress that hugged her curves very well. This was Kurenai. "And where is that after all?" asked another purple-haired girl who, like the other two, had a body to die for. This one was Yugao, and Naruto knew she was an Anbu after all. He also checked the Anbu files. "It's in a 5-star hotel near the Nara clan and the Akamichi clan," Anko informed her 2 friends who just looked at each other and then sighed. "I feel like I'm going to regret saying this, but okay, let's do it," said a somewhat hesitant Kurenai. "Very well, but if something goes wrong we'll fall together," said Yugao equally undecided. "Okay, remember it's at 7 p.m. and you have to wear elegant clothes, so dress as beautifully as possible, we're going to get rich," said Anko, not paying attention to a smiling Naruto who was leaving the store with his order. Maybe trying new things wasn't such a bad idea, Naruto thought amusedly as he walked towards his apartment. Minutes later. Naruto had arrived at his apartment now clean of those corpses from this morning and could already hear the sounds of sparks welding metal and hammers hitting metal, as well as fire melting iron and metal. So Naruto calmly placed his finger on the door in a specific place so that 3 seconds later several clicks were heard indicating that the door had opened. Entering the room, Naruto noticed all his clones in t-shirts while working on different things at the same time. And Naruto could see with joy how a mechanical body was taking shape while he was lying in the middle of the room. "Wow, I really thought it was going to last longer," Naruto said, drawing the attention of his clones. "There are 15 of us, you know that if you had done it alone, it would have lasted about 18 hours, which you expected from 15 of your clones," said a clone who was welding the robot's right arm. "You have a point there," Naruto said as he took a dango out of the bag and then placed it on the table that was moved to a corner. "There's dango if you want and you go help him with his arm, I'll take care of the energy core," Naruto ordered, sitting on a small bench while he ate the dango and grabbed the Linda that the clone who was there a moment ago was using. "And where is Sophie?" he decided to ask Naruto. "Or she wanted to help us so we told her to prepare the artificial skin," said another clone, pointing to a very concentrated Sophie who was in bed while gluing a material that looked like rubber the same color as Naruto's skin. "Well, I guess he deserves that office," Naruto said as he took out his cell phone and started playing some music, making his clone smile, and they nodded. NT. Imagine Naruto and his clones working at different angles with the background music. The day passed normally for civilians and shinobi, however for Naruto the day had been immensely productive since at this moment he was proudly watching alongside his clones and Sophie the prototype Ex-machina. If anyone saw this scene they would be confused because it would seem as if they were proudly looking at a clone of themselves who only had pants on. "Guys, I know I said it a couple of seconds ago, but I'm proud," Naruto said, comically wiping away a tear and walking to his laptop that was on a small table behind the prototype. "Okay, when I press this button the prototype will turn on, are you ready?" Naruto asked his clones who nodded excitedly and Naruto pressed the button. And almost immediately blue lines began to shine all over his body until they disappeared and the prototype's eyes began to open slowly until they were completely open and began to look around and then look at his hands and move them carefully. "Well, our mission is done here," said the clones to disappear in puffs of smoke, leaving Naruto and Sophie alone next to the prototype that focused its gaze on the real Naruto. "Well, who are you?" was Naruto's question to the robot who stood up in a military pose and answered. "I am Prototype A01 at your service, chiefs," he replied with the same voice as Naruto, only with a slight robotic tone. "Now what is the purpose of your existence?" Naruto asked a robot who put on a serious look. "My goal is to fulfill all your orders even if it means my sacrifice and subsequently my self-destruction," declared the robot with total determination and loyalty. Excellent, now can you tell me which of the two is the real one? Naruto asked as he created a clone. The robot scanned the clone for 4 seconds until it finally pointed to the real Naruto. You are the real one because the other one is made entirely of chakra, the robot replied, making Naruto nod. Perfect, my first order is that you take the clothes I used for the robbery of the Red Mafia and search the computer for a strategic place near Konoha to create an underground base, Naruto ordered, and immediately the robot saluted militarily to continue to do what was ordered. As for you, he began, looking with a somewhat hard look at Sophie, who was scared by such a look, thinking that she had done something wrong. Yes? Sophie asked, scared, causing Naruto to smile and say. I want you to take a sheet of paper and make the design of your office. Congratulations, you earned it, Naruto said to Sophie. He took off his scared eyes and changed them to happy ones and then started jumping. And as for me, I have to get ready because I have a date with my money, said Naruto, going to the closet where the robot was finishing putting on black boots and a grey shirt with tribal lines and over it an open black bulletproof vest. Wow, that's how I looked in this outfit, damn, it looks good on me, that's how it works, Naruto, improving yourself more every day, Naruto said proudly, then turned towards the closet and started looking for a tuxedo to wear. After a few minutes, Naruto finally took out a black jacket and pants with a light blue shirt and a blue tie. This will be fine then, said Naruto, leaving the set on the bed and entering the bathroom to take a well-deserved bath, leaving his robotic copy handling the computer and a happy Sophie doodling on a sheet of paper. A few more minutes and Naruto was now coming out of the bathroom with some new boxers to continue putting on the elegant suit he used on a mission to seduce the daughter of the Blood Thunders Mafia of Kumagakure when they were doing business in Konoha. Looking at the time on a clock on his nightstand, Naruto saw that it was 6:40 p.m. Well, I guess I'm going now, Naruto said to himself as he opened the briefcase full of $100 bills and took out a few wads of bills that totaled $800,000 and then put it in a scroll. This will be enough, he said to himself and set off on his way to dismantle those old fogies from the civil council. Minutes later. Background music. Naruto was walking through the streets for the 4th time today, but unlike the previous times, the looks of surprise and lust from the female population were much more prominent than the looks of annoyance from the men. And while this was happening, 2 glances quickly joined the others, 2 glances that belonged to certain pink-haired and blonde-haired girls. What's going on? Asked an Ino about to burst into a nosebleed. What the hell did my eyes just see? Sakura asked now, redder than a certain Hyuga in love with Naruto. We have to follow him, Ino declared with a determination Sakura had never seen before. In another corner was Hinata doing exactly what Ino and Sakura were going to do, and about 2 meters next to Hinata was a sand Kunoichi who stared at Naruto while thinking with emotion. Damn, I can't let this hot eye get away from me. I have to find out if she already has someone else, thought a blushing Temari who hid just like Hinata. Soon the 4 Janinas followed Naruto for about 5 more minutes until they saw him enter the most elegant hotel they had ever seen, while the 4 peeked their heads around the same corner. What are you doing in a 5-star hotel? Temari asked curiously. I don't know, I've never been around here, Hinata replied without even stuttering a little. I do know my mom said there was going to be a poker game today, she also said each participant had to have over $25,000, Sakura finished. Wow, that's a lot of money. Do you think he got in there through gambling? Wait a minute, who are you? Temari suddenly asked, making the 3 look at each other and then understand what the situation was. What are you doing following Naruto-kin? Asked an unusually aggressive Hinata. Huh? We were just curious, Sakura replied. And because she definitely looked hot in this elegant outfit, Ino added with a lustful look. I'm with a blonde, this Naruto is definitely more than hot, Temari said also with lust. Wait, you're from Suna, why are you interested in him if when the exams are over, you probably won't see each other again for a long time, Ino said curiously. Buck, for a hot I like him, I'm willing to ask my dad to arrange a marriage with him, declared Temari. And who is your father? Hinata asked with a noticeably bulging vein on her forehead. He's the current Hokage of Suna, he answered proudly. Now it was definitive, Hinata was going to ask Naruto for an arranged marriage. As soon as she saw her father, Hinata was not going to let herself be beaten by this girl who appeared out of nowhere. Hey, we've been talking too much. Naruto has been in the hotel for a while and we haven't seen him leave, said Sakura, drawing the attention of the 3 who opened their eyes. That's true, we have to go in and see what he's doing, said Ino, starting to enter the hotel, followed by Sakura, Temari, and Hinata. Once inside, Ino approached the receptionist and asked politely. Excuse me, can you tell me on which floor the poker game is located? Ino asked. The receptionist looked at her and recognized 2 of them as heiresses of prominent clans, while he recognized Sakura as the daughter of a councilwoman and he didn't recognize the last one, but to be with them she had to be important, so he quickly gave them the address. "It's in the penthouse on the top floor," the man said to the girls who nodded and walked toward the elevator. "With Naruto." The elevator opened revealing a smiling Naruto who proceeded to calmly walk between the four Anbus who were there as security and who stared at Naruto with surprise and intrigue. "Hey, do you have the Anbu was going to say, but before he finished his serious words, they saw Naruto take out a couple of bundles of money in which there were obviously more than $25,000, so they let him pass. Walking through the luxurious penthouse while being watched by the other people who had only come to see Naruto, he finally arrived at the middle of the penthouse where there was a poker table and in each position were the council elders and the friendly trio of Kinwaichis with fiery dresses. Approaching the table while calling the players' attention, Naruto took the only empty seat and sat down with his ever-present smile. "What are you doing here?" asked a councilman to Naruto who just looked at him calmly. "Isn't it obvious?" "I'm here to play," Naruto said with amusement while the counselors just looked at him as if he was crazy. "What is he doing here? Did he get lost?" A confused Anko whispered to her two companions, Kurenai and Yugao. "I don't know, but I don't think I have the down payment to be able to play," Yugao whispered back. "Stop joking, you're just a genin, you can't have enough money to be able to play," said another counselor, while the group of four genins were present and watched with interest what was happening. "You mean the $25,000? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about that, I have enough," Naruto replied, taking out the wads of bills, causing the four geninas to open their eyes in surprise, along with Anko, Kurenai, and Yugao. "Where did you get that money? You couldn't have saved it," said another counselor, not surprised by the amount since each counselor had millions to bet. "That's not relevant, what I'm interested in knowing is when this starts," Naruto said with complete confidence. "Wow, I've never seen Naruto so confident. I mean, he always acts confident, but most of them have a bit of a joke in them, but now it's pure confidence," Sakura said in surprise, while her companions nodded. "Alright delivery man, come and start delivering," the councilman said to a hired delivery man from the casino. "Okay, place your initial bets," said the dealer, to which everyone immediately placed $25,000 on the table, and not a second later the dealer masterfully dealt the cards. Immediately everyone took their cards, and the poker game that would be remembered by everyone in the entire village began, the poker game in which everyone present would lose everything at the hands of a 14-year-old genin. And above all they would remember the genin who with a smile on his face took everything and became the richest young person in the world because this was his poker empire. Hours later. "Come on, take it or leave," Naruto's amused voice resonated as he watched a nervous Anko and her companions who could read nothing but confidence on Naruto's face. "I continue," Anko finally replied, showing her cards, which were a solid full house. "Sigh, what a pity because I have this," said Naruto showing his cards which were a deadly straight flush. Immediately the faces of Anko, Kurenai and Yugao paled, that was their last game and they had nothing else to bet, they had won a good number of games, but in the end they succumbed to the blonde in front of them. "Okay, new game, place your bets," said the dealer, and without waiting any longer, everyone placed large sums of money equivalent to $950,000. If we multiplied it by 6, which were the current players still in the game, that gave a total of $5,700,000. "This has to be a joke," said a stunned Tamari with her eyes wide open. "If he won again," said Sakura now that she couldn't believe what was happening. "He must have a bucking large amount of money there," Ino said, looking at the mountain of money Naruto had at his side for the moment before turning back to Naruto. "Shit, we have nothing left," Kurenai whispered to Yugao who simply nodded in disappointment, however before she could leave the table Anko spoke. "No, we still have something," Anko began, drawing her friend's attention. "Well, unless it's $950,000 we don't want to hear it," said Yugao. "No, it's something better than that," continued Anko. "Sigh, and that would be it?" Kurenai asked. "We have each other," Anko said slyly. "What? Are you crazy? You're suggesting we bet each other 5 million, you know you're asking us to become slaves," Yugao said in disbelief. "That's the point, it's not just going to be for 5 million, it's going to be for all the money that blonde and the councilman have," said Anko to her friends who understood what she wanted to do, and to be honest, the idea was really tempting, after all Naruto must have around $50 million in that mountain. "Are you leaving?" the delivery man asked Anko, who looked at Kurenai and Yugao, who finally nodded. "No, I actually want to raise the stakes," Anko began, drawing the attention of those present. "We're going to bet my friends and myself on the total value of all the blonde's money," Anko finally bet while pointing at Naruto, who was momentarily surprised, but quickly his smile returned with greater force. Everyone stared at Naruto, wondering what his decision would be. Even the Anbus guarding the place were waiting to see what would happen next. "Very well, if that's what you want, it seems this is going to be the last game," said Naruto, generating a shadow clone that disappeared not a second later. In a flash and about 10 seconds later, he appeared with 2 briefcases that he opened, revealing more money. "Here's my bet, $65 million cash. Who else is joining the game?" Naruto asked, leaving every person in the room with a concussion upon hearing the tremendous madness that the blonde was saying. Even the counselors were undecided if they should risk everything they had in this game. Seconds passed and no one spoke, and this was the perfect opportunity for Naruto to hit them where it hurt the most. Well, who would say that a genin has more balls than the Konoha counselors? Maybe old age made them fall off, Naruto mocked, causing laughter from some of the spectators. "I'm betting $27 million and the deeds to all my oil business deals that are valued at $38 million, said the first councilman. "I bet $30 million and the ownership papers of the 8 iron, steel and metal mines that are valued at $35 million, said another councilman. "My bet would be $38 million, along with the deeds to my 15 textile stores valued at $27 million, the third councilman bet. "I bet $20 million in the papers for 25 plots of land across the nation, the elemental valued at $45 million, bet the fourth councilman. And now it was the next councilwoman's turn, Mibukki Haruno, who was doing calculations and unfortunately lacked $10 million to be able to join the game. However, her daughter's distinctive hair caught her attention, and seeing her daughter among the audience, Mibukki smiled and continued to speak. "I bet $25 million, the stock of my freight company valued at $30 million, and finally I bet my daughter to even the score." Sakura, upon hearing what her own mother had said, opened her eyes wide. In short, she was giving her daughter as a slave to whoever won this poker game, and without further ado, the pink-haired girl fell clumsily from pure shock and shock. "Okay, the total bet is," the dealer started to calculate, but before he finished calculating, Naruto was the one who said the amount. "It's $455 million, he said, to which all participants sharpened their gaze, while the dealer began to deal with a trembling hand in the face of the oppressive atmosphere that was being generated. Once the cards were dealt, the dealer had to swallow hard to be able to speak. "Let the game begin," said the dealer, and not a nanosecond later everyone grabbed their cards, and each of them smiled at their cards and noticed the lack of a smile on Naruto's face. "I won." 3 advisors shouted at the same time, showing their cards, which showed trios of cards of different colors. "So mine is very high," said one of the 3, but even before he tried to take the money, the fourth counselor spoke. "Don't even bother taking the money because I'm the winner," said the fourth advisor, showing a full house. "And you should keep your own word because I have poker," Mibukki said arrogantly as she turned to take her reward. "And who said you won?" Anko asked with a smile that could break her face as she dropped her cards and revealed her straight flush. "Huh, in your face. How does it feel to be defeated by your own move?" Anko mocked Naruto, who wasn't smiling at all, and when Anko was about to take the money, Naruto spoke. I couldn't tell you what it feels like after all. I can't feel something that never happened," said Naruto, slowly dropping his cards, and everyone's face paled to an incredible level. This was the moment when everyone realized that this game was already lost even before they took their cards. There was never a chance. After all, Naruto's move was nothing more and nothing less than royal flush was the only thing Naruto said before smiling in amusement. "Well, I would be willing to continue playing with you, but unfortunately you are at 0. It's a real shame, but what can be done," said Naruto, as he took out a scroll and sealed the incredible mountain of bills and business and property documents, and then prepared to leave when he stops and looks sideways at his now 3 slaves. "I want you to pick me up in the wealthy district at 10 o'clock, the same goes for your daughter." He gave his first order to the women who didn't respond, then continued on his way to the elevator and entered, dialing the ground floor, and finally exiting the penthouse with a smile. Minutes later. "I'm home now," Naruto greeted, entering his apartment and noticing that Sophie was already loading into his small bed, and in a corner was the prototype A01 in a state of suspension until his chakra sensors detected his boss. "Hello boss," greeted the prototype as he opened his eyes and kept looking at his boss. "Hello A01, tell me what you found," Naruto asked, to which the prototype responded. 2 kilometers from the main gates of Konoha," said the prototype, intriguing Naruto for a moment until he finally realized what the robot wanted to do. Konoha was being surrounded by a barrier that indicated concentrations of different chakra signatures when they stood still for too long in one place, so if Naruto sent 30 clones to start digging, they were definitely going to realize something was wrong. However, that doesn't apply to his creation because he has no chakra signature, and to top it off, he's not even alive, and what the prototype was suggesting was that he create more prototypes and send them out to do the job. "Very well, tomorrow the creation of more prototypes will begin. Ex-machina," said Naruto, approaching his bed, and before the robot made his military salute, Naruto patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, you can rest," he said with a proud smile, to which the prototype just nodded and went back into sleep mode. The next day, 7 a.m. Naruto had finished breakfast, and now he saw how Sophie was showing him the design of the office that she created. Okay, the plan made it seem like it was big, but if Naruto calculated the size that the office really was, it was a little bigger than the table in width, and the height was no more than about 10 or 12 inches. Okay, if this is what you want, I'll send it to be done as soon as possible, Naruto said as he stood up from the table and began to leave the apartment. Hey A01, follow me and Sophie, hop on my shoulder. Today you're going to help me buy a house, Naruto ordered, and immediately the prototype began to follow him, and Sophie nodded as she jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. Leaving the apartment, Naruto proceeded to create about 500 clones. Fine, you fix it, Naruto said to a clone while throwing him a scroll. In that scroll there is $10 million, I want 400 of you to go buy as many materials as possible to create more prototypes. As soon as you get the materials you will start building it until you run out of materials and you will go with them, Naruto said to the clones and the prototype who nodded. And you, he said looking at another clone and then throwing another scroll at him. This one has $2 million and I want you to go with the remaining clones to buy as many tools as you can, Naruto finished saying. When you have everything I want you to start creating more prototypes you can go, said Naruto, and immediately everyone disappeared in blurs of speed including the prototype. Okay, let's go. Naruto began to jump across the roofs in the direction of the rich district area that was near the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans. Minutes later. There aren't any that I like, they all look like mummies live there, Naruto said with disappointment. Tell me about it, a rat almost ripped my head off in one we went to see, said Sophie, equally disappointed, and saw a thoughtful Naruto who saw 4 dilapidated and old mansions that made a perfect picture if you joined the grounds. You know what, I'm going to buy those too, Naruto said, now surprising Sophie who didn't know the reason for his outburst. Huh? 4. Why 4? Sophie asked. Because I'm going to tear them down to join the land and make my super mansion, plus it's also going to have plenty of room for the Sentinel project, Naruto explained. Woo, a lot of money is going to be spent on materials and labor, said Sophie, to which Naruto looked at her and corrected her. Only in construction materials, I don't plan on hiring labor, Naruto said to Sophie, who remembered the clones and future prototypes. Well, let's go to the Hokage Tower to tell the old man that I want to buy this, but he was interrupted by an old voice. It won't be necessary, said the Hokage's voice, causing Naruto to calmly turn towards the Hokage. Hello old man, Naruto greeted, seeing that the old man already had some papers in both hands. Are these the property papers? Naruto asked, to which Hiruzen nodded. So that's what the 3 Anbu squadrons that have been following me all day were for, Naruto began calmly. Was it to know what he was going to buy? No, you wanted to know if he was an impostor, said Naruto, leaving Hiruzen in silence. I already guessed, you've seen through the facade, Naruto easily deduced. It's true, I realized, and I can't deny the fact that I'm surprised that you've been hiding your true potential from all of us, said Hiruzen to give him the papers in his right hand that Naruto took calmly and saw that it was his plated document with some illegal missions of assassinations of other criminals and plated but no mission of drug trafficking in which he helped. I investigated you, and I'm surprised at how reluctant everyone in the red light district was to give information, Hiruzen said to Naruto, who simply stopped reading. So? What do you intend to do with this? Naruto asked disinterestedly. Nothing really, but the council will soon realize this and that thing, so they will want an answer, he finished saying, while pointing at Sophie, who became offended and a vein appeared on her forehead. Who do you think you're saying thing to? Sophie shouted, drawing the attention of all the hidden Anbus as well as the Hokage himself. That's what he just said, Hiruzen said in surprise. Of course I just spoke, after all, Naruto-sama believed me, said Sophie proudly, that last part. This is Sophie, my personal assistant. Naruto introduced Sophie. HMPH, that's right, and if you want to talk to Naruto-sama in the future, you're going to have to schedule a Sai, Sophie was saying, but she quickly stopped and her eyes as well as her other details in light blue changed to red, and she quickly pointed her right arm to a particular corner, and from the shovel, a pointed projectile was fired that hit the neck of a rude Anbu, and then the small projectile generated an explosion, sufficient to detach its head from its body. And a few seconds later, Sophie returned to her usual light blue color, leaving a stunned Anbus and Hiruzen, who would never have seen that coming in their lives. What was that? Hiruzen asked in amazement. That's something I incorporated into Sophie the day I created her, isn't it incredible, my assistant, said Naruto as he began to caress the head of a Sophie who blushed at the praise, while those present saw Naruto as if he had 4 heads. Well, but leaving that aside, why don't you give me the papers for my new properties? You know, I have a lot of things to do, said Naruto, extending his hand to the Hokage, who, still in shock, gave him the papers without saying anything. Well, I guess I'll send a clone to deposit the $5 million. Wow, it shows that the owners wanted to get rid of them. This is really cheap, said Naruto to create 500 more clones. Okay guys, according to my calculations, the mansion I want to make will last between 9 to 11 months if we hired labor, and we would have to give it breaks, but we don't need breaks, plus we are geniuses and strong, so I want this to be ready in 3 days or no later than 4 days, let's charge. Naruto finished saying to the clones who shouted with determination, and immediately 250 began to destroy the mansions, and the other 250 went to buy the construction materials, all while the Hokage and his Anbus saw how the mansions began to give way against a horde of blondes who destroyed walls and pillars. Anbus let's go was the order of the Hokage, who began to leave with his Anbus escorting him. Hour and 50 minutes later. With Kurenai, Anko, and Yugao. They walked somberly through the streets while being avoided by every person they met thanks to the dangerous aura that emanated from them. The three of them were heading to a specific place to fulfill the bet they had lost spectacularly. I still can't believe what's happening, was the voice of a dejected Kurenai. And all because of a certain person's idea, Yugao continued, making Anko twitch a little. Hey, you can't keep blaming me forever. You know as well as I do that the idea is a very good one. Anko defended herself from Kurenai and Yugao, who didn't bother to respond. Hey look, there's the fourth member of the slave quartet, Yugao said mockingly, pointing at a Sakura who was walking like a zombie in the same direction as them. Well, let's go with her, it must be hard for her, he said, moving to speed up El Paso with his companions and catching up with the bubblegum girl. Hello Sakura, Kurenai greeted Sakura, who turned to look at her. Hello Kurenai-sensei, I greet back. I see you're also heading to find Naruto, Yugao commented. Well, I have to honor my mother's bet, Sakura said angrily when talking about her mother. Well, why don't we finish this quickly and look for that brat? Anko said to the others, who just nodded and hurried up. Minute left until 10 o'clock. The hell, where is that brat? Asked an irritated Anko, who didn't know where Naruto was. Well, it's about the idiot, he must be hiding from us, said Sakura, but at that moment the sound of construction nearby and people screaming began to be heard. The construction. As far as I know, no one has talked about building around here for years, Yugao said curiously. Let's go see, Naruto might be there, said Kurenai, and the group began to advance, and as they got closer the more demanding screams were heard, such as, "Put up another 7 steel columns," shouted a voice that they all recognized instantly, and they rushed over to open their eyes and see a field the size of a training camp, completely swept clean, and in the middle of the field, a bunch of blondes welding steel columns to what they would think was a large building. And to one side of all that was a Naruto with a tight shirt and tie and on his head a white construction helmet, while he looked at a large plan and shouted instructions to the other Naruto, who were shirtless and with yellow helmets. I need someone to hold this, shouted a Naruto in the construction, while 4 other Naruto appeared and held some steel beams, and the 5th made a flame appear on his finger that gained strength until it looked like a propeller and began to weld. What is all this? The girls asked in unison, drawing Naruto's attention, who stopped looking at the plan and turned to look at the girls, who were amazed at the work Naruto was doing. Oh, you arrived just in time, I like that, well come so I can put your stamps on it, said Naruto, pointing to a tent so they could cover themselves from the sun. However, no one reacted to what Naruto said. What are you waiting for, come, said Naruto a little louder, causing the girls to react and nod and approach Naruto. Well, I want my seal in, Kurenai was going to say, but Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Excuse me? Do you want to? I think you're wrong, Kurenai, this is not where you want it anymore, this is where I want it to be, and I really want it to be on your right buttocks, Naruto said seriously, to which the 4 said nothing for a moment until they quickly became indignant at what Naruto said. What? Asked an indignant Kurenai, about to put Naruto in a genjutsu. I'm going to chop your head off, Yugao added, unsheathing her katana. Ooh, my snakes are going to bite you so much that you're going to have more poison than blood in your body. Now it was Anko who was licking a kunai. Naruto Baka better not have heard what I clearly heard, warned Sakura, cracking her fists, and yet before they even did anything, each of them were subdued by 16 clones that had different types of swords that shone electric blue, plasma swords, as they placed them on their necks. I think you're not understanding the situation you're in, Naruto began calmly as he crouched down in front of the 4 girls, who looked at him angrily. You now belong to me, you are my legal slaves, no one is going to even move a finger knowing that you are my slaves, because if they did they would be breaking the law that the idiot first Hokage created, Naruto finished saying, while indicating to his clones to leave the girls' butts uncovered. You know I was going to put the seals on you gently, but seeing your outburst, I guess I'm going to give you your first punishment, said Naruto, as he finished drawing a seal on the palm of his hand, and then hard spanked a red Kurenai who squealed at the pain in her gluteus, and again Naruto will begin to draw another seal, and repeat the action with Anko's buttocks, who also squealed but not in pain. This was also repeated with Yugao, who pressed her lips together to avoid the moan of pain that wanted to come out of her mouth. And finally Sakura, said Naruto, drawing the seal on his hand. Damn bastard, I know you're going to enjoy this, after all you always wanted it, said Sakura with a frown at Naruto who simply started laughing. What? Ha 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 ha, wait Sakura, let me make something clear to you right now, I never liked you, that was just to compliment my facade of naivety, Naruto said mockingly. But you were the last one to die, Kurenai said in disbelief. It can't be, did they really believe it? Well, I don't blame them, after all, not even the Hokage knew about this until an hour ago, Naruto declared, surprising the girls. But tell me something, do you really think that one last dead person can't survive the red light district? Or do you really think that someone could be so idiotic as to believe Mizuki's stupid story? Or that the retarded last dead person could have taken almost half of the village's income in a single night with pure luck? Tell me, do you think that one last dead person, idiot, stupid and retarded, could do what I'm doing now? Naruto finished saying to some shocked girls who didn't know how to respond. Well, let me tell you that you are no different from the stupid troglodytes of the civilians, and yet I am going to enjoy having you serving me, he finished saying to give a strong slap with all his strength to Sakura's buttock, who screamed with tears in her eyes and left the mark outlined with the mark of his hand. You can get back to work, Naruto said to the clones who nodded and went to work, leaving Naruto alone with the girls. Get yourselves together, tell me, are any of you in a relationship? Naruto calmly asked the now standing girls who were hiding their reddened buttocks again. I'm meeting someone, said Kurenai, talking about Asuma. I just broke up with my boyfriend, Yugao answered as she tried to unsheath her katana, but couldn't thanks to the seal that held it back, as she felt Yugao's bad intentions towards her master. That's good, I didn't want to force you to end your relationship, so Kurenai, I want you to reject all advances from that person, Naruto ordered Kurenai, who clenched her fists and nodded. Well, I want you to go to the fantasy clothing store and say you come from me, there they will give you some uniforms and other clothes that I will take the trouble to choose, since from now on you will work as my bodyguards when I go to an important meeting and secretaries when I am at home, Naruto ordered and informed the girls, who silently went to do what was ordered. The time passed quickly with Naruto and his clones working hard on what would be their home in the future. The sun was a few minutes away from disappearing over the horizon, and the clones were already disappearing due to the lack of chakra, since the clones were leaving him with more chakra than usual, because they were using it to walk on beams and improve their muscles to be able to carry out an order of 40 blocks on their own. However, salvation came in the form of a small army of 500 newly created Ex-machina prototypes that came running at high speed across the rooftops and landed in a crouching position in front of Naruto, then stood at attention and saluted in unison. Ex-machina prototypes ready for your orders, boss, they saluted in a military pose while a smile appeared on Naruto's face and he let all the remaining clones dissipate. I want this mansion finished as soon as possible, Naruto ordered, and not a second later the robots disappeared in blurs of speed, and in no time they were already working on the mansion, while Naruto felt his chakra begin to regenerate at a considerably fast rate. In the end, Naruto stayed supervising for 4 more hours until his chakra supply was fully stocked, and before leaving Naruto left 5 clones to supervise the work. The next day, Naruto was on his way to the academy for the Chunin exams, while the memories of one of the clones he left at the construction appeared in his memory, informing him of the progress, and Naruto had to mentally nod at how fast everything was progressing. Aside from that, the only thing worth mentioning would be the flirtatious glances coming from different civilian women or kunoichis from different villages who saw the unique clothing style that Naruto was wearing, along with some black and white sneakers with a futuristic style. The stares followed him even when he arrived at the academy and found himself facing a calmer than usual Sakura and the always depressing Sasuke with his ever-present stick up his ass. But Naruto greeted, drawing the attention of the two, and as if he were already preparing himself, Sasuke was waiting for Sakura's screech to scold Naruto for being late, and she was not wrong, because Sakura was about to scream. However, a look from Naruto shut her up, and Sasuke uncovered his ears when he did not hear Sakura's screech. Okay, let's go, Naruto said calmly as he began to walk, being followed by a quiet Sakura. Now Sasuke was definitely confused. Sakura had never acted so docilely before. However, he had to swallow his urge to defy Naruto's order and simply followed him to the second floor, where there was a large massive genin trying to enter a classroom that Naruto knew was obviously not the right classroom. However, an egocentric, emotional and arrogant open-ass didn't think logically and decided to open his big mouth and reveal the genjutsu. Following that, a guy with a ridiculous Taisen hairstyle and a ridiculous green expanded decided to stroke the duck butt's ego, and they engaged in a duel where Sasuke had almost been brutally raped if it were for another adult genin cop with the same Taisen cut and the same green expandex who hit his younger doppelganger and gave a speech about the flames of youth and ended up hugging in a sunset like a scene from a cheap movie. Okay, this is enough, let's get out of here, said Naruto, fleeing the disturbing scene, followed by Sakura and Sasuke, who did not resist the order. After leaving the two doppelgangers behind, the team arrived at the living room and met a quiet Kakashi who watched them with disinterest to continue reading his book. Well, he was supposed to give them some advice, but all he said was good luck. Well, it wasn't like Naruto needed it after all, since as Naruto once said, he doesn't have luck, he makes his own luck. So entering the classroom immediately, the killer instincts were directed in their direction, and in response Naruto activated his killer instinct at high jounin level, and that seemed to calm them all down. If their silence was any indication, this silence made Naruto notice some glances directed towards him. So looking in their directions, Naruto noticed a short-haired blonde with a great forehead, a serious face, but still her gaze seemed to be shining with fascination when she saw him. "He's the coolest person I've ever seen," said a Samui woman with stars in her eyes and a serious face. He then noticed the gaze of another sandy blonde with a giant fan and beautiful legs as well as a butt, and when they exchanged glances, the blonde with 4 pigtails winked at him flirtatiously. "Whatever it costs, I'm going to make you mine," Atamari told herself with determination. Turning his gaze to the following, Naruto noticed a retreat from the grass and a black-haired girl from the sound who were looking at him with blushes and whispering to each other. "Look at that hot tie," Karen said with some lust. "This is so cute to eat," added an equally blushing Kin. And finally he saw a girl with short black hair from Iowa who looked at him with some defiance and lust. I guess I can capture you as a consolation prize," Akuritsuchi said to herself while licking her lips. "Sasuke," came the voice of a certain blonde Yamanaka who stopped what she was going to say when she noticed Naruto's new appearance, and like the previous time, Ino had to seriously admit that Naruto was becoming someone much more attractive than Sasuke. How troublesome was the voice of a Shikamaru Nara who appeared with his usual boredom. "Hey guys, how are you?" asked an excited Kiba as he stood very close to Sasuke. However, no one seemed to notice how strange it was. And the next thing that happened caused the face to conkus in a grimace of disgust as he saw Kiba's hand disappear behind Sasuke's, and Sasuke quickly blushed almost imperceptibly. "This has to be a bucking joke, I knew they were both gay, but for them to reach this level is disgusting," he thought disgusted while he turned to see some Sakura and Ino who were talking quietly. It might be fun to break her feelings for Sasuke, Naruto thought, then placed himself between the two who looked at him in confusion. "Hey girls, what are you talking about?" Naruto casually asked the two who just looked at each other. "About the Chunin exam," Ino replied. Yes, very interesting, but you want to see how even more interesting." Naruto began dismissing what Ino said and presented them with a tempting option that sparked the interest of Sakura and Ino. "And what would that be?" Sakura asked now with interest. "Why don't you look at it for yourselves?" Naruto said while nodding in the direction of Sasuke and Kiba. "What? It's just Sasuke and Kiba," said Ino without understanding. "Look more closely, don't you notice anything particularly strange about them?" Naruto sowed intrigue in the two who paid even more attention. I don't know what you want me to see." Ino's voice trailed off and her eyes opened to stratospheric proportions as she understood what was happening. Sakura, seeing her friend in a state of shock, paid more attention to the two boys until she finally noticed the slight movement of Kiba's hand behind Sasuke, next to him a slight blush from Sasuke, and soon Sakura was the same as Ino. And immediately all that shock inevitably turned into anger and the desire to kill a certain mangy dog. But before they took a step towards the couple, Naruto took both of their opposite shoulders to bring them together so that Naruto would peek his face between the two from behind. For Sakura was going to scream, but a look from Naruto made her lower her voice. "Why are you stopping us? Don't you see that Kiba is abusing Sasuke?" Sakura whispered to Naruto, who smiled. "Are you abusing?" "That's not what it looks like," Naruto said, confusing the two. "What are you talking about?" Ino asked. "Look Ino, Sakura is the one we talked about, the one who always pushes you away aggressively every time you hug him, or the one who flatly rejects you every time you ask him out. Now tell me, if Sasuke always does that to you guys, why hasn't he even moved a finger to stop what Kiba is doing?" Naruto sowed doubt in the girls who didn't know how to respond to that because what Naruto had said was true. "And now what do I do?" Sakura whispered with such a broken voice that Ino was surprised not to hear that voice since she was a child. "I did everything to please him, drip, but it turns out he's batting for the other side, drip, hahaha, I don't care anymore, everything went down the drain, my mom bet me in a poker game I'm a slave, and now I find out that the love of my life is frowns, a bucking pillow biter," Sakura finished saying with tears rolling down her cheeks and a broken smile. Sakura, Ino whispered with teary eyes, seeing how much the news affected Sakura. Well, Ino was not affected much by the news because Ino was not really that in love with the emo, she only did it to be able to bother Sakura. "Calm down Sakura, you still have Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, and you also have me," Naruto said to Sakura, who opened her eyes and looked up to see Naruto. "But the only one I know is Kurenai-sensei, I've only heard rumors about Anko, and I've never heard or seen anything about Yugao," said Sakura while Ino just listened to the conversation. And that's why I told Anko and Yugao to train you to make bows. After all, you will need it if you want to serve me, said Naruto with a calm smile, making Sakura nod in understanding and smile slightly. On the other hand, Ino was about to say something, but nevertheless closed pearl-eyed made her presence known. Hello, can I join your conversation? Hinata asked as the veins slowly began to bulge around her eyes, while Ino and Sakura became nervous. We Sakura and Ino tried to say. However, Naruto interrupted them. Oh, of course you can, we're talking about the homosexuality of Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka, Naruto said loudly, causing everyone in the room to turn in his direction with surprise, evident on their faces, as they recognized the two surnames of famous clans, and then turned in the direction of the two mentioned, and as if Sasuke were lava, Kiba pulled his hand out from under Sasuke's pants. In the meeting room of the Hokage Tower. Clap, this can't be true, said an embarrassed Tsume Inuzuka, who saw the whole thing, along with the other clan heads and the Hokage himself, who were laughing their heads off. Damn, I wish Yugaku was here so I could laugh in his face, said the head of the Akamichi clan. Normally I would say this would be troublesome, however this is worth the effort to make fun of, said Chikaku Nara, the head of the Nara clan. Back in the living room. That I already knew that, said Hinata, surprising those present. How? You already knew? Kiba asked, almost shouting. Once during the academy break I saw them go behind the academy, so I used my Byakugan, and believe me, to this day I still regret what I saw that day, said Hinata with disgust. Back to the Hokage Tower. Shit, stop Hyuga. Tsume shouted. Ahahahahaha. This is pure gold, laughed Choza Akamichi. Back in the living room. Alright, bunch of morons, shut up, or shouted the voice of a tall Jounin with a scarf on his head, along with about 15 Chunins behind him. It seems that everyone is already quite well, form a line, take a paper and sit in the corresponding position, said the examiner, while everyone proceeded to do what was indicated in a silence so awkward that even the Murish Ibiki himself was feeling uncomfortable. Once everyone was seated, Ibiki proceeded to introduce himself. Cough cough cough, I'm calling Ibiki Marino, and I'm the examiner for this test. Now I'll hand out your tests, and until I give the order I don't want anyone to write anything down. Ibiki explained. Once the tests were handed out, he'll explain the point system, which I'm too lazy to explain due to my laziness. You may as well begin. Ibiki gave the go-ahead to the genins, who quickly turned their pages and began to analyze their tests. Okay, let's see what we have here. If a kunai travels at a speed of 150 km per hour in the direction of a target about 15 km away, how long will it take to reach the target? Naruto read mentally while raising an eyebrow. Do they want to make us look like idiots? It's obvious that a kunai at that speed will never reach the target, it will end up embedded in the ground before arriving, Naruto thought as he wrote the answers and calmly continued solving the other questions until only the 10th question was left, so putting his feet up on the desk, Naruto prepared to sleep peacefully under the watchful eyes of the Chunins and Ibiki, who decided not to say anything to him. Minutes later. Everyone pay attention, it's time to say the 10th question, but before saying it let me tell you that you have the option of not answering the question. If you decide not to answer it, you will fail the exam, and you will have to wait 3 more months to take the test again, explained Ibiki, to which some genins complained about the lack of logic, since it was obvious that they were going to answer the question. But if you decide to answer the question and it turns out wrong, you will not only fail, but you will never be able to take the test again in your lives, and you will have to remain as genins for the rest of your lives, Ibiki finished explaining, leaving everyone in shock, except for Naruto, who was bothering a red Hinata, who was about to faint when she felt Naruto's hands caress her thighs under the desk. So he asked them, will they stay or leave? Ibiki asked seriously, and immediately a lot of groups began to leave the classroom. And in less than 3 minutes there were already less than half of the genins in the room, and they continued to retreat until there were around 25 genin teams, which made it 75 genins. Once no more teams were willing to leave, Ibiki proceeded to give the good news to those who stayed despite the difficult decision. However, before he could say anything, a ball of smoke broke the window to Ibiki's right and then exploded and covered the entire front of the class for a few seconds, now revealing a purple-haired girl with a tent that said, "The beautiful and sensual Anko Midarachi will be the second examiner." No one reacted to the presentation of the purple-haired girl, or so everyone thought, since they began to hear some applause coming from a smiling Naruto. Wow, what a presentation. Maybe a couple of confetti and some fireworks would have improved it, but I still give it an 8 out of 10. Cheer up, Naruto, and at the same time he rated Anko's presentation, who nodded with a smile. Well, I'm sure Ibiki hasn't told you yet, but they are approved, so I want to see you in the Forest of Death in 3 hours, said Anko to disappear in a shunsen. Once everyone was notified of the location of the second test, everyone began to leave the room and take their respective paths. Goodbye Hinata, it was fun sitting next to you, a smiling Naruto said goodbye to a red-faced Hinata, who, although she had gained some confidence upon hearing from that girl from Suna that she was going to claim her Naruto, it didn't mean that she still blushed like crazy when Naruto touched her like a few moments ago. Yes, goodbye Naruto-kun, Hinata said goodbye in the same way as she went to meet with her team, which exuded an aura of discomfort just like Naruto's. Well let's go Naruto was going to say, but suddenly the memory of one of the 500 clones that he had left building the prototypes the day before dissipated and gave him the report that another group of 750 more robots had been finished. Thinking about it, I have to go take care of some matters. I'll see you in 3 hours at the Forest of Death, said Naruto, disappearing in a shunsen, leaving an annoyed and embarrassed Sasuke with a calm Sakura, who said goodbye to see if she could find Yuga or Anko to make friends with, as Naruto told her. Minutes later and Naruto found himself landing at the doors of his apartment while ignoring the bodies of the rude Anbus that were scattered everywhere. Upon entering the apartment, the sounds of the clones welding, hitting metal, melting metal or steel were quickly heard. Once Naruto was seen by the clones they greeted him and continued their work. Naruto had also noticed that the walls of the other apartments where the neighbors should be living were no longer there and instead there were more clones working. Naruto assumed that the clone he left in charge had given money to his neighbors to leave and also that he bought the apartment complex while he was gone. Naruto didn't really get upset, he thought it was a good idea, and while the clones worked, on the other side of them were 4 rows of robots that went along the entire complex while they waited for orders. Well this is moving fast, where is the clone I left in charge? Naruto asked, to which a clone quickly appeared from behind one of the robots and quickly approached Naruto. Here I am, boss, greeted the clone. What were you doing? Naruto asked the clone who put a hand on the back of his head and said. Well, I know it's a bit paranoid, but I made sure that they couldn't be hacked by any possible means, and also that they only got the emotions of determination and loyalty after all. We don't want our own weapons to turn against us, the clone explained to Naruto, who looked at him seriously. Buck, if you were a woman I would kiss you right now because I was worried about that too, well done, keep it up, you know what? Also add that they have creativity and some charisma, we don't want predictable and boring weapons, Naruto congratulated the clone who smiled and shook hands. That's right, the clone replied. Okay, when you finish this batch of robots, which I assume will be in about an hour, I want you to send 250 robots with specific instructions to go 2 kilometers outside the main gates of the village and dig 25 kilometers underground. After explaining to them that they should dig wide in the direction of the village and if they are attacked, they have permission to finish off the aggressors, Naruto ordered seriously to the clone who nodded equally seriously. And the other 500? The clone asked. Well, seeing that this place is no longer suitable for sleeping, send them with the others in the construction of my mansion. I want it to be finished at night. Once all that is done you all go away in groups of 10. I don't want a headache, Naruto finished explaining to turn around and leave the apartment just when a rude Anbu jumped in the direction of the apartment, but before he arrived a gate next to the door opened and a turret came out of it that quickly aimed at the Anbu and fired 12 bullets in less than 2 seconds. Naruto just stood there as he watched a body fall at his feet, so turning to see the turret that was releasing smoke from the cannon Naruto smiled and said. Maybe you deserve some upgrade, he said with amusement as the turret hit again and Naruto jumped to the rooftops while seriously thinking about why so many rude Anbus were trying to see what he was doing. What was that one-eyed Danzo up to? Did he realize my inventions? Naruto asked himself seriously but quickly shook his head. It was impossible for him to have realized the only time one of his Anbu saw something of him was when he was talking to Hiruzen, but still that Anbu couldn't tell him after all Sophie took care of him. Unless should I have to go to the morgue, Naruto said with a frown as he accelerated towards the morgue. Minutes later. Naruto entered the Hokage Tower with a somewhat hurried walk to the receptionist who was reading a fashion magazine. Excuse me, I need to see the Hokage, Naruto asked the woman who didn't look up. Sorry, the Hokage is in a meeting with the clan heads, the receptionist replied. This is something important, Naruto insisted to the receptionist, who sighed and looked up, then blushed and became somewhat embarrassed. Hey, I'll see if the Hokage can't see you, said the receptionist, now more helpful, as she took the phone. Hokage Naruto Uzumaki wants to see you, he says it's something urgent, said the receptionist on the phone while listening to the Hokage on the other side. Okay, it says you can go to the meeting room on the 4th floor, he informed Naruto who nodded and winked at the receptionist and then quickly went up the stairs to the 4th floor where double doors were all there was in the entire hallway. Without paying attention, Naruto knocked on the door receiving a pass from the other side, so entering the room Naruto the Hokage spoke to him. Naruto, how can I help you that is so important? The Hokage asked Naruto until he was in front of the Hokage and the clan heads. Hiruzen, what happened to the corpse of the rude Anbu that Sophie killed yesterday? Naruto asked bluntly, drawing the attention of the clan chiefs. What is the puppy talking about and who is this Sophia? Tsume asked curiously. Oh, the name of a rude Anbu who was spying on our conversation yesterday, and Sophie, whom is his personal assistant, Hiruzen replied to the Onizuka matriarch. And the body should be in the morgue, why? Hiruzen now answered Naruto's question. Because I came from there and the body is not there, even the owner of the morgue does not know where it is, Naruto said seriously, making Hiruzen open his eyes. Are you saying that Danzo stole the corpse? Hiruzen asked. And if not, who else? I'm sure Danzo was very interested in the conversation, and if he wanted the Anbu's body, Naruto said. That means, analyzed Chikaku. That the damned one had a last breath seal, Naruto finished. Explanation. The last breath seal is a seal that is placed under the tongue, and its function is that when the bearer of the seal is killed, the seal saves the memories of the last 15 minutes, however the seal will only remain active for a day after the person has been killed, after the day passes the seal will be completely useless. End explanation. How did you come to that conclusion, Naruto? Hiruzen asked curiously. Because of the bunch of Anbu root corpses that tried to break into my apartment complex, Naruto replied as an awkward silence fell. How many bodies are we talking about? Tsume asked curiously as she looked at Naruto with interest. I don't know, I didn't stop to count them, but if I had to guess I'd say there were 27 Anbus, Naruto guessed with a thoughtful look and in the process leaving a deadly silence in the meeting room. But well, that doesn't matter anymore, Naruto tried to say, but the arrogant voice of a Hiyashi Hyuga was present. Do you really expect us to believe that you, a mere genin, could have killed 27 Anbus? Asked the always expressionless Hiyashi. What are you talking about? I didn't kill them, it was my towers, my traps, Naruto corrected himself, while those present began to sweat when they noticed that he clearly hid something. So, what was that conversation about? Tsume asked curiously. It was about an object that Naruto created, and apparently it cost Danzo something very useful if we count the number of Anbu sent, Hiruzen explained to the brown-haired girl who raised an eyebrow along with the other clan leaders. Oh, and what is that object that the boy created? Shikaku asked with interest, knowing what Yam had Danzo interested in. That Sophie was Naruto's simple response, to which Shikaku looked at him in confusion. Sophie? Are you talking about your personal assistant? Shikaku asked, confused. Yes, she herself, Naruto stated. Okay, could you bring her here? Choza asked, not really understanding the conversation, so he assumed that if Naruto brought her or whatever he created, he would understand. No need, she's here, isn't she, Sophie? Naruto said as he looked down at his jacket pocket and immediately peeked out the head of his Sophie with sleepy eyes. Are you tired? But she's a robot, Hiruzen said in confusion. I added that feature because I thought it looked adorable, Naruto said with an amused smile. What is that? Nwaichi was going to say, but Naruto interrupted him. Don't call him thing because he'll get offended, Naruto informed the bosses, who sweated again. What is she? Tsume asked. As I said, Sophie is my personal assistant, and as the Hokage said, she is a robot created by me, Naruto said calmly. Well, I'm not that great with technology, but even I can say that she's too advanced for what's currently used, and I understand why Danzo would want her. Her size is ideal for espionage and silent assassination, since I don't sense chakra in her. Danzo will definitely want to replicate her, Chikaku analyzed with fascination at the small robot. Replicate it? Ha, not to brag, but even the best scientist of the elemental nations wouldn't even know how to make the complex circuits, let alone its operating system. Its technology is 62 years ahead of all the technologies that have been created, Naruto explained with total pride for his creation, and yet Naruto had to mentally bleep when he realized that he had given away too much information. Shit, now they're going to want to ask how I was able to do it, Naruto thought, quickly coming up with an excuse to get out of there. But well, it's getting late for the second test, and I came to do what I had to do, see you Hiruzen. Naruto said goodbye, turning around to leave, however, before he left, Hiruzen called him. Naruto. Hiruzen called and Naruto hoped he didn't ask the question. Yes. Naruto replied. You see, a couple of days after the second test the Hokages of the other villages are going to come, and I suggested that we have a poker game to strengthen ties, and since the exams are here, I am allowed to invite someone to the game, so I was wondering if you wanted to play. Hiruzen proposed to Naruto, who narrowed his eyes. Or rather, you want me to rob them like I did with the civilian council, said Naruto with a smile starting to spread across his face. I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't say that, said Hiruzen innocently. Okay, I'll go, Naruto agreed. Oh, and if it's not too much trouble you could take us as guests in your humble abode, apparently it's almost finished, Hiruzen said with some sarcasm about the humble thing, while pointing at his crystal orb, which showed a mansion almost finished. Danzo will surely want to take advantage of this, thinking that we will be distracted, but that will not work, because they will not even be able to reach the door of the house, Naruto thought, and then nodded. Very well, in my humble house it will be, said Naruto as he started to leave the place with a smile. Minutes later. Naruto was arriving at the grounds of his house while he saw on his watch that there were 20 minutes left until 3 hours had passed, and all the way Naruto had been receiving the memories of the clones that were in his apartment complex. Landing at the entrance to the grounds of his mansion, Naruto walked up to the 4 clones he left supervising, who were apparently playing cards. What's up? I see that robots are more effective in construction, Naruto said to the clones who looked at each other seriously and threw their. Ah, you bucking son of a bitch, said a clone with annoyance. Yes. I won. Said the winning clone taking 3 manchas of $100 bills. This interested Naruto and he couldn't help but ask. Who's winning? Naruto asked, seeing that the 4 clones had the same amount of money. This ties the game for the 60th time, 60, said another clone. And have you been paying attention to the robots? Naruto asked, a little doubtful of doubting his clones. Of course we've been watching them, said the 4th clone. Who do you take us for? We're not those 2 Neanderthals at the village gates, said the 2nd clone. We're also worried that the robots will turn against us, said Clone 1, making Naruto proud of himself. Damn, you make me proud of how smart I am, but don't worry, a clone made sure that the oncoming batch didn't turn against us, Naruto said to the clones, who sighed audibly. Now tell the robots working to stop and form up in 5 columns of 100 and make sure the only emotions the robots have are determination, loyalty, creativity and some charisma because it depresses me seeing them so serious all the time, Naruto ordered the clones while he created 16 more clones to help them finish quickly so they can continue with the work. Well, I'm leaving. I have to do the 2nd test, said Naruto, filling the place, leaving the clones to do what the original Naruto asked. Minute remaining until the start of the test. Hello Sakura Sasuke, said Naruto greeting the latter with a bit of disgust that the Uchiha preferred to ignore with HMPH. Okay, guys, I cordially welcome you to the Forest of Death, a smiling Anko presented to the Genins. Now before starting with the test and the explanation of this I need you to sign this document that says that Konoha is not responsible for your deaths or injuries, said Anko to give the sheet to a Genin who signed and began to pass it until reaching Naruto who glanced at it lightly and finally signed to give it to Sakura who also signed. Once everyone signed, Anko took out 2 scrolls and explained the rules of the test, which consisted of giving each team a scroll, and to pass the test, they had to get the missing scroll to enter the tower that was in the middle of the forest. Okay, go to that tent to give you your scrolls and remember, you have 5 days to finish the test, Anko asked, pointing to the tent next to the fence that surrounded the forest. The teams were passing calmly and fluidly until Naruto's team arrived and Anko gave him a scroll from heaven, but Anko didn't finish there because she wanted to play a little joke on Naruto. Take your sky scroll and remember you don't have to tell anyone what scroll you have, said Anko loudly revealing the scroll they had. With Naruto he simply smiled and grabbed Anko by the collar of her fishnet shirt and made her bring her face closer to his and said. When I finish this I'm going to punish you so hard that the moan you let out when I spank you won't compare to the moans you let out in bed, Naruto whispered to Anko, who smiled somewhat nervously and a little anxious at the mansion about punishing her in bed while she watched her blonde master leave with his team behind him. Minutes later and Team 7 was already at the door assigned to them to enter the forest and from some speakers the voice of Anko was heard giving the signal to start so that the doors would then open and the teams would enter the forest. Team 7 jumped through the tree branches for 5 minutes until Naruto stopped, calling the attention of his 2 teammates. What's up, dog? Sasuke asked. Well, I'm going to end this nonsense, said Naruto as he created 40 clones. Go and look for our scroll while we go to the tower, Naruto said to the clones who quickly left and left the team alone again to then start jumping again without knowing that Naruto had screwed up the plan of a certain Saninlick's glands. Hours later. Are you sure your clones can get the scroll? Sakura asked, already tired of waiting. Of course they won't be able to, it was stupid to follow the last dead man's plan, said Sasuke with annoyance. Calm down, relax your buttocks, or do I have to find Kiba to help you with that? Naruto suggested mockingly, making Sasuke get angry beyond measure. You damn, but he didn't finish what he was going to say thanks to the same group of 40 clones who threw 10 scrolls from the ground and 5 from the sky. Perfect end them? Naruto asked, seeing a very injured Redeed with glasses and an equally injured black-haired woman being carried by 2 clones. This is Karen Uzumaki, apparently she is from our clan, I found her when she was almost killed by a bear about 15 meters long, said the clone who was carrying a Karen who was snuggling up against the clone. And she is Kintsuchi, I found her when she was being attacked with a snake summon, said the clone who was carrying a kin who was clinging to the clone's neck with a flirtatious look. This information surprised Naruto, what was that homosexual snake doing here? Did he realize Sasuke's homosexuality and now wants to claim him as his own? That is a very possible option to happen. NT. I don't know about you, but I really felt sorry for Kin's death. Well done, said Naruto, but before he continued Sakura spoke. Naruto, what are we going to do with the remaining scrolls? Sakura asked. I was going to leave them here, and that's it, said Naruto, to which Sakura with a hopeful look said. Well, since you possibly brought most of the scrolls, don't you think it would be unfair to Ino and Hinata? I mean, they won't have many opponents to get their scrolls, Sakura said, leaving a thoughtful Naruto. You have a point there, the 5 of you take 2 scrolls each and look for Hinata and Ino's team to give them the scroll they need, and as for the other scrolls, the rest will be in charge of scattering them throughout the forest. This exam would be boring if there are only a few of us genins. Naruto ordered the clones, who nodded and left, leaving the team alone with Karen and Kin. Well, who's hungry? Naruto asked hungrily, causing Karen and Kin to raise their hands timidly, unlike Sasita, who raised her hand quickly. And what do you fancy? Naruto asked, to which Sakura replied with roast beef. Wow, wait, I thought you were on a diet, what changed? Naruto asked with amusement. Well, Anko and Yugao told me that being on a diet is stupid and that's why I'm not dressing up as I should, said Sakura, slightly blushing. Well then, roast beef it is, said Naruto as he opened the scrolls and threw them to the ground so that a smiling Iruka appeared from them. Well done guys, I'm happy that you managed to pass and in record time, nothing more, said Iruka looking at his former students. After that came a boring lecture that no one paid attention to. Hours later. We have to be the first to arrive here, said a boy who seemed to be dressed in cat pajamas and had lines of purple lipstick on his face, but before they continued their conversation a team of Kumo appeared. We finally arrived and in record time, was saying a red-headed brunette named Carrie, but she stopped when she saw the Suna team. However, another voice caught their attention. Come on. We have to break this stupid village's record, said a smiling Kuritsuchi who landed between the two teams and looked at each other threateningly. Which of you arrived first? Kuritsuchi asked as he placed his fist on the ground and his arm was wrapped in rock. Us, any problem? Tamari replied threateningly alongside her younger brother Gaara, who was beginning to exude killer instinct. This is going to be good, said Carrie, taking out her katana along with her partner Amoy, and Samui unsheathed a tanto. The tension was evident in each team, and if any of them moved even a muscle, a battle would break out between the 3 sides, but before they could do anything, a voice coming from inside the tower caught their attention. Come on, dance. Wait, let me put on some music for you, said the voice of a certain blonde, and then music that they had never heard before started to play at a somewhat high volume. Being more curious than eager to fight, the 3 teams began to enter the tower, and what they saw was a group of 2 girls dancing with a blonde man without any upper garment, exposing his muscles and a lot of tribal tattoos, while he carried a red-head who wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist. Confused by the genin's behavior, they saw how the red-head had a bottle of a liquor they had never seen and had the words vodka written on it. And that's how they understood the reason for the behavior when they saw more bottles scattered everywhere and a grill a couple of meters away from them that if they guessed was grilling various types of meat. Where did you get all that? Asked a confused Carrie. NT. Clones, my dear Carrie, clones. I don't know, but this music is cool, said a serious Amui. That meat smells so good, said Kuritsuchi, wiping off some of the drool. Hey look, more people have arrived at the party, come join us, you only live once, Naruto said to the newcomers who looked at each other and began to approach the group. I passed, said a serious Gaara who disappeared in a whirlwind of sand. And so it was that a great party began in which everyone drank vodka until they couldn't take it anymore, as was the case with Tamari's brother, Kuritsuchi's 2 teammates and Samui and Carrie's teammate, as well as the music that continued playing, livening up the little party they were having even more. How come your classmates can't stand any alcohol? No way, I'm going to have to represent the masculine side, said Naruto, who was about to take another sip of vodka, but a drunk Kuritsuchi took the bottle from him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't you see I was going to take, Naruto said, until Kuritsuchi's finger covered his mouth. Remember you said you only live once? Kuritsuchi asked. Yeah, do you remember? Asked another drunk Tamari who started crawling in Naruto's direction. Of course I remember, Naruto said with an amused smile as he felt Sakura, Karen, and Kin's hands hug him from behind. We're certainly going to make the most of our lives, said a Carrie now, approaching Naruto, who, although drunk as shit, understood where all this was going. Come on cool guy, let's have fun together, said Samui. Why not continue it in a room? Naruto suggested as Kuritsuchi started drinking from the vodka bottle and proceeded to kiss Naruto while passing him vodka which Naruto drank. Okay, pretty boy, let's go to a room, said Carrie, and immediately everyone got up from the floor and staggered to an empty room. And not a second later a hungry Carrie jumped on Naruto who caught her, and then the brunette planted a lustful kiss on him that Naruto returned and then let herself fall on a bed while the others began to undress slowly. Breaking the kiss, Carrie slowly removed her upper garments, leaving her in a sports bra, which she slowly removed, revealing her B-cup breasts. Crouching down on Naruto again, Carrie resumed their lustful kiss, while the others joined the other two beds, next to the one Naruto and Carrie were next to, and without waiting any longer, they joined the horny couple who kept on giving each other passionate kisses. "Hey, share, what do you want?" said Akin to Carrie, who broke the kiss and let the black-haired girl kiss Naruto, who gladly reciprocated, while the successful Samui took her hand and guided it to her DD cup breasts. "NT. I know I said I wasn't going to make the girls have gigantic breasts, but that's actually the original Samui cup, so I can't do anything about it, besides they look good like that." "You like my breasts, Naruto, right?" Samui asked Naruto, who only responded with an expert massage of Samui's breasts. "What yam if we see his tool," suggested a perverted Karen to the others, who smiled with curiosity and calmly began to lower Naruto's pants, who did not resist. Once only the boxers were missing, the girls were already surprised by the outline that Naruto's member made through the boxers. "He has to be a joke," said a surprised Sakura, who slowly took the boxer and slowly lowered them along with the girls, who saw the same as Sakura, attentive to what they would see next. When Sakura finally lowered her boxers completely, she along with Temari, Karen and Kuretsuchi received slaps courtesy of the 10-inch erect member. "Shit, it's huge," was what a really nice Kuretsuchi said, who was already imagining all the things she could do with this member. "Do you think that would fit inside us?" asked a scared Sakura, who didn't know if what she was doing was right, however remembering all the time she wasted chasing a gay, so she mentally decided that she wouldn't waste any more time and would just let herself go. "Why don't we find out?" Temari suggested, slowly rubbing the throbbing member under her soft touch. She gently brought her face closer to Naruto's member and began to give him a blowjob. Kuretsuchi, Karen and Sakura looked at each other because of Temari's action and then smiled and joined the sandy blonde. Up with Naruto. This one now had a Samui astride him, who was kissing him as if there was no tomorrow, while Kin and Carrie had Naruto's hands busy with their femininities. Breaking the kiss, Samui Dan sat down and with a smile that could rarely be seen on her face, Samui calmly took the bottle of vodka and, opening it, began to pour it on her chest, while she looked at Naruto with a clear indication to do what he had in mind, which Naruto did not hesitate to do, and began to drink vodka from between the breasts of the Kumo blonde. Chapter 2. "Ugh, what happened?" asked a somewhat drunk Kankuro with a headache. "Ugh, this isn't funny," said an Amoy now holding his head in pain. "I'm not getting drunk again," said one of Kuretsuchi's companions, equally messed up. And Temari?" asked Kankuro in condition. "Where are Samui and Carrie?" Now it was Amoy's turn to ask, however he quickly shrugged and began to walk away somewhat unsteadily. "Oh shit, we lost sight of the Tsuchikage's granddaughter," said a Kuretsuchi's companion somewhat asothermally. Meanwhile, in the hallways leading to the rooms, moans were the only audible sounds that resonated throughout the hallway, coming from a specific room where our blonde protagonist was weighed. "Ah, you're so deep," moaned the lust-filled voice of a very horny Kin as Naruto lifted her from his thighs and pressed her against the wall. Lemon skipped. "Well, in that case, who wants to be the next to be filled?" Naruto asked with a foxy smile as he watched the tokens start an argument over who would be next. Hours and 30 minutes later. The Highschool activities that had been going on for all this time had finally ceased, and at this moment Naruto was lying on the joint beds, while one Sakura was sleeping on top of Naruto, while keeping Naruto's member still inside her. The others were simply lying in different places on the bed, without even bothering to cover their nakedness. The next day. "Ugh, what happened?" a sleepy Carrie asked as she sat up in bed. My head hurts a little," said an equally sleepy Temari as she watched the others slowly get up until they were finally all awake and looked confused. "What are you doing here?" they all questioned at the same time, however the first to look away was a confused Sakura, feeling a strange sensation in her privacy, so lowering her gaze, the pink-haired girl couldn't open her eyes any further in surprise at seeing a naked Naruto with his member inside her. The others, seeing this, were also shocked by the sight, however they quickly noticed that all of them, without exception, were naked and they didn't have to think much to easily deduce what had happened. "I see you're already awake," came the voice of a calm Naruto, who slowly sat up until he was sitting with a Sakura still the umpteenth of him. "TTTT, you great US." They all shouted in unison as if their minds were connected, however Naruto just raised an eyebrow in amusement. "What are you talking about? You were the ones who started this, besides it seems to me you were enjoying the wild hex we had," said Naruto as he lifted Sakura up and pulled his half-hard member out of Sakura's sensitive vagina, who moaned as she felt the emptiness inside her. "And all that went into me?" a petrified Sakura asked, seeing the size of the member that was inside her a few moments ago, and without knowing it, the others were also asking themselves the same thing with surprise evident on their faces. Well, it's not completely erect, but it can be said that it could fit all of you, and I must admit that each one of you was very tight, Naruto declared to the bed as he picked up his clothes and began to put them all on before the attentive gaze of the girls who didn't know exactly what to do. Once Naruto was about to leave the room, Naruto stopped for a moment and then took a piece of paper and a pen out of his pocket to write something down and leave it on a small table in the room. That's the address of my house in case you want to scratch that unbearable itch in your vaginas, although for Sakura, it's not necessary after all, she's my slave, she said to the girls who quickly turned to a red Sakura who was about to collapse. Once Naruto left the room quickly, a robot appeared in a blur. Greetings boss, how was your night? The robot asked with a smile that seemed so real it would confuse anyone. What do you think? I'll break them, Naruto replied with an amused smile as he gave the robot a high five. Well, anyway, how are things full? Naruto asked the robot, who changed his happy expression to one of total seriousness. The mansion is ready and the 250 Ex-machines sent to dig have already done half the work thanks to working day and night, the robot informed Naruto, who nodded. Now what do we do, boss? Asked the robot to those who Naruto saw him seriously and ordered. I want the 1000 clones that were working in the mansion to divide into 3 groups, one of 250, another of 700 and the last of 50. The first group send them to help those who excavate, the second group I want 10 of them to take $100 million and buy as much materials as they can to start building more Ex-machines, try to save materials as much as you can, Naruto began while being watched closely by the robot. And the group of 50? The robot asked, to which Naruto replied. I want you to find everything important from my old apartment and take it to the mansion, and after that, do carpentry work to make furniture for the house, Naruto finished ordering the robot, who nodded and disappeared in a blur of speed. If everything goes according to plan, then this will be the last amount of money I'll spend on materials, Naruto said calmly as he walked aimlessly and wondered what he should do until he remembered something. Right, Sophie's office, Naruto said to himself, and in Shunsen he disappeared in the direction of his old apartment. Minutes later. Landing on his haunches, Naruto arrived at the apartment and nodded in total delight as he saw that his robots were already finishing dismantling the turrets and other hidden weapons that were in the apartment. Oh? Boss, what are you doing here? A robot asked Naruto, who answered. I remembered I had to make an office for Sophie, so I came to look for her to help me make adjustments to the interior, said Naruto as he entered the almost empty apartment, but as it should, Sophia was in her small bed. Hey Sophie, get up, we have to go do your office, Naruto spoke to the little robot, who started to get up with sleepy eyes, but when she realized what Naruto said she quickly cheered up. Yes. Finally we're going, Naruto-sama, said an excited Sophia to Naruto, who just took her in his hand and they took off towards the mansion, along with the robots that followed him. Minutes later. Buck, I'm so proud to know how they were built, said Naruto, wiping a tear of pride from his eye as he looked at what would be his new home from now on. Our duty is to obey all the orders given to us and fulfill them as best we can, so don't worry boss, we will be here to support you in whatever you need, commented a clone with a smile, while the others also smiled. Perfect, then let's not waste time and start with our work, Naruto ordered with a smile. Hours later. And ready, what do you think of your office? Asked Naruto, somewhat tired of making Sophie's office. Now you will wonder why so much time to make an office of a small size. Well, there is the answer, because everything was small, so Naruto had to be very careful when making each piece of the office, and needless to say that more than 5 times he had broken some piece that had cost him to make. But anyway, the thing is that they had already finished, and now Sophie was sitting in a white chair that seemed to be made of leather, and in front of her a fine desk. Naruto was seeing all this from above, since the ceiling of the office was made of armored glass, the walls were made of armored steel, and if by some miracle of life, some enemy managed to pass the countless amounts of defenses that were placed around his mansion, Naruto had placed 3 plasma turrets in the main room, since Sophie's office was located right next to the entrance of the mansion. Thank you, Naruto-sama, I promise to do my best to serve you as best I can, said an excited Sophie as she touched a specific spot on the desk that acted as a system recognition and activated the desktop's touchpad that was connected to Naruto's laptop and cell phone via wireless means, so Sophie could inform him about any guests in the house. And I expect that from you, Sophie. Well, I have to go. Activate the defense system at level 2 with recognition of non-hostile visitors, Naruto ordered Sophie, who nodded and moved some things on her desk and nodded. Ready, Naruto-sama, replied Sophie, to which Naruto nodded, and as he left the house and saw his robots already finishing the last furniture that would be in his great mansion, so disappearing in a shunsen, Naruto headed towards the forest of death. However, on his way Naruto saw the entrance gates of the village. I should see how the excavation is going, Naruto said to himself as he changed direction towards the village entrances. Minutes passed and Naruto had just crossed the entrance of the village with ease, because as usual the two Chunins in charge of protecting the gate were asleep. Naruto was not really surprised that in Konoha, there were so many spies. After all, people come and go as they please. Anyway, Naruto traveled 2 more volumetric in about 3 minutes and finally reached a hole in the middle of the forest that surrounded Konoha. The hole itself was big enough to fit the apartment complex I lived in, and if you paid attention you could hear the sounds of construction being carried out. Curious to see how things were going, Naruto jumped into the hole and clung to the walls with chakra in his feet and continued running down for about 15 minutes until he finally reached the end where there was a corridor lit with spotlights that headed in the direction of the village. NT. Remember, the depth is 25 kilometers. Walking calmly, Naruto finally spotted some armored steel doors with a small device next to them that Naruto recognized as a fingerprint lock. So putting your hand on the screen next to the door, it quickly started with a scan of your hand, and in less than 3 seconds the door opened in half, as if it seemed like the walls next to it had swallowed the door. NT. Like in spaceship movies. Instantly Naruto could see a wide space that could barely be seen at the end, but the robots could still be heard working in the background. Looking up, Naruto now saw some robots welding columns along the entire roof to prevent the village from falling on them. To summarize, down here a second village could be built with 20-story buildings. However, Naruto was not interested in an underground village. Naruto was interested in a base where he would have enough space to make all of his inventions, and from what he could see everything was filled according to plan. Once the batch of 10,000 robots were finished, Naruto would send 2,050 of them and divide them into 3 groups. The first group of 500 would be sent to the oil business, the next 750 would be divided into the 15 textile shops, and the last 800 would be divided between the 8 mineral mines. Once that happened, Naruto would no longer have to worry about buying materials, since he would have the oil and mineral businesses supplying him. As for the textile stores, Naruto has wanted to create a military uniform for his robot army for a long time, so that's what he would use them for. Well, with the 25 plots of land he had in all the elemental nations, Naruto would think about what to do with them in the future, but for now they were of no use to him. Now, if Naruto was correct at this point, he had 1,250 robots in operation, and with the next batch it would be 11,250, enough to attack a small village like Ado and emerge victorious. Smiling at the thought that all his plans were going so well, Naruto couldn't help but imagine how far Yam could go with his inventions. This is going to be very interesting, Naruto said to himself. Time jump, day of the second round qualifiers. Naruto was quietly sitting on the railings above a square where fights were supposed to take place to decide who would move on to the third Chunin test. Naruto wasn't really worried about that at the moment since he was more than sure that it would happen. However, something that had Naruto's hair standing on end was the fact that Sasuke had a strange glow that Naruto knew he had only seen in women after bucking them. However, when Naruto saw Kiba, Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at the look of fury he had while looking for someone, and Naruto assumed that Sasuke had cheated on Kiba. Naruto also noticed that Sasuke now had a seal with 3 Magatomas on his neck, along with several more hikis. Now Naruto knew that whoever made that seal could well be the cause of that blow, but well, stopping thinking about such disturbing things, Naruto got off the railing and stood behind a Sakura who noticed Naruto's touch on her butt and yet did nothing to prevent it and just stood there blushing, while the other girls looked at her with jealousy as they clearly noticed what was happening. Well, then we'll start with the first fight, said an instructor named A8 who seemed to have a serious cough problem. As soon as the instructor said that, a giant screen that was on the wall at the back of the ring above 2 giant hands in the shape of a ram sign began to pass names at high speed until it finally stopped on the name of Sasuke and a certain Yoroi. The fight itself wasn't that big of a deal, the Yoroi guy could stretch, absorb chakra, and that was all, so Naruto stopped paying attention a few minutes after it started and concentrated on putting his fingers in the femininity of a Sakura who was trying not to moan at the intruder. A couple more minutes passed and Sasuke had won with a technique similar to the one the strange bull-haired ninja had used against him. After that battle came Temari's brother Kankuro, who fought against a guy whose name Naruto didn't bother to remember. Apparently the guy could stretch his limbs and use that to wrap around Kankuro and then break his neck, however it seems that was not the real Kankuro and was actually a puppet, and well, Naruto disconnected what happened thanks to Naruto taking Sakura by the shoulders and took her to the bathrooms that were at the end of a hallway that were on the wall where the television was. This was noticed by the other females who frowned, however they could not do anything since they could be called for their fights. Entering the bathroom, Naruto quickly placed Sakura so that she leaned against the wall of a cabin. Naruto, we can't do this, it could affect our names, said Sakura, trying to reason with Naruto. Don't worry, there is a 96% chance that our name won't be drawn because the algorithm has already placed a name that begins with S and another with Y, so according to my calculations, the next names that will come out will begin with G and R. And T. I'm doing this to skip the narration of Gaara and Lee's fight because I'm too lazy to explain this fight. Outside in the ring, Kankura was declared the winner. Okay, let's continue with the next contestants, said A8, looking at the television station that began to pass names until it stopped at 2. Gaara vs Rock Lee. Back in the bathroom. Naruto pulled down the lycra pants that Sakura was wearing, revealing some totally wet panties. Lemon skipped. As they walked, the eyes of the girls Naruto had slept with before immediately fell on them, but Naruto just smiled and looked at each of them with a smile that gave them an idea of what he was doing with Sakura, who seemed to have a more relaxed and satisfied face. Just as he was passing behind a nervous Ino, Naruto whispered something that only Ino heard and made her open her eyes. If he noticed my presence, Ino thought in panic as she watched Naruto retreat with Sakura to their respective positions. Okay, let's continue with the next fight, said the sickly aide, letting the screen begin to isolate seemingly random names, however Naruto was already walking towards the fighting field. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba in Yuzuka. Those were the names of the two new opponents, and when everyone went to see those people they only found Kiba, who jumped onto the field where a bored Naruto was already standing. But Akamaru, we got the dead meat of the academy, said Akiba arrogantly, while watching Naruto simply put his hands in his pockets. Are you not taking this seriously? Have you already given up so soon? Kiba asked arrogantly, to which Naruto simply denied. I haven't given up, although I don't care about becoming a chunin anymore. I'm not going to let a homosexual dog like you beat me, so this will end in a movement, Naruto said calmly. Are you ready? Aide asked, to which neither of them responded, so the instructor took that as a yes. Well then let the fight begin, he said, and immediately A8 left the area. Do you think this is going to end in one move? Asked an annoyed Kiba, gritting his teeth in anger. I don't think so, I know, Naruto replied, and instantly Kiba launched himself at Naruto at the speed of a high genin, then tried to land a punch in Naruto's face, who simply waited for him to arrive. Smiling sadistically, Naruto launched a nearly reaping roundhouse kick to the jaw of a furious Kiba, who once the impact occurred his mind shut down. Everyone in the room could only frown in pain as they heard Kiba's jaw being unhinged and split in half. Even Akamaru couldn't react as he saw his owner fly past him, while most of his teeth flew out everywhere until finally Kiba landed on the wall, creating a hole that made the entire tower shudder. No one uttered a single word or movement at what they had just seen. Now, although it was not a big deal to perform a roundhouse kick, what was really difficult was the fact of the force that Naruto exerted in that kick. To be able to break a jaw, even Tsunade of the Sannin had to hit with a force slightly above the gaze, and that was already something to say. Since Naruto was not using chakra to reinforce that kick, it was pure brute force. Slowly approaching Kiba A8's unconscious body, he took his pulse and had to sigh when he felt that he was still alive. He's still alive, said A8, calming Hiruzen down a bit, who didn't expect this to happen. Participant Kiba in Yuzuka cannot continue. The winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki, A8 informed the silent spectators, who said nothing. Going up to the stage, Naruto walked calmly, however an angry Kurenai stood in front of Naruto glaring at him. That wasn't necessary, said Kurenai with contained fury, however Naruto grabbed her by the collar of her jounin jacket and lowered her to his height, so they were face to face. Do you have a problem with that? Slave Naruto asked with a darkened look and a serious voice. Kurenai could only grit her teeth helplessly and simply had to slowly deny Naruto's question. I thought so, remember, don't contradict me again, you are my property and I can do with you whatever I please. If I want I can send you to a seedy brothel so you can make some money for me, do you want that? Naruto asked Kurenai, who opened her eyes at Naruto's insinuation. I don't want that, Kurenai whispered to Naruto, who nodded and pulled her closer to him and spoke in her ear. I didn't plan on doing that anyway. It would be a waste to leave this body to some drunks with shit in their heads. That's why I'm going to make you mine, and you better not protest, Naruto said to a Kurenai who could only nod, and immediately Naruto's expression disappeared and a smiling face replaced it. Good, I like it that way, said Naruto, letting go of her and walking past her, under the watchful eyes of the others who didn't hear anything he said. After that short fight, a nervous Ino and Sakura fought, and needless to say, Naruto was seriously thinking about telling Anko to give Sakura some serious training. In the end, the match ended in a draw. The next battle that occurred was between a Hyuga from the secondary branch against Hinata, and apparently he had some kind of grudge against Hinata. Now, while it bothered him a little that Hinata was hurt, that doesn't mean that he liked it as a loving feeling, but rather Naruto saw that in the future, he would have a body to die for, so why not include her in his new slave division? How was he so sure Hinata was going to be one of his slaves? Well, simple, because once the Chunin exams were over, the clan leaders would go to the most popular casino in the elemental nations and bet large sums of money. Anyway, Naruto made a mental note to break the face of this Hyuga who, if he remembers correctly, was called Niji. After those fights came the fights of the other girls that Naruto had booked, with the exception of Karen and Kin who were disqualified, but needless to say they were skilled with their techniques. In the end, each of them won and went on to the final. Now you are the ones who were able to pass to the final, now take a paper to relocate you with those who will fight in the final test. First round. Naruto vs Niji. Second round. Samui vs Kuretsuchi. Third round. Kari vs Tamari. Third round. Gaara vs Asuke. Fifth round. Kankram vs Shikamaru. Exton. Chino vs Chaoji. You may withdraw, A8 said to the genins who simply began to go their separate ways. On the other hand, Naruto went to look for his pink-haired slave in the infirmary, and when he was in front of the infirmary door, Naruto ran into Kin and Karen who were on alert. Karen, what are you doing here? Naruto asked the girls who looked at him with relief. Then Naruto, I need you to help us, Karen said in fear, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's about Orochimaru, said Kin, and the moment Naruto heard that name, he sharpened his gaze and took them to the infirmary, where a Sakura was sitting on the bed with evident surprise on her face at the abrupt entrance. Tell me what this is about, asked Naruto, to which Kin nodded. Well, Orochimaru is the cage of the Sound Village, so I am one of his ninjas, and if I fail in my mission now he is trying to kill me, said Kin, to which Naruto nodded at what was said. Naruto had expected it, after all Kin was being attacked by a snake summon, but now that Naruto knew that Kin was one of his ninjas he couldn't afford to fully trust her. Naruto wasn't stupid, he knew that Kin could easily be faking all this trying to infiltrate his house. Luckily Naruto had a plan, which was to put the slavery seal on her and ask her to tell him the truth, but for the moment he would let her live in some room. And you? I asked Karen, to which she replied. Kin told me that Orochimaru plans to kidnap me when all this is over, said Karen, with Naruto nodding and planning to do the same to her and put the slavery seal on her. Okay, in that case, let's go to my house, said Naruto, leaving with Sakura on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, followed by Karen and Kin, who sweated at the way he treated Sakura. On the way Naruto was weighing the chances he had of defeating Orochimaru hand to hand, however he didn't like the results, since he had a 39% chance of defeating him if he used his full strength. However, if Naruto was in his mansion with the girls and Orochimaru went after the girls, Naruto would have a 78% chance of winning, since the turrets would be a big inconvenience for him, because he would have to be cornering me and the countless plasma turrets all over the terrain, and not counting if he added some robots to the mix. So this had two possible conclusions. First, Orochimaru would run out of chakra thanks to the substitution and skin-changing techniques for which he is famous, and would have to undertake a hasty escape. The second one was less attractive, and that conclusion resulted in those 22% turning against him and Orochimaru killing him. So I guess I'm going to have to train my techniques as much as I can, Naruto said to himself with annoyance. Landing at Naruto's mansion, they simply entered the large facility as the girls watched everything in amazement. They also looked up to see several Naruto doppelgangers who seemed to be standing guard throughout the grounds while carrying katanas and other things they didn't know how to identify. Entering through the main door of the Naruto mansion, he calmly turned towards the two girls who were looking at him in confusion. What's wrong, Naruto? Kin asked. I need you both to take off your pants, said Naruto, to which the two girls blushed furiously. Do you want to do it here? Asked an embarrassed but at the same time lustful Karen, who was not against what Naruto asked thanks to the desire to do it that she had since Naruto left them in that room. I think we should do it somewhere more private, Kin suggested, a little reluctantly, but not against the satisfaction Naruto promised. Don't get excited. I just want to put a seal on you to make sure you're telling the truth, Naruto explained, to which the girls just looked at each other and nodded, then pulled down their pants. Okay, now turn around, said Naruto, quickly writing the seals on his hands. Does it have to be there? Asked a sad Kin, to which Naruto smiled. No, but I want it to be there, said Naruto, giving each of them a slap. They squealed at the pain of the slap. Okay, now tell me, was everything you told me true? And tell the truth. Naruto asked the girls, who raised their eyebrows at the question, since they thought it was already clear what they had been told. If everything is true, affirmed Kin and Karen. So neither of you two have any intention of working for Orochimaru? Naruto questioned, to which Karen and Kin nodded, causing Naruto to relax. They were telling the truth, Naruto thought with some relief, although he believed them to a certain extent, he can never be so sure. Okay, come, I'll give you a room to stay in, Naruto said as he started walking, followed by the girls. Naruto, what were those seals for? Kin asked curiously. Those are some slavery seals, I used them because if I asked you about the matter, you wouldn't have been able to lie to me, so now I'm more sure that what you told me was true, Naruto explained to the girls who were petrified in front of the mansion of the slavery seals. Tell me, is there any way to remove that seal, said Kin with some nervousness. Of course not. Did you think I would just help you without any payment in return? You know I'm risking everything I've done for you, Naruto said to the girls who didn't know how to respond. Oh? Now I'm your slave. Does that mean we're going to have more intimate moments? Asked a lustful Karen who didn't mind being the slave of the boy who made her feel like heaven. Of course we will. Naruto turned to look at them with a lustful look, causing a blush in Kin and an even more lustful look in Karen, while with Sakura, he only blushed a little. Time skip 15 days later. Naruto walked through the now more sophisticated corridors of his underground base until he reached the armored steel doors, and like the last time he came, he placed his hand to be scanned, and immediately the doors opened, now revealing a gigantic hangar surrounded by cement walls to reinforce the structure. Wow, how things are progressing. It was just a few days ago that I was bored in my crappy apartment, Naruto said to himself watching as his 35,000 robots worked on different projects that Naruto had ordered them to do. If Naruto had to remember how many projects he had created throughout his life, he would say that there were around 15 projects not counting the reactor. Finally Naruto began to walk around the surroundings of his hangar, while he saw the different machines that were being built without rest. They differed in many sizes that ranged from the size of a person to the size of a two-story house. The things that were being done here were a work of art. Once Naruto arrived at a building in the middle of the place, Naruto entered and immediately the robots that were inside that carried out all the administration of the businesses and movements of the robots in said businesses, each of them stopped doing what they were doing and saluted Naruto, who nodded, indicating that they should get tired and continue with their thing. Walking down a hallway, Naruto arrived at what could be said was the command center of the entire place. Here each and every one of the existing robots was monitored, even those sitting at the computers. "Hello boss, how are you?" a robot asked Naruto. "Well, there you go, hanging out, and how are you?" Naruto greeted the robot, who responded casually. "Well, here serving you the best I can," the robot replied with a smile. "I should give them a day off," Naruto said with amusement. He knows very well that we are not interested in having vacations," the robot responded with equal amusement. "Well, moving on to more important matters, how is the reactor filled?" Naruto asked, to which the robot only denied in desertion. "There have already been 5 attempts, and all have ended in massive explosions," the robot replied to Naruto, who only sighed. "Where did they build it this time?" Naruto asked, to which the robot smiled mockingly. "This time we built it right next to Auto Sound Village," said the robot, causing Naruto to smile as he understood what the robot meant. "That means," Naruto began. "Orochimaru must be writhing in rage," the robot finished, to which Naruto proceeded to high-five the robot. "Fucking well done," Naruto said to the robot, who nodded. "Well, do you have anything you want to tell me?" Naruto asked, to which the robot quickly responded. "Well, right now I just got the results of the Kaza project test, and they were 100% efficient, there were no problems," the robot informed Naruto, who nodded. "That's good, and what about the other 9?" Naruto asked, to which the robot smiled. "They all turned out to be effective," said the robot to Naruto, who smiled proudly. "Perfect, inform all units to split up and start creating the 10 projects en masse," Naruto ordered the robot, who nodded and proceeded to do as requested, while Naruto left the place with a smile on his face. Hours later. Naruto was lying on a pool chair only in swimming pants in front of his pool, while he listened to the slight sips of 2 purple-haired slaves and some kurenai, Sakura, Kin and Karen in swimsuits, while they bathed in the pool. Ring ring ring. The cell phone rang and Naruto proceeded to take it and answer it. "Tell me, Sophie," Naruto replied, to which Sophie replied. "Hello Naruto-sama, there is a group of 4 girls who want to see you," informed Sophie to Naruto, who simply smiled and brought his hand to the head of an anko to proceed to push it, causing his member, to which he was giving a blowjob along with Yugao, to be embedded in her throat and then ejaculate. "Tell them to come in," Naruto ordered Sophie, who nodded happily. "I guess they can't stand it anymore," Naruto said to himself with amusement. Minutes before. "I can't believe I'm actually the one going to him," said an annoyed Kuretsuchi as she walked towards the address Naruto had given them, until she reached the entrance of what Kuretsuchi saw was the biggest bucking mansion she had ever seen before. "What are you doing here?" asked a somewhat curious voice of a Samui who had just arrived at the place, along with an annoyed Kari who also didn't believe that she had to go to Naruto to satisfy her need. "I ask myself, what are you doing here?" Atamari asked now, landing with her fan among the girls. "Because the bastard blonde was right, I can't stand this desire I have anymore," Kuretsuchi admitted, while Samui and Kari nodded in agreement and Tamari dropped her shoulders in agreement, but before either of them could say anything else, a voice from the other side of the entrance spoke to them. "Can I help you with something?" asked a guy wearing a uniform the girls had never seen before, and the uniform seemed to retain quite a bit of the wearer's mobility. NT. This is just going to be a temporary uniform, let me know if you want it to be something more futuristic. However, before they could continue thinking about how useless the uniform was, a second guy in the same uniform appeared at high Jounin speed, surprising the girls who could only see a blur. What's wrong A7439? The newcomer asked his doppelganger. I was asking these girls what they needed, answered caller A7439. We are looking for Naruto Uzumaki, but I doubt he lives here, Tamari was going to say, but was interrupted by what they eventually assumed were the mansion's guards. Oh, you're looking for the boss. He must be in the pool, said the first guard as he opened the doors for them to enter. What? He lives here? They all asked each other with obvious surprise as they proceeded to enter the property, looking around and noticing more guards with the same uniforms. Once they arrived at the main entrance they proceeded to enter where they encountered another guard and what they thought was a model on a table next to the entrance, ignoring him for the moment they were about to advance when the guard intercepted them to stop them. Excuse me, but you need to speak to the chief's personal assistant to let her know you're here, the guard said, pointing to what they thought was a model. But that's a model, said an annoyed Carrie to the guard who only saw her and responded. Why don't you come closer and press the button on the table, suggested the guard now pointing to a button in front of the model. The girls just nodded and went to the model and pressed the button which rang like a bell, and almost immediately a small robot came out of a room whose interior could not be seen and sat on the desk with a smile on its eyes. Tell me how I could help you. The little robot asked the girls who were petrified by the small metal object that was talking to them as if he were another person. Oh well about us, excuse me for asking, but what are you? Tamari finally asked with great intrigue. I am Sophie, a robot with artificial intelligence designed to be Naruto-sama's personal assistant, Sophie replied with smiling eyes to the girls who seemed to understand but still didn't seem to believe that this little robot was capable of communicating with them as if it were another person, but shaking her head to get out of the commotion, Carrie was the first to say the reason for her visit. We came to see Naruto, the red-haired brunette finally said, to which Sophie nodded and began to move things on the touchscreen of her desktop until she located a certain blonde in the pool with Anko and Yugao. Well, he's here. I'm going to let him know about your visit to see if he can help you, Sophie said, typing a few more things, and then Naruto's voice was heard. Tell me, Sophie. Naruto's voice was heard. Hello Naruto-sama, there is a group of 4 girls who want to see you, said Sophie seemingly out of nowhere, leaving a silence until Naruto finally answered. Tell them to come in, said Naruto's voice, and then closed the call. Well, you heard, follow the guard, he will guide you to Naruto-sama, said Sophie, pointing to the guard who nodded and indicated that they should follow him. About 12 seconds passed after they started following the security guard and the girls couldn't help but look around and enjoy the level of luxury the mansion had inside. It was like being in another world, and yet what had them surprised was the fact that in every corner of the mansion there was security on full alert. Finally the girls began to hear the sound of music they had never heard before. The music grew louder as they approached until they reached a pair of double doors with 2 guards prostrate on either side. The guide and the 2 guards simply nodded to each other and the guide proceeded to open the door, revealing a Naruto who was getting up from a pool chair next to 2 women who seemed to be happily swallowing something. Oh hello, how's everything around? Naruto asked the guard while extending a fist that the guard immediately hit with his own fist. Everything has been quiet, there have been 2 infiltration attempts, this time they tried to go underground with a head decapitating jutsu, the security informed Naruto, who nodded. I guess they took care of it, Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. Easily, the security guard replied. Well, I see you brought my guests, Naruto said calmly, looking at the girls who only continued listening to the conversation. Yes boss, well I have to return to my post, the guard began to say as he started to leave and then looked sideways. By the way, have fun, said the guard before leaving the place, leaving the girls confused until they understood what he meant and couldn't help but feel the blood rush to their heads and blush. Naruto, why don't you come have fun with us? Asked a smiling Kin who hugged Naruto from behind. She's right, come and get in the pool with us. Now it was the turn of a flirtatious Kurenai to talk. Naruto still remembers how challenging it was the first time he bucked her. Next day before time skip. You know, it really bothered me that you contradicted me, Naruto said to a Kurenai in underwear who was standing in Naruto's room. But it's true, you didn't have to hurt him so much, replied Kurenai, causing Naruto to peek his head out from behind her right next to her head. And there it is again, that naive belief of thinking that everything you do or say is true. You know, all civilians and shinobi are like that, they think they are right in everything they do. I can take myself as an example, hated to no end, persecuted at 6 years old, beaten, tortured, and why? For a foolish and stupid belief that I was the Kyuubi, Naruto said with total tranquility while he groped the body of a paralyzed Kurenai. And how did they come to that conclusion? Haha, they're idiots, because even without knowing about the seals, the brainless animals that they are tried to draw erroneous conclusions. Now tell me, do you think that mangy dog didn't deserve that blow that left him in a coma when he kept insulting me and hitting me non-stop since I entered the academy? Naruto finally asked a silent Kurenai who only kept listening to what Naruto was saying. Well, but that's no longer relevant because tonight I'm going to show you this guy, said Naruto throwing Kurenai onto the bed. Back to the present. I'll be right there. I need to know what our guests are here for, Naruto said to the two women who nodded. Oh? But they are the girls with whom we had that gangbang that day, said Kin recognizing the girls who blushed deeply. Are you coming to join us? Asked a lustful Karen who peeked out from behind Kurenai. Apparently you guys couldn't resist that long and you've been visiting him all this time, said an annoyed Carrie. Visit him? What are you talking about? We live here just to serve Naruto, Sakura said now with a lustful smile. What? They live here? Asked a confused Temari. That's right, we live here because we are your Anko was going to say, but Naruto quickly raised his hand as a sign not to speak. This was noticed by the girls who understood that Naruto didn't want his visitors to find out about their master and slave relationship. Why don't you go and have fun together in the pool? Naruto asked and ordered his slaves who nodded obediently and left, leaving Naruto alone with the four girls. Very well, why don't you tell me the exact reason why you came, Naruto began as he approached the girls, and they colored as they remembered their reason. Well, tried to say a red Temari while Naruto took her chin. Let me guess you came for more, right? Naruto asked with his lips almost touching the sandy blondes who could only look away a little in affirmation. So what if it was? A blushing Kuretsuchi tried to sound more confident. So what? I know there's something else to this action you decided to take, tell me what this extra reason is about. Naruto asked, now turning to a serious but equally blushing Samui who could only respond to the question. You told us that life is short and that we should enjoy it, Samui replied with what he could. It's true, I said that life is just a shitty story too short and I know because I had to live that life, but that didn't stop me and now look where I am, Naruto said proudly at everything he had created as he stood behind the four and asked. But now I want to know what is stopping you? Naruto asked almost as if it were a voice inside the girls. We are from different villages, Carrie replied meekly, causing Naruto to smile. Look at Kin, that didn't stop her, and that was before Otto disappeared, Naruto began, causing the girls' eyes to widen. Although they had barely heard about the small village, it would still take someone strong enough to destroy a small village. Now look at Karen, her village gave her up for dead and I took her and she was very happy, he said pointing at the redeed. And how will that help us so that he doesn't stop us? Temari asked and Naruto came out from behind her and stood in front of them again. Look, today at 7 p.m. there will be a poker game with the 4 cages, there will be large bets and I'm invited, Naruto began, causing the eyebrows of the chips to rise. And how does that help us? Kuretsuchi asked. Have you not yet wondered how I came to have everything I have now? Naruto asked, causing the girls to refuse. Because I took half of this village's income in a single poker game, Naruto declared, causing the girls' eyes to widen, as it was common knowledge that the village of Konoha was known for its large amount of monetary resources. I still don't understand how that helps us, said a surprised Samui, causing Naruto to smile. Because once the cages run out of resources, it only takes a little mockery for them to start betting businesses, land, properties and shinobi, Naruto said with a smile to the girls who finally understood what Naruto wanted to get at. You're going to make our cages bet on us so you can beat us, Carrie said in surprise. But how are you so sure you can win that game? Temari asked. And why couldn't I? After all, the 3 Jounins along with the pink-haired girl were bet in a game and I won them, he said, pointing to the girls playing in the pool. But we're talking about a game of chance, I don't think it could happen again, Samui said logically. No need, because I will make it happen, Naruto said confidently. Are you going to cheat? Kuretsuchi asked an offended Naruto. I don't cheat, I play with probabilities. When you know exactly what cards you're going to get and what cards your opponents have, you become unstoppable in the game of chance, Naruto explained to the girls who were surprised. Knowing what cards you're going to get is a game in which you have to know exactly which of the 260 probabilities you can get, along with the 260 probabilities that each of the other players will get. In other words, Naruto had to be the smartest person in the world. Now tell me, do you want me to win them? Time skip 6:50 p.m. I don't understand why you brought your secretary, said a confused Inoki who seems to be floating next to Rasa and Hiruzen. Any problem with that? Asked with annoyance, while his gray-haired brunette secretary just sweated in thought. Because you are incapable of taking care of yourself, thought a seasoned Mabui as she followed her leader. No problem really, I just thought it was curious, said Inoki, not caring about A's outburst. So, by the way, who owns the house we're going to? Rasa asked with his typical seriousness. It belongs to my special guest, so don't worry, Hiruzen replied calmly. I hope he has enough money to take it from you, hahaha, mocked ahead of time. Speaking of bets, I was wondering why the Mizuki's here if she's not going to play. Said a curious but deep down mocking Inoki as he looked at the beautiful Reed. I just came to observe, and because this is supposed to strengthen our ties, Mary Runs responded with apparent calm. However, inside she wanted to shove a bowl of lava very deep into her anal cavity for making fun of the village's economic situation. The cages continued talking calmly while they were escorted by their respective Anbu squadrons. Minutes later and the cages were still walking next to a wall that was somewhat higher than normal and, to their surprise, made of metal. Wow, this person you invited must have a lot of money to be able to do this, Mei said, surprised. And you haven't even seen his house, said Hiruzen with a drop of sweat. What are you talking about, said A when they arrived at some gates which were opened by two guards who seemed to be waiting for them. But what? Who lives here? The fire daimyo? Inoki asked in surprise at the size of the mansion which, compared to the Hyuga clan complex, was clearly larger than it was, despite being one of the largest in the elemental nations. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Hiruzen said with a drop of sweat. The cages walked while looking around, followed by their now visible Anbus, who also seemed surprised and at the same time alert to see the number of guards walking with strange objects in their hands, assault rifles. On the way they all noticed something really intriguing, and what was that? Well, the fact that all the guards seemed to have the height of a 15-year-old boy. When they were climbing the steps to knock on the door, two guards appeared in blurs of speed in front of them. This alerted the Anbus, who got into battle poses. However, one of the guards simply opened the double doors so they could enter the house. The Anbus are asked not to hide, or they could activate our defenses upon detecting suspicious movement, warned a guard to the Anbus, who simply looked at each other to later see their respective cages, who nodded and proceeded to enter a luxurious room, and as they thought something futuristic. Welcome to the Uzumaki residence, spoke a female voice that sounded like that of a girl, causing everyone to turn their heads in the direction of a model where there was something that surprised them quite a bit. What is that thing? Asked A, causing a mark of what they thought was a vein of annoyance to appear on little Sophie's head. I would appreciate it if you didn't call my dear personal assistant thing, came the voice of a Naruto who entered the place, followed by Kurenai, Anko, Yugao and Sakura in smoking suits. However, they were surprised by the extravagant way of dressing of the boy in front of them, since the type of clothing they saw since they entered seemed totally intriguing. At first, they thought that the guards were useless when they saw the type of uniform, since they seemed not to be very flexible. However, that idea went to waste when the two guards at the door moved at giant speeds. Oh? I appreciate you bringing these two beautiful ladies to my home, Naruto said with a foxy smile, as he proceeded to take the hands of both women and kiss them. You're a very gentlemanly boy for your age, said a smiling Mei, who was flattered by what Naruto said, while Mabui also seemed to be surprised and flattered by the comment, since neither of the two women received comments like that often. Mei because she was the Mizukage, and Mabui because most people only saw her as a simple secretary. Well, brat, guide us to the owner of this place, said an A with annoyance at the fact that the person who lives here seemed to have more money than his own village. Breakage, said a nervous Hiruzen who was going to warn him, but Naruto raised a hand to calm the situation. Don't worry, the Reikage didn't know, Naruto said calmly, to which A simply raised an eyebrow. What don't I know? Asked the walking mountain of muscles. That I am the owner of everything you see, Naruto declared calmly to the Reikage, who simply began to laugh loudly. Stop joking around, brat. You can't be the owner of this whole place. You're just a kid, you don't have the power to manage all of this. The Reikage mocked a smiling Naruto who didn't seem to be bothered. Although it may seem like I can't handle all of this, I have to say that I'm quite capable of handling this thought. I manage more complicated things than you in your pathetic life will ever understand, said Naruto to a Reikage who again began to mock him. Ahaha, don't come to me with jokes, I'm sure you don't even know how to play poker, the Reikage mocked again. I'll do my best, so don't worry about it, thought. You don't know who you're messing with, underdeveloped monkey. I'm going to leave you so low that you're going to have to sell yourself in a brothel to get some money, Naruto said, already somewhat annoyed at the troglodyte in front of him. NT. Troglodyte reference to cavemen. Very well, Brad, I hope you don't cry when they take your money, said the Reikage arrogantly. We'll see, Naruto thought as he turned to Mei and Mabui. Please, ladies, go first, he said to the women, who smiled and proceeded to walk alongside Naruto and his bodyguards. Naruto didn't bother to give the other four cages a pass, as they simply chose to follow them. I find the interior of this place quite beautiful, said Mabui as she looked around. I agree, this place is very luxurious, Mei agreed, equally delighted with the place. I appreciate the compliment coming from two works of art, Naruto thanked, causing a red tint on both. Okay, this boy knows exactly where to step, thought an impressed Mei, due to the level of praise the boy next to her was saying, while Mabui had the same thoughts. Very well, we arrived at the gaming table, said Naruto, opening double doors to reveal a bar where there were some kin with the same outfits as the others while they played the role of bartender. And in front of the bar about 6 meters away, there was a poker table where Karen was wearing a casino outfit while she waited for the players to take their seats. Feel free to order any drink you want, Naruto said with a smile directed at the females more than the other cages. Well, in that case, I'll order a gin and tonic, a cheerful May asked, and Kin immediately began to mix gin and tonic to make the drink. And don't you want something? Naruto asked a nervous Mabui. I don't know if I should, Mabui said nervously. Don't worry, you are my guests just like you, Naruto said, the last thing he said with some annoyance directed at the Reikage who didn't notice. Well, I want a cosmopolitan, the brunette asked, while Kin mentally wrote down the order. Okay, you prepare me a hex on the beach, Naruto asked, causing everyone to look at him in surprise at the name of the drink. What? I came up with the name when I went to my mansion in the land of tea and had hex on the beach, said Naruto, leaving what he did to the imagination of those present while his slaves blushed remembering that day. Wow, we have a daring boy here, May commented with an amused smile. Well, I like to try new things, of course if that includes beauties like you, Naruto suggested to the two who blushed. I would consider it if I weren't twice your age, May replied with a flirtatious look. And when has that been an impediment for two shinobi who risk their lives daily? Asked a smiling Naruto, causing Naruto and May to share a flirtatious smile. Mabui on the other hand only kept up with the conversation while her blush did not go down. Well, how about we start the game? Asked a nervous Hiruzen as he went to the table followed by the other 3 cages, all while Naruto and May stared at each other. Do you think you can handle me? May asked in a whisper, causing Naruto's smile to increase, and he also whispered something that the two could hear. You wouldn't believe how capable I can be, Naruto replied to a May who brought her face close to Naruto's. I hope you don't disappoint me, May said, leaning forward suggestively, revealing her cleavage. Don't expect it because that will never happen, said Naruto now approaching May's ear. On the other hand was Mabui who couldn't believe what she was hearing. Is she really going to do it with an underage boy? The brunette mentally asked herself, not believing what she was hearing. I mean, he's very gentlemanly, handsome and all that, but he's still a boy of about 15 years old, Mabui tried to reason in her mind until she realized she was the only one standing and immediately headed towards the table behind her leader. Okay, let's get started, Naruto said as he took a sip from his cup. I think it's a good idea, said the Reikage while snapping his fingers, and immediately an Anbu made a briefcase of money appear from a scroll. The other cages did the same, showing their briefcases with apparently the same amount of money. On the other hand, Naruto took out his own scroll, and from it he took out a briefcase to open it and revealed that it was full of gold and diamond ingots, causing the eyes of everyone present to open to cosmic proportions. That gold and diamonds had been taken from the mines and had been sent to him already molded into ingots. Oops, sorry, I was wrong, my fault, Naruto said, closing the briefcase again and sealing it, then taking out another briefcase and opening it to reveal money. Okay, let's get started with all this, Naruto said, so Karen could speak. Place your bets, please, said Karen, bringing the cages out of their stupor and placing their bets. Well, my initial bet is $1 million. I bet the Reikage. Very well, $1 million it will be, said Naruto, leaving a pile of bills in the middle of the table and followed by the others, also making the same bets. Shuffling the cards, Karen prepared to deal the cards. I fold, was what an annoyed Inoki said upon seeing his bad hand. Does anyone want to raise their bet? Karen asked. I want to raise it to $5 million, was what Naruto said while throwing more money onto the table, causing some surprise among the cages. Wow, it seems you're not beating around the bush, said Hiruzen as he threw his cards, just like Rasa, indicating that he was retiring. However, I threw his 5 million with some hesitation. You know what, why don't we raise it to 20 million? Naruto asked with amusement to the Reikage who sighed and dropped his cards indicating his withdrawal, thinking that Naruto had something better than his hand. What a shame, you would have won because I had nothing, said Naruto dropping his cards revealing a miserable pair of 2 hearts and diamonds. This made a vein bulge on A's forehead. Damn brat, you were playing with me, said an annoyed Reikage. And I'm not just playing with you, I have you in the palm of my hand, Naruto thought with a smile. Time skip 5 hours later. Those present were not even sure what they should do. They did not know if they should stop this monetary massacre and risk receiving a beating from Inoki and Rasa, because as everything progressed, the 3 were getting annoyed for only being able to win a few games, and it was frustrating for them because every time they won Naruto had always folded before they made a high bet. Why? Because Naruto knew from the start that he wasn't going to win this round, so whenever the odds were against him, Naruto would withdraw, much to the annoyance of the cages. On the other hand, Hiruzen had already retired from the game a long time ago and just stood there watching the massacre unfold before his eyes. You can place your bets, said a smiling Karen. I bet $150 million was the aggressive bet of an angry Reikage. Our Reikage-sama, I think you should stop, said one of his Anbus, trying to reason with his leader. Shut up, was A's shout as he slammed the table, causing it to break where he hit it. You know this table cost me $150,000, right? Said Naruto, who didn't really care. After all, he could buy another one with the $1,247,000,000 he had taken from the cages. I don't care about this stupid table, said the Reikage with burning rage. Well, before we start the next game, let me inform you that you don't have enough to make your bet, said Naruto, pointing at the small mountain of bills that most likely only had around $30 million difference from Inoki's hit $100 million and Rasa's hit a bit $80 million. This made the Reikage clench his fists tightly, but before he could complain again, Naruto raised his hand, stopping what A was going to say. Naruto at that moment is making precise calculations of what was going to happen next, however the Reikage was getting impatient, but again before he said anything Naruto's serious face changed to one of total confidence. I have a bet you can't refuse, Naruto began with a smile, causing intrigue among the cages. What's it about? Inoki asked curiously. I'm going to bet $800 million, Naruto said, his bet causing the cages to complain a bit not having that amount. But you're only going to bet $150 million, Naruto said, causing the cages to complain as well. You know very well that we don't have the quantity, said Rasa angrily. Then let me choose something from you that completes the amount, Naruto suggested with his ever-present smile. Thinking that Naruto was going to ask for jutsus or land, the cages didn't see any inconvenience, so they nodded and proceeded to listen to what Naruto was going to ask for. Well, what do you want? Inoki asked. Very well, since you asked in a nice way, I will start by asking your granddaughter to complete your bet, Naruto asked, causing Inoki to stand up indignantly. What? Do you want me to kill you? Inoki threatened angrily. Fine, if you don't want to participate, that's fine, you won't have the chance to win this mountain of bills, said Naruto, sealing the 800 million in a scroll and throwing it to the middle, causing Inoki to grind his teeth and with contained rage nod. Very good was all Anki said. Now I want your daughter as a Rasa and the green-haired Anbu with orange streaks who is over there, Naruto asked while pointing at the female Anbu, who seemed surprised by the suddenness of the matter. Done, Rasa replied without even stopping to think. Wow, you didn't even think about it just because of that, I don't care about taking them off you anymore, Naruto said with amusement, then gave the Reikage a serious look. And you, I want you to give me 2 genins who came to the exams, which are called Kari and Samui, said Naruto, causing Mabui's eyes to open wide upon recognizing the name of her blonde sister, however before she could protest, Naruto continued with his request. Along with your secretary, the Anbu Rabia is behind you, Naruto finished asking, causing surprise in the brunette secretary and the blonde Anbu. What? You can keep the first 3, but you're crazy if you think I'm going to give you the Anbu, said the Raika angrily refusing to give the Nanabi's Jinchuriki. Oh? I thought it was clear that they were going to bet whatever I wanted, Naruto said amusedly, to which A simply frowned. Well, the rules have changed, said A, believing that Naruto was going to back down. Well, in that case, you're out of the bet, you can go, Naruto said with apparent disinterest, causing the Reikage to become annoyed, who was about to leave, but a few words from Naruto made the Reikage stay. I hope you don't start crying over your money. Naruto repeated the same words the Reikage had told him before starting all this. You brat, very well, I accept the bet, said the Reikage with evident anger. Very well, deal the cards, Naruto asked with a smile to Karen, who nodded and quickly dealt the cards that in a few seconds would leave the 3 cages penniless. Once the cards were dealt, everyone except Naruto raised their cards to see what they had. Silence was all that was in the air, no one dared to even say a word about what had just happened since in the cards of the 3 cages, they had absolutely nothing to win. I see you've realized you can't win, Naruto said with amusement as he cupped their faces, and boredom dropped them to reveal a miserable double that, although it was one of the lowest plays, still won against the cage's hands, which were nothing. Well gentlemen, it was a pleasure playing with you, but I guess you have nothing left to bet, so I'll send one of my guards to escort you off my property, Naruto said as he snapped his fingers and a guard entered the room. Please follow me, said the guard to some cages who silently began to leave, except for one leaving behind all his money, along with some astonished Anbus and Mabui, who now turned to see their new leader, while he looked at them with a look that was not normal in a boy of that age. You can take off your masks, Naruto said calmly, and immediately the 2 Anbus obeyed and took off their masks. Introduce yourselves, Naruto asked the 2 who nodded. My name is Pakura X Anbu of Suna, the green-haired girl introduced herself. I am Yujido Nai, former Anbu of Kumo, the blonde introduced herself. Very well, tomorrow I will put your seals on you, but for now just go rest in the rooms that I will give you, said Naruto, giving a look to his slaves so that they would guide them and watch over them. On the other hand, I have to properly attend to my special guest, Naruto said, turning to see a smiling Mei at his side while he extended his hand, which the Mizukage took seductively, and then began to guide her through the hallways to her room. A minute later. Naruto entered his room while carrying Mei by his thighs and kissing her passionately. He then leaned her against a wall, and Mei began to roughly remove his shirt, revealing his tattoos that seemed to ignite a flame of excitement in Mei, who without thinking twice began to remove her blue dress and then pushed Naruto onto the bed. I hope this doesn't end in disappointment, Mei said again as she straddled Naruto's crotch. Naruto smiled and answered again. And I told you not to wait for it because that's not going to happen, Naruto replied, starting to kiss Mei again. Mei broke the kiss to look directly into Naruto's crystalline eyes. In that case, let's have fun together. The camera zooms out a window just as the droop starts. Chapter 3. A new day loomed in the village of Konoha, and with it a totally exhausted Mei frowned as she felt the rays of the sun warming her skin, while she also felt the arms of a sleeping Naruto around her naked waist, so opening her sleepy eyes, Mei calmly looked to her side to see that Naruto was indeed there sleeping. After a few seconds Mei couldn't help but smile at such a sight. Ahaha, you really weren't lying, thought Mei with amusement, feeling totally devoid of sexual frustration. I see you're already awake, said a somewhat sleepy Naruto, but who still calmly recovered and sat next to Mei, who smiled at him, but before he said anything else the doors of the room opened, revealing a group of girls that Mei recognized as the genins that Naruto had beaten in the poker game. How did she know? Well, because all the cages had witnessed the fights of the second test, and of course she would remember the names of the girls, since each of them won their fights. I see you don't waste time, said an annoyed Carrie who hid a small blush, causing Mei to be somewhat disconcerted by the appearance of the girls who didn't seem to be bothered by her nudity. Why are you here? Mei asked in confusion, to which Naruto simply stood up from the bed without bothering to cover himself. What are you talking about, Mei? They've been here since before the little poker game started, Naruto said as he approached the girls until he grabbed a blushing Temari and turned her around, revealing her buttocks, showing her bondage seal. But they were supposed to be informed when the exams were over, Chun, but Mei's voice trailed off until she remained silent and then smiled in understanding of what was happening here. Don't tell me, from what I see they aren't even upset about being bet, that leads me to the conclusion they asked you for this, right? Mei analyzed while she saw some surprised girls and a calm Naruto. You're right, they asked me to be my slaves, Naruto confirmed to Mei, who then raised an eyebrow. But what was the reason for this decision? Mei asked the girls, who blushed profusely. Well, this was because Temari tried to say, but was interrupted by a blushing but still firm Kuretsuchi. It was because of the hex, the brunette said simply, causing Mei to start laughing. Ahahaha. And I don't blame them, hex with this brat is exceptional, said Mei, who was amused. I see with satisfaction that this fact does not bother you, said Naruto calmly. And why would I bother? Living in this world is shit, you run the risk of being killed, tortured or raped on every mission outside the villages, so why not enjoy the short life we have and how we want, said a calm Mei, who stood up from the bed without covering herself to walk until she arrived in front of the genins. Well, I guess we'll meet a lot from now on, Mei said, then calmly looked for her clothes and started putting them on. Wait, are you going to continue having hex with Naruto? Asked a confused Carrie, and just at that moment her new slaves entered, having heard Carrie's question. And why wouldn't I? This brat knows how to please a woman unlike all the men I've ever had hex with, so I'm going to continue coming here to continue having hex with him, said the very liberal Mizukage, who really didn't mind sharing. Naruto, who smiled as Mei approached him and gave him a hot goodbye kiss and then left behind a surprised Bakura, Yugudo and Mabui, who didn't know how to react to what had happened, but Naruto's voice brought them out of their stupor. I see you're here for your seals, Naruto said calmly, drawing the attention of the girls, who finally noticed Naruto's nakedness and couldn't help but feel the blood rush to their heads when they saw the third leg Naruto had between his legs. Shit. That's a good piece, said a surprised Matabi in Yujido's mind, causing her to blush more and a light line of blood to come out of her nose. Well, it is our duty now to serve you, said a blushing Mabui, who tried to look away. Well, they are very helpful, I like that. How about we start by showing me their butts, said Naruto, leaving an awkward silence. What? Asked a surprised Bakura. Show me your buttocks so I can put your seals on them, Naruto repeated to the girls, who took a step back. Does it have to be there? Yugoto asked, somewhat annoyed by Naruto's request. Not necessarily, but I like to put it there, so hurry up or else I'll force you, Naruto warned the girls, who were not intimidated by the warning. You know you're just a genin, right? Asked a calm Yujido. So? There are several reasons why you should follow my orders, Naruto began calmly. First, as you know, if you don't follow orders you will be placed in the bingo book with a reward of my choice, and I really have a lot of money to put a juicy reward on each of you. Second, you are in my territory, so it will be difficult for you to get out of here, said Naruto, as around 40 guards appeared throughout the room. So you're hiding behind your guards," said a nervous Bakura. "You know I've lived a large part of my life being underestimated by everyone, so how about we make a deal, attack me, none of my guards will intervene, so come on, attack me with everything you've got," said Naruto, and the moment he finished saying that Yugudo had disappeared and was now behind Naruto. She quickly ducked, dodging claws made of chakra. But before Yujido could attack again, Naruto landed an upward kick on her stomach, sending her crashing into the ceiling of the room. He then appeared in a blur of speed over Yujido, grabbed her by the neck, and slammed her into the floor. However, Naruto was impaled by a tanto coming from a serious Bakura, who was surprised to see that it was only a clone. What? Where is the real one? The green-haired girl wondered, looking around until she spotted him in a closet as she finished putting on her clothes. "I'm sorry, it's just that I felt uncomfortable fighting naked," said Naruto as he dodged another thrust from Bakura while he jumped out the window towards the courtyard. It didn't take long for the two Anbus to follow him. "You are not an ordinary genin," Yujido finally said with a frown. "You finally understand? No, I'm not an ordinary genin, I'm more than that," he said, disappearing at a speed that the two Anbus couldn't follow, and their minds shut down after that. I guess I'll mark them," Naruto said to himself behind the unconscious girls as he lifted them onto his shoulders and carried them inside the house. Hours later. What happened?" said a startled Yujido who woke up from her unconsciousness while accidentally pushing a sleeping Bakura, causing her to fall out of bed. "Ouch, that hurt," said Bakura, rubbing her head from the fall. However, Yujido didn't pay attention to her since he was looking around for a certain blonde who was sitting quietly in a chair while he had a naked Mabui kneeling in front of him, giving him a blowjob. "They're finally waking up," Naruto said calmly with his hand on the gray-haired girl's head as she continued with her oral job. Yujido growled as she added chakra to her fingers and turned them back into claws, then launched herself at Naruto. However, before the attack could reach its target, Yujido stopped dead in her tracks a few inches away from Naruto. "What's going on?" a confused Yujido asked, watching as her chakra claws faded away. "Why don't you look at it for yourself?" Naruto said, pointing at Yujido's buttocks, who broke into a cold sweat and quickly lowered his Anbu pants, exposing his buttocks and revealing the slavery seal. "No," Yujido whispered, letting her shoulders drop in defeat, knowing that she could no longer do anything. "Yes, as you see now, you are totally my property, and there is nothing you can do, but you do not have to worry, you will get used to it like my other slaves," said Naruto calmly while he took his member out of the mouth of a blushing Mabui to go in the direction of Yujido and then took her by the collar of her Anbu vest and gave her a lustful kiss that Yujido had to reciprocate with force and then began to take off her clothes and lay her on her back on the bed, all the while continuing to kiss her. Breaking the kiss, Naruto gently began to massage Yujido's breasts, which were a C-cup. "What are you waiting for, Bakura, Mabui, join us," Naruto said to the two women who simply began to undress in case of Bakura, who said nothing at all until they finally joined Naruto and Yugudo in bed to begin a hot hex session. Hours and 30 minutes later. Lemon skipped. "You and I are going to have a lot of fun," Naruto said in a whisper in the blonde's ear. Time skip final exam day. The day was the day in which the last test of the Chunin exams would be carried out. Today was supposed to be a very important day for any genin, of course that was for any normal genin, but for Naruto this was irrelevant. "Well, as the saying goes, the third time's the charm," said a calm Naruto who was in the command center of his underground base while watching about 5 species of machines of a fairly large size through a large screen. While they were being lifted from different platforms, the machines themselves had shapes like a large rocket or missile, however the functions of these machines were far from causing an explosion. "Very well, start the launch protocol for the first capsule," Naruto said to the robots, who nodded and began typing on their computers. "Initiating launch protocol in 30 seconds, said the robot as he pressed a button, and immediately some doors began to open on the roof of the base, right above the machine that began to turn on its thrusters, that began to gain power, if we take into account that the platform was already red hot due to the power of the fire coming out of the thrusters. Countdown 8765432110, finished saying a robot at the moment that the rocket propelled upwards entering through the hole in the ceiling. "That reminds me of every time I've bucked them," Naruto said with amusement as he turned back to see each of his slaves present while they were dressed in uniforms that Naruto had ordered to be made. The girls, on the other hand, only laughed at what their master said, who in reality was also wearing a military uniform that gave him a certain air of class. On the borders of Bear Country and Key Country. In one of the 25 plots of land that Naruto had near this area, some gates opened seemingly out of nowhere, and from it came the capsule sent by Naruto that continued to rise at great speed. This was seen by some passers-by who didn't really pay attention to it since they thought it could have been a jutsu or something, so it was better to stay away from the place where that came from. That's right, dear readers, Naruto has already sent a large number of robots to make some other underground bases in strategic places for a couple of weeks. Back with Naruto. "Sir, the capsule is leaving the stratosphere," a robot said calmly to Naruto, who nodded while looking through one of the high-powered cameras hidden around the perimeter of that base. "Entering the mesosphere, releasing first pair of thrusters," said another robot as Naruto watched a few thrusters detach from the capsule and begin to fall to Earth. "Okay, remote control team, send the thrusters to the recovery team," Naruto ordered in a commanding voice to the robots, who nodded and took control of the separated thrusters. With the thrusters they began to take a new course in different directions, but close to the perimeter of the base. With the recovery team. "Here it comes, be ready," said a robot, along with a bunch of other robots that were surrounding a field previously prepared for the landing of the boosters. "Perimeter team, any problems?" the same robot asked through a microphone in his ear. With the perimeter team. "None, just a couple of curious renegades," another robot in standard security uniform replied as he snapped the neck of a missing ninja. Back with the recovery team. The booster was already slowly lowering to the metal platform in the field while supports began to emerge from inside the booster that kept it still when it finally landed. "Okay, bring the truck to take it back to the base," ordered the robot in charge, and immediately a truck began to approach slowly in reverse while a kind of metal clamps took the propeller and kept it in the air so that immediately the propeller supports returned to their place. "Perfect, pack everything up and let's go back to base," ordered the robot. Back with Naruto at the main base. "The capsule has reached the thermosphere, turning off thrusters," a robot finally said, causing everyone to jump from their seats and start celebrating, while Naruto smiled at the success of his satellite project. "Well, I'm proud of your work," Naruto began, drawing the attention of the robots who looked at him while nodding. "Only you know how valuable each of you is to me," Naruto continued as he began to comically shed tears, causing the other robots to follow his example. "Boss, please don't continue, you're making us cry," said a robot with tears in his eyes. All of this was seen by Naruto's slaves who couldn't help but shed a drop of sweat at such a scene. Although it was a better scene than that of those two shinobi dressed in green, it was still a bit strange to see several Naruto robots crying. "Sniff sniff, okay, I want you to communicate with the other bases and tell them to start the launch protocol. I have to go to that stupid test," Naruto said to the robots, who saluted militarily and started working again, while Naruto turned around to start leaving, standing upright from his loyal slaves. Minutes later and 5 minutes left until the start of the last test. Naruto, Samui, Kuritsuchi, Kari and Temari were already calmly entering the arena where the fights of the last participants of the test would take place. This group caught the attention of the spectators, who quickly frowned when they saw Naruto, who simply ignored their pathetic looks. "I'm glad you're finally here," said the instructor with apparent disinterest. Naruto vaguely realized that the emo duck ass was missing, but quickly dismissed his insignificant presence and simply formed a line for the participants, only for Hiruzen to immediately begin a boring diatribe about how important the Chunin exams were, and blah blah blah. In the stands. "Father, do you think Niji-san will win?" asked a girl with pearly eyes and brown hair. "Of course she will win, Hanabi," a stoic Ashi responded simply without even looking at his daughter. "You're late, Sakura," said a smiling Ino to Sakura, who was accompanied by Karen, Kin, Mabui, Yugoto and Pakura, who kept looking at the blonde. "Hi Ino, how have you been?" Sakura asked kindly, which surprised Ino since she hadn't treated her like that since they were children. "And they are?" Ino asked, looking at Sakura's companions. "Oh, they are how do I tell you they are like me with Naruto," the pink-haired girl tried to explain, to which Ino was surprised that Naruto now had more slaves. Ino was not stupid and she knew very well what was happening between Naruto and those women, so without commenting anything else, she simply nodded and indicated that they should sit down since she had saved seats for the rookies, but they decided to go another way. "Well, who do you think will win the first fight?" Ino asked curiously to the others who answered in unison. "Naruto, of course," they answered without hesitation at all. "Now that time has come to an end, let's begin the final test of the Chunin exams," Hiruzen finally said, giving the signal to the jounin in the arena, who nodded and turned to look at the participants. "Everyone go to the participants box except for Niji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki," the jounin indicated to the genins, who nodded at what was said and left, except for the two mentioned, who looked at each other, one with an air of superiority and the other with an excessive level of boredom. "Are you well prepared?" the examiner asked, not really expecting an answer. "Hajim," the examiner stated as he jumped back, leaving the two genins in the middle of the arena. Neither of them moved at all, and this was causing Niji to start to get impatient. "I see clearly that fate has favored me greatly," Niji began arrogantly as he watched Naruto bend down to grab a branch and begin drawing doodles that no one understood. This annoyed Niji greatly. "Are you paying attention to me?" Niji asked with boiling rage. This question made Naruto stop scribbling and finally look at Niji with boredom. I thought it was obvious, of course I'm not paying attention to you, Naruto said calmly before starting to scribble again, leaving Neji to clench his fists in anger. Do you think I don't deserve your attention? Neji asked, to the point where some veins were popping out around his eyes. No, you don't deserve it, however I'm giving you part of my attention, you have the minimum amount, the rest of my attention is elsewhere doing things that you and not every person in this stinking world are capable of doing, Naruto began with amusement. And what I think is that you stand on the shoulders of your clan's name to say that you are tall, of course you have the right, but I don't have to be forced to stand here listening to your stupid destiny, so why aren't you a good boy and come attack me to end this, Naruto finished saying with total and absolute amusement, combined with a bit of arrogance, that made Neji rush towards Naruto at a high genin speed. Meanwhile in the stands. It's finished, said a brown-haired girl with a bun hairstyle on her head that made her look like a panda. Don't be tempted, there's something I don't like about him, said Lee, who had just arrived on his crutches, while he looked at the calm Naruto who hadn't even gotten into a fighting stance, and he was right when all the spectators who were expecting a massacre by Neji heard the sound of something breaking, followed by the agonized scream of a Neji. What happened? Was the only thing Tenten asked herself when she saw the sight in front of her. Now, to know what happened, we have to go back 15 miserable seconds. In the sand. Neji lunged at Naruto with his anger boiling as he retracted his left arm ready to throw his first punch, however, when Neji threw his first punch, Naruto quickly raised his right knee to chest height and then placed it on the inside of Neji's arm, causing Neji to miss the punch. So launching his second strike with his right arm, Naruto with calm speed grabbed Neji's wrist with his right hand and in a fluid movement, placed his left hand on Neji's elbow and exerted inward pressure, effectively causing Neji's arm to bend outward. Neji screamed in agony while being watched by Naruto, who simply calmly approached Neji who was retreating. How did you do it? Neji asked in a scream of agony as he grabbed his abnormally dislocated arm. How did I do that? Naruto asked innocently, causing more anger in the arrogant Hyuga. Don't play ignorant. My Juken strikes must have been too fast for you to even have been able to grab my hand on the first try, Neji growled. Does that matter right now? Because from what I know you're at a serious disadvantage now, so tell me, if I could break one of your arms when you had both intact, what's stopping me from breaking the other one to leave you totally vulnerable, Naruto said, maliciously taking another step towards Neji who took a step back. After all, that's the only thing your clan knows how to do, they only know how to use that hand-to-hand fighting style, and they think they're the kings of the world, but look, in less than 15 seconds, I have their prodigy in serious trouble, said Naruto as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Neji quickly activated his Byakugan to locate Naruto, who was already inches away from kicking Neji in the ribs. However, Neji ducked as fast as he could to dodge the kick that would have pulverized his ribs. However, Naruto didn't finish there, and turning around with the momentum of his first kick, Naruto now hit Neji's face, who was propelled backwards until he hit a tree in the arena. Standing shakily, Baby looked up, revealing that his Naruto was broken. How dare you interfere with my destiny, you don't know how many things I have, Neji began to complain, however he was abruptly silenced by the courtesy of Naruto's fist that hit him so hard that Neji's head pierced a tree behind him. Yes, shut up, no one wants to hear about your disgusting fate, Naruto interrupted with boredom, watching as Neji fell to the ground unconscious due to the unexpected impact. Now if you'll excuse me, I want this to end quickly so I can try out some of my projects, Naruto said to himself as he began walking to the participants' box, being watched by all the spectators who didn't know exactly what to do. Father, why did Neji-san lose? Asked a shocked Hanabi who couldn't believe that the Hyuga prodigy had been defeated so easily. On the other hand, Hiashi did not respond since he was more focused on holding back his anger and rage for this humiliation they had just suffered. But Ino and the Naruto slaves. How brutal, said a surprised Ino who couldn't believe what had just happened. See, I told you Naruto would win, said a smiling Yugao who watched with the others as her blonde master left the arena. Well, let's continue with the next meeting, said a nervous examiner as he stood up from checking Neji for any possible necktie or cracking in his skull. After this small demonstration of power on Naruto's part, the fights continued with an impassive Samui against a smiling Kuretsuchi, who gave a very good demonstration of power and skill in the arena, and although everyone said that they deserved to be promoted to Chunin, that was no longer going to be possible for the simple fact that they no longer belonged to Kumo and Iwa, just like Kari and Temari, the latter no longer claiming Suna. The four Kunoichis who had fought in these two fights had only fought to show their master how worthy they were of being his slaves. Surprisingly, Naruto was satisfied with what he had witnessed and could appreciate that apparently he would not have to worry about having to protect them if something were to happen, although in his opinion that was not a problem. Now once these two fights ended with Samui's victory in the second fight and Temari's victory in the third, the names of the two opponents in the fourth fight were quickly revealed. "Participants of the fourth fight, please present yourselves," said the examiner, causing everyone in the stands to cheer, knowing that their beloved Uchiha was gay cough cough, whatever, they were excited to witness the skills of their best prospect, according to them. However, the only one present in the arena was an impassive Gaara who stood there waiting for his opponent to appear, but nevertheless, Sasuke never appeared. This ended with a delay of the match to move on to the next one, which was between a nervous Kankuro and an annoyed Shikamaru who really didn't want to fight, and finally ended with Kankuro surrendering and Shikamaru happy to not have to fight. Once the spectators calmed down from not being able to see the fight between one of the Kazukige's sons and Inara, the examiner proceeded to call the next two participants who calmly presented themselves to the arena. Now while this was happening, Naruto was sitting quietly in one of the chairs in the participants' box while Temari sat on his crotch and made slight provocative movements with her butt. However, Naruto, apart from enjoying Temari's soft butt, Naruto was listening to the report of one of his robots at the base of operations through headphones. "Sir, all satellites were successfully launched into orbit," Naruto heard the robot through the headphones. "Perfect, run radar tests and let me know if they're working properly," Naruto calmly ordered the robot, who responded with a "yes sir." Paying attention to the fight of the two heirs of the Naruto clan, he noticed that the heir of the Abiram had won against the Akamichi, who was completely drained of his chakra reserves. Now the inevitable was coming, and that was the fight between Gaara and Sasuke, who still showed no signs of appearing anywhere. "Participant Sasuke Uchiha, if you do not show up in 5 minutes you will be disqualified," the examiner informed the heir with disinterest while he stood there waiting for the emo and egocentric Uchiha to appear. However, the 5 minutes quickly passed and Sasuke never appeared, causing his disqualification. "Since Sasuke Uchiha didn't show up for the fight, he's disqualified," the examiner said, overcoming boos from the stands. Naruto just let out a sigh of disappointment at having to stand up and stop feeling Temari's butt, so with much regret, Naruto indicated to his slave to step aside so that he could go down to the arena and begin the second round of fights. Next match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Ibaku no Gaara, called the examiner, causing a Redeed to appear in a sand vortex and Naruto to appear in a shunsen of electricity. Cheers quickly began to be heard in the stands, encouraging an impassive Redeed. "Wow, it's clear how much you appreciate me," said a smiling Naruto as the earphone in his ear began to emit the voice of the robot he was talking to a few moments ago. "Sir, we have an urgent report," the robot began with a serious voice. "Tell me what it's about," Naruto asked in a whisper as he watched the examiner stand between the two. "We did a radar scan about 250 kilometers around Konoha, and it indicates that there is a large concentration of shinobi just outside Konoha's radar barrier," explained the robot in the main base. This information made Naruto open his eyes, knowing exactly what was going to happen. "Shit," Naruto said in an almost inaudible whisper. "Have you activated defenses throughout the village?" "I'm ready to receive orders, sir," the robot asked sarcastically to Naruto, who relaxed his gaze a little and looked at the civilians in the stands as they encouraged the Redeed to kill the Kyuubi demon. This made Naruto give a maniacal and superior smile before proceeding to give his order. "Activate level 3 defenses in the mansion, send 8 squads of soldiers to the 4 different entrances of the base," Naruto began to order loudly, causing the examiner and the civilians to look at him strangely. "Something else, sir?" the robot asked Naruto, who put on such a serious expression that those present thought Naruto was about to give the most important order in his entire life. "I want you to send 15 squads to Ichirikus, activate the defenses to their maximum capacity, 15 snipers in the Hokage's faces defending Ichirikus in a perimeter of 3 kilometers around, and a barrier with level 3 resistance," Naruto finished ordering with a small smile. "Hey sir, and the civilians?" the robot asked with a smile, already knowing the answer but still asking just out of courtesy, and at that moment Naruto's smile widened. "Let those shitbags sort themselves out," Naruto replied with amusement, causing a chill to creep out the civilians who didn't know what Naruto was talking about. "At your service, sir," said the robot, cutting off communication. Naruto then changed the channel to communicate with his slaves, who also had headphones. "Girls, we are on attack alert, so I want you to look for old Ichirikus and AM to escort you to the raiment stand," Naruto ordered his slave girls. "In the stands?" "Aye," they all said as they stood up to proceed to complete Naruto's orders, but one Sakura stayed for a moment before returning to talk to Naruto. "Naruto-sama, can I take Ino?" Sakura asked as she looked at Ino, who looked at them strangely. Naruto looked in his direction to see that Ino was in his direction, and further in the background was Hinata. "Okay, take her to Hinata's, who is in the hallway behind you," Naruto accepted and ordered Sakura, who nodded and proceeded to do what he asked. "But Naruto, what was all that?" asked the examiner, who heard everything Naruto said. "Nothing really," Naruto replied with a cynical smile. On the other hand, there was Hiruzen, who did not like anything Naruto had said. This discomfort caused Hiruzen to notice that a certain Sannin, dressed as a Kazuki, gave the order to begin the invasion, making a discreet sign. And immediately feathers began to fall, leaving all the civilians in a genjutsu. Then shinobis from Suna and the now non-existent Ado began to appear and began to destroy and kill civilians everywhere. Naruto did not care about this and simply focused his gaze on his slaves who were taking the old Tuchi and his daughter in the direction he indicated. But the girls. "Hey Temari, why didn't you warn about this invasion?" asked a confused Kurenai, causing a blush on the sandy blonde. "Well, with all this hex I had with Naruto and the pleasure he gave me, I simply forgot to tell him," Temari explained to the others, who only broke out in a drop of sweat, causing Ino and Am to blush and a depressive aura to appear on a depressed Hinata when she found out that Temari had already slept with her Naruto. "It's understandable," said a sympathetic Anko with a lustful look. "That's true, but next time we have to tell him if we know something he doesn't know," said a calm Mabui, who, although she wasn't a kunoichi, her slave sisters were already instructing her so that she could defend herself, and for this reason, she could keep up a bit with the others who were jumping on the roofs. "Damn, this guy makes me proud," said a proud Tuchi, wiping away tears of pride. "Dad." A blushing Am scolded upon seeing her dad act like that. "Well, we're almost there," said a calm Pakura upon seeing the sign that said Raymond Ichiricus. Landing near the small outpost they were about to enter, however before entering they saw 3 squads of ninjas heading in their direction ready to kill them, so putting themselves in fighting poses the girls waited for the enemies to arrive. However, before they arrived, all the girls saw were a bunch of blurs that decapitated and mutilated the enemies who didn't even realize when they died. The girls then saw how in many blurs of speed guards similar to those who were in the mansion began to appear with assault rifles, plasma katanas, plasma ninjados and many other types of weapons. There was even one that had a kind of medieval sort of futuristic style. Later, after the guards appeared, a particular guard with some kind of metal that the girls recognized as a squad leader proceeded to drop a jet black cube that before reaching the ground, it remained floating for a bit until it began to rise about 12 meters. Once it reached its maximum height it began to spin erratically, almost seeming like the cube was going to fall apart until it finally stopped and began to emit a somewhat faint blue glow, and followed by the small cube a blue ray came out that began to expand around the raiment stand and them as if it were a transparent dome. "Barrier set up," said the robot soldier as he pressed the earpiece to his ear, and if you paid attention you could hear someone answering him. "The faces of the Hokages." "But we are already in position," said a robot soldier who was calmly sitting on the branch of a tree that was nearby while firing his silenced sniper rifle and destroying the head of a Suna shinobi. Back at the raiment stand. "Who are you?" asked a suspicious Ino who had never seen their uniforms before. "That is confidential information that you cannot know, but if it helps you, we are under Naruto's orders," replied the squad leader. "What is this surrounding my raiment stand?" asked a confused Tuchi, already somewhat calm upon hearing that they were with Naruto. "It's a barrier that will prevent the enemy from passing," another squad leader replied. Back in the arena. Naruto dodged the waves of sand that Gaara threw at him, while the screams of civilians in agony and the explosions that collapsed buildings and many other structures could be heard. Glancing sideways at the Hokage's box, Naruto quickly noticed that there was a barrier being raised by 4 ninjas with Oto's headbands. This made Naruto sweat drop because of the fact that they were wearing it if there wasn't a village to represent, but well, those were details. At this moment Naruto had to allow Ars to defeat the Jinchuriki in front of him, so with overwhelming speed Naruto disappeared. He then appeared at Gaara's side, ready to accept a blow to the face, however, before the fist reached Gaara's face, a sand barrier appeared, protecting him from the blow. Cursing under his breath, Naruto backed away from the mentally challenged Reed while making hand signals and then throwing a large fireball in the direction of the impassive Reed who didn't bother to dodge. Once the ball hit Gaara's sand dome it turned into crystal that Gaara couldn't handle. Now with less sand to control Naruto launched himself in his direction with his fist roofed back so that with all the strength he had, he could try to hit him in the face. However, in a puff of smoke, a Kakashi appeared with a serious Sasuke in front of Naruto, who could stop at any moment, but seeing who Naruto was with more desire, he let his fist hit the jaw of a confused Sasuke, who flew to a nearby wall, while his teeth flew everywhere. "Oops, sorry," Naruto said mockingly in the direction of where Sasuke was with his jaw hanging open. Kakashi, on the other hand, ignored what had just happened to realize what was happening around him. "Naruto report," Kakashi ordered Naruto, who raised an eyebrow at the order but simply answered him with boredom. "Suna and Oto are attacking us," was the only thing Naruto said to dodge another wave of sand coming from Gaara. "Fine, you continue holding Gaara while I go take Sasuke to the infirmary," said Kakashi as he carried an unconscious Sasuke away. Naruto preferred to pretend he didn't hear Kakashi's order to avoid thinking he was following the orders of his supposed sensei, who didn't even bother to teach anything. "Well, you and I are alone again," said Naruto as he jumped again, dodging another wave of sand. "You know all this jumping around is really irritating me," said Naruto as he threw more fireballs in his direction and turned more sand into glass, thus reducing the sand that Gaara could use. So much sand was rendered useless by Naruto that even the gourd that Gaara always carried on his back was no longer there because the Redeed had to turn it into sand to defend himself from another fireball that Naruto sent him. "Well, I guess now he's going to try to use the ground beneath us, but I'm not going to let him," Naruto deduced as he made about 5 hand signs and spat out a large amount of water that soaked the entire sand. And true to what Naruto deduced, Gaara was trying to use the earth, which in this case became mounds of mud that moved slowly and clumsily towards the. "Okay, that's enough of all this stupidity, let's get this over with," Naruto said, disappearing from sight, alerting Gaara, who was now nervous at not having a way to defend himself. However, he couldn't think anymore as he felt his body becoming so heavy that he fell on his back, completely motionless. Looking at his side, the Redeed saw Naruto at his side who simply crouched down to his face, more specifically to the seal that held his biju. "What a lousy job," was the only thing Naruto said as he took out a kunai and cut his thumb a little and then started making kanjis around the seal. "What are you doing? Get away from me," said Gaara, trying to move while he was panicking when he heard his mother yelling at him to not allow Naruto to continue with what he was doing. Naruto on the other hand ignored him in favor of continuing with his own thing until he finally finished and added chakra to the new seal on Gaara's forehead so that it would work on the current seal. Once Gaara finished, he no longer heard the screams of his mother, he heard absolutely nothing, the only audible thing the Redeed heard now were the distant screams of the shinobi fighting and the civilians being killed, as well as the explosions that threw debris everywhere. "What did you do?" Gaara asked, scared by the new feeling of tranquility. "I modified the seal. That voice you heard wasn't your mother, it was the Ichibi," Naruto informed and then disappeared in a shunsen, leaving a tired Gaara, who simply closed his eyes and fell asleep due to the mental stress of the modified seal. Appearing near the barriers in the Hokage box, Naruto noticed that all the cages except Hiruzen were outside the barrier. "Hello. How's everything going here?" Naruto casually greeted the cages who turned to look at him and immediately their faces wrinkled in annoyance at seeing the brat who stole all their money. Well, that was in case of Inoki and Rasa, since Mei on the other hand cheered up when she saw the person who has been provoking all her organs throughout this last month. "Hello Naruto-kun, how have you been?" asked Mizuki as she approached Naruto to greet him with a hot kiss that Naruto responded to. This brought many jealous reactions to the cages and the other Anbus who saw the scene, even 3 of Oto's 4 ninjas were jealous, while the other Redeeded member was euphorically pardoning such a display of affection. Ignoring their reactions for the moment, Naruto noticed the pile of trees that had grown all over the area inside the barrier that imprisoned Hiruzen, who at this moment was struggling to extract Orochimaru's soul. "So there's nothing else to do, old man," Naruto thought upon learning that Hiruzen was using the Grim Reaper jutsu. "Jen and Uzumaki, what are you doing here? You should be helping the civilians by taking them to the bunker," said a Konoha Anbu trying to look intimidating. "Ah yeah right, as if I was going to waste my time helping these shitbags," Naruto thought with amusement as he simply turned around and started to leave, already knowing that he couldn't do anything for Hiruzen. The cages nor the Anbu stopped him since they thought that Naruto was going to do what the Anbu ordered him, however they were very wrong since Naruto was calmly jumping on the roofs of houses and buildings while he saw the bodies of multiple murdered civilians. Taking another jump, Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye a group of civilians that Naruto easily recognized as some owners of different stores that he had gone to when he was starting the academy, and needless to say, all of them charged him 5 times the things that Naruto wanted to buy. Noticing that the men were surrounded by a large group of Suna and Oto shinobis, Naruto decided to have a little fun, so summoning his personalized sword that glowed light blue, indicating that it was plasma bound, Naruto rushed at the enemy shinobis. So with great speed Naruto quickly decapitated 2 shinobi with 1 slash, there were going to be 3, but 1 reacted quickly and dodged Naruto's slash. "What the buck? That brat killed 2 of ours," said a Suna shinobi somewhat pissed off by his fallen comrades. "And it's not just going to be those 2, it's going to be all of you," Naruto said, disappearing in a blur of speed. "Buck, the little shit is fast," said another enemy ninja, noticing another of his allies being split in half. "Don't stay still," a ninja of Oto was going to order, but he couldn't finish speaking thanks to Naruto's sword that was sticking out of the ninja's chest, while a light mist emanated from the wound, implying that the plasma in the sword was cauterizing the inside of the wound. Pulling out the sword from the now dead ninja who fell heavily, he let everyone see a smiling Naruto as he waved his sword and washed away the dead ninja's blood. "Okay, let's get on with the fun," Naruto said with a maniacal smile. A few minutes passed in which Naruto mutilated his enemies with total ease until there was not a single enemy shinobi left around. Well, that was fun, said Naruto with a small smile as he turned to look at the group of men who were calming down as they saw no danger. How wrong they were. Ah, at least you arrived, demo, one of the men was going to say, but he didn't finish what he had planned to say for a simple reason, because half of his head was separated from his body, leaving the brain of the man exposed who fell dead on his face, leaving the rest of the men accused of Naruto's actions. What did you do? Asked a civilian, starting to panic. Isn't it obvious? I opened his head to see if he had a brain. Well, apparently he did, but look at that purple color with signs of putrefaction, said Naruto with disgust. Do you know what the civil council is going to do to you for this? One of the men tried to look a little brave. The civilian council. Haha, they can't do anything to me even if they wanted to. Besides, I might as well say that I had already found them dead, Naruto said mockingly as he made the cross sign to summon a bunch of clones that immobilized the men on the ground. But let's leave that topic aside and play a game instead, Naruto began as he sealed his sword again and quickly summoned a revolver with a light blue handle and another puff of smoke. Okay, what we're going to play is the following. I'm going to throw a gold coin. If it falls on the angel wings, you're going to have 1 minute to offer me something that convinces me not to kill you, but if it doesn't convince me, I'll simply blow your heads off, Naruto continued explaining as he took out a gold coin that had angel wings on it and then turned it over to show a skull. However, if the coin lands on the skull, guess what, that's right, I'm going to blow your heads off without even giving you a chance, Naruto finished explaining as he approached his first victim, who was shaking like crazy. Well, let's start with you, said Naruto, pointing the revolver at the civilian who started shouting incoherently. You can't do this, you bastard demon. Shouted the civilian, watching Naruto toss the coin, spinning it around a lot until Naruto caught it again, leaving the civilian silent. Ooh, oh, what bad luck you have, it fell on the skull, said Naruto with false desertion, while pointing the revolver at the forehead of the scared civilian. Wait, shot. The civilian's voice was silenced thanks to the revolver shot that shattered his entire skull, sending pieces of brain flying everywhere, scaring the civilians even more as they began to scream for help. Sighing, Naruto told his clones to cover his mouth, which they did quickly, while gagging the civilians who were now making muffled screams. Okay, let's continue with you, said Naruto, seeing a man of about 55 years old who owned a store. Oh, but look who it is, it's none other than the Machao owner of the store that sold me food with a year's expiration date. How have you been, old friend? Naruto greeted sarcastically to the man who was sweating from nervousness. Well, I'm glad you're okay, but how about we continue with the game? Said Naruto, tossing the coin into the sky to quickly catch it and see what it had landed on. Wow, but look what a surprise, 2 skulls in a row, said Naruto, showing the skull and then pulling the trigger and killing the man without waiting for him to say anything. Well, let's continue with Kataru, the one who sold me those horrible orange jumpsuits for 5 times the price they cost, said Naruto, now looking at another man, this time about 38 years old. Okay, let's see what it lands on now, said Naruto, tossing the coin, which lasted a few seconds in the air until it finally landed in his hand. Let's see what it landed on. Well, the first wings of salvation have just fallen. Very well, tell me, Kataru, what do you have to offer me in exchange for your life? Naruto asked. The man quickly began to think about what he could give him. And I can give you a lot of money, the man began, looking at Naruto, who simply denied. Nope, I have enough money to buy this village, Naruto said mockingly, leaving Kataru with no options. I'll give you my shop if that's the case, I'll give you my shop, Kataru continued offering, receiving the same response. I'm sorry, but I already have a good amount of those stores, so I'm not interested, and you have 10 seconds left, said Naruto, tightening his grip on the handle of the revolver pointed at Kataru's head. I'm going to give you my wife. The man shouted, already desperate, to which Naruto smiled but still shook his head. I'm not interested in that fat woman, and time's up, Naruto said, pulling the trigger. Let's continue with the game, Naruto said grimly as he watched the remaining civilians trying their best to get out of the grip of Naruto's clones. Minutes later and a bunch of gunshots later, Naruto was now officially with the last living civilian left from the pile of corpses that were being stacked in a corner by Naruto's clones. Oh. But if it's Mr. Wataru Igarashi, the same kind guy who sold me blunt kunes with explosive seals hidden in the handle, you know that joke really hurt me a lot. I had to wait a whole week for the fox to heal the 4th degree burns those explosions caused me, Naruto said gloomily as he pointed the revolver at the man who was urinating in his pants. But let's put grudges aside and play, said Naruto, tossing the coin in the air while not taking his eyes off the scared man. Without seeing the coin, Naruto caught it and slowly Naruto opened the palm of his hand, revealing his angel wings. Well, we have another assortment here, but well, what do you have to offer me, said Naruto, stopping, pointing the revolver at Wataru's forehead, who frantically thought about what to offer Naruto. Wataru had already heard all the offers that had been made to Naruto, however Naruto rejected all the offers. Anything Naruto offered him, he rejected, be it their wives, their shops or money. Nothing convinced Naruto until an idea crossed Wataru's head when he remembered his daughter. If Naruto didn't seem interested in his wives who, although they were somewhat ugly, were women after all, then he would offer him his daughter. I'm going to give you my daughter so you can do with her whatever you want, Wataru offered Naruto, who remained silent for a moment until he finally asked. Oh? Are you talking about the genin who participated in the Chunin exams? If I remember correctly, her name was Tenten, right? Naruto asked the man who nodded in confirmation. That's a good offer, she has potential. Very well, your daughter just saved your life, said Naruto, summoning a leaf from the seal. Good, sign these papers that say you're going to give me your daughter as my slave, said Naruto, putting the sheet with a pen in front of Wataru, who felt how the clone left one of his hands free for him to sign, which he did desperately. Already, now let me live, Wataru said to Naruto, who nodded and let his clone disappear in a puff of smoke. Okay, a deal's a deal, you're free to go, Naruto said as he jumped onto the roof of a house and started to leave the place while sealing the paper in his seal with an amused smile. Well, it's time to go see how my slaves are doing, Naruto thought as he accelerated towards the Ichiraku stand. On the way, Naruto noticed that there were few enemies passing by causing havoc, the screams of agony and many other noises were no longer heard. This meant that the Konoha shinobi had already neutralized or killed most of the enemies, so there was no longer a real threat in the village. The road didn't last long when Naruto landed right in front of the 15 squads he sent. The robots, recognizing him, quickly went out to their boss, who calmly returned the greeting as if they were any other person. Hello, I want to report on what happened here, Naruto asked a squad leader, who nodded and proceeded to speak. Sir, we eradicated 47 enemy squads and received 2 casualties, the robot reported, while pointing out to the guard that they were damaged. One was missing his entire arm up to the shoulder and the other was split in half at the waist. Can you tell me how they were damaged? Naruto asked the robot, who nodded and began to inform him. The two were attacked by a group of 8 jounins, who seemed to know each other very well, since they work very well as a team. The first one was immobilized by 4 of them, while another stabbed him with a katana, and the other had to be attacked by the 8 of them in order to accept a critical hit, informed the robot to Naruto, who nodded. I guess you couldn't help them, Naruto said to the robot, who nodded. Unfortunately, we had our hands full with the snipers with a wave of enemies attacking us from all sides, the robot replied. Perfect, you did well guys, now anticipate that inaction is ending, so take the fallen robots with the barrier and take them to the underground base, Naruto ordered the robots, who nodded. Sniper units, we are retreating, I repeat, we are retreating, the robot in charge announced. But the snipers? You heard, we're retreating, said the sniper in charge as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Back with Naruto, he only saw his troops leave the place, while leaving the Ichiraku area as the only intact place in the village. Well, I see that everyone is fine, that makes me happy, Naruto said calmly, looking at his slaves, who smiled. Oh, what, can't you guess you're going to have another sister, said Naruto as he summoned the leaf with Wataru's signature. Her name is Tenten, she's the girl with buns on her head that makes her look like a panda, Naruto said to the girls, who did a little memory to finally hit a fist in their palm as a gesture of remembering. Oh yes, you're talking about Guy's student, said Kurenai. Yes, that's the same one, Naruto replied, while Ino, Hinata and Am saw this with surprise and… Wait, do you want to go and make her your slave? Ino asked Naruto, who nodded. That's right, Ino, was Naruto's only response. But she won't be happy being a slave, Ino replied. What are you talking about? She'll be happy being my slave, she just doesn't know it yet, Naruto said with a foxy smile that Ino, Hinata, and Am immediately understood what he meant. But we're not here to talk about that right now, girls, let's go home, I feel like doing it right now. Oh, and if any of you dare to join in, speak now or forever hold your peace, said Naruto, looking at the 3 who blushed furiously at the invitation. Ino wasn't going to go there by any means, and she was sure that neither Am nor Hina. She couldn't finish speaking when Hinata's timid voice made itself present. Na Naruto K-kun, I want to join, said the pearl-eyed girl, fighting fervently to not fall to the floor from a heart attack due to how fast it was beating at this moment. Hinata? Asked a shocked Ino, who didn't expect this from her. I can't stand being the only one not with Naruto-kun anymore, said Hinata, so red that it seemed she was going to explode at any moment. The only thing Ino could see was Hinata walking up to the group, more specifically to Naruto's side, who took her by the waist, and they all disappeared in shunsens, leaving behind 2 girls who didn't know what to say. Chapter 4. 3 weeks had passed since Suna and Otto's attack on Konoha and things had gone relatively smoothly. Well, that was for the pathetic ordinary civilians. For our blonde protagonist, it was another matter, since once the commotion of the attack calmed down, the retarded civilian council quickly called him to one of their stupid meetings. And it wasn't even a second since he entered that room when everyone started demanding that he tell them about those soldiers who seemed to be on their side and the advanced technology they had at their disposal. Naruto didn't really react to the demands of these old farts. The clan leaders just stared at him almost as if they were trying to decipher something about him, but Naruto just remained silent listening as the counselors screamed like rabid animals. Once the counselors seemed to have calmed down enough, Naruto simply sighed and looked at each of those people present as if they were shit stuck to his shoe and then spoke. "Are you done yelling shit? Bunch of retards," said Naruto, surprising the clan leaders a little and leaving the counselors with uncontrollable rage. "You son of a bitch, how dare you disrespect us," said a councilman with palpable rage. "I can insult them because I want to and because I can," adenomas on those son Naruto was about to say, but the same councilman interrupted him. "You wretch, and you think that gives you the right to insult," but he couldn't finish speaking thanks to the sound of a shot that alerted everyone present. "Don't interrupt me when I'm talking, troglodytes," Naruto said with annoyance as he stopped pointing the revolver in the direction of the councilman who was previously shouting and was now in total silence as he felt the blood run down his cheek. "I was just saying, I don't have to tell you anything about those soldiers or the technology I used. I won't tell you either because I simply don't want to," Naruto said boredly to the counselors who were starting to get more pissed off. "He's in no position to deny you anything, you brat of the devil," another councilman said to Naruto, who just laughed. "I'm not in a position to refuse. You don't know anything, you filthy civilian. Right now, I'm the richest person on the entire shinobi continent. If I wanted to, I could buy half the village and that wouldn't even be a critical hit to my wallet. Besides, I control most of the businesses in the village. Do you know what would happen if all those businesses stopped working?" I asked with amusement to the civilians who paled at what Naruto was trying to say. "You wouldn't dare, that would hurt you too," said a nervous counselor. "I highly doubt it. I have enough money to live a life with the best luxuries in the world without worries and still have enough left over to build 100 of the mansions like mine," Naruto said now with a cheeky smile. After that statement Naruto simply turned around and proceeded to leave, but before turning around and giving him a simple look. "Now I hope they don't call me to these pointless meetings again unless it has a relevant importance," Naruto finished saying and then made a snap with his fingers and in blurs of speed, 3 of those soldiers who were informed appeared while they left 6 Ambus unconscious on the ground and then began to follow their creator. Leaving some clan chiefs astonished and even more so when they noticed that the soldiers were the same height as Naruto. This fact made those present think that those soldiers were the same age as Naruto. Well, their deductions would probably be true if it weren't for the fact that those soldiers weren't even human to begin with, but well, those were details. After that meeting, the next thing that happened in these 3 weeks was the acquisition of his new slave that the owner of the weapons store was kind enough to give him. Naruto still remembers with amusement how his meeting was with a weapon lover called Tenten. And it is that a couple of days after the invasion ended, Naruto was walking quietly being followed by Yujiro, Pakura and Temari, who were wearing their smoking suits as if they were security guards. Entering the armory store that was closed, Naruto simply walked up to the counter where no one was and calmly proceeded to ring the bell which echoed throughout the place. Waiting for about 30 seconds, Naruto finally heard the sounds of footsteps approaching until the person Naruto was looking for came out of a backroom door. Naruto quickly noticed how swollen Tenten's eyes were, implying that she was crying, and what was the reason? Because her father had died in the invasion, something Naruto knew. That's right, Naruto knew perfectly well that that sack of dung was going to die in the invasion. After all, what could a simple civilian surrounded by a large number of experienced ninjas do? This thought made a sadistic smile appear on his face, but as quickly as it appeared, the smile vanished when he heard Tenten's voice. "Didn't you see the closed sign?" Tenten asked with some irritation as she looked at the group, and the only people she recognized were Naruto for the incredible kick he had given the unusual boy and Temari for the fact that she beat her in the preliminaries of the Chunin exam, so the mere presence of the blonde from Suna irritated her so much that she even wondered why they hadn't arrested her yet for the invasion. Yes, I saw the sign," Naruto said calmly and would have continued talking if it weren't for Tenten quickly responding. "Well then you know we're not selling, so I'll ask you to leave," Tenten asked as politely as she could. However, Naruto and his girls didn't make a move to leave and instead Naruto spoke. "We're not here to buy, in fact I'm here for you," Naruto said pointing at her and saying the last sentence in a way that Tenten knew he didn't like something, so moving his hand as discreetly as he could, he took a kunai stuck with adhesive tape under the counter. "What exactly are you talking about?" Tenten asked, expecting anything. That's right, the girl with buns on her head expected anything. However, of all those things she expected, she really didn't expect what Naruto would say next. "You see, Tenten Igarashi, before he died, your father signed an unofficial document that makes you my property as a slave," Naruto declared to the brunette who simply stood there completely still while she let her mind process what she had just been told. Excuse me, what did you just say? Tenten asked, not sure what Naruto said. He took out the document and placed it on the counter, allowing Tenten to read the paper. It effectively said that her father had given her as his property, in the process making her Naruto's slave. Naruto snapped his fingers, causing Yujito and Pakura to disappear in blurs and reappear behind them. Tenten was shocked and couldn't react to the movements of the two ex-ambus. So taking both of Tenten's hands they pushed her onto the counter, immobilizing her. Instinctively Tenten tried to struggle, but nevertheless the ex-ambus's grip did not loosen until she finally stopped applying force and simply looked at Naruto with repressed anger. I'm sure you don't feel like crying anymore over that sack of dung you called father. Don't worry, if my parents did something like that to me, I would surely hate them until I would give them a really cruel punishment, and even then I don't think I would forgive them. But well, that's if I had parents, and since I don't have any there's no need to worry about that. Naruto said all this while he went around the counter and stood right behind the defenseless Tenten, who kept looking at him with daggers. With calm tranquility Naruto took the corner of the Tenten blankets and with some speed Naruto lowered them enough to leave his butt exposed, an action that filled the genin with fury and at the same time made her blush. However, before she complained the brunette felt a pang of pain, followed by hearing the sound of Naruto's hand colliding with her right buttock and effectively leaving the mark in that place. Giving a nod to Yujito and Pakura, they released Tenten, and not a second later, the brunette tried to cut Naruto's neck with a kunai. However, as was customary for Naruto, Tenten stopped centimeters from his throat. Don't bother trying to keep pushing, you can't do anything anymore, Naruto said with an amused smile as he brought his face closer to Tenten's. You're going to be very useful to me and we'll have a lot of fun, Naruto finished with satisfaction. Lemon skipped. I really hadn't thought about that, Naruto thought, until a certain jounin he knew well came to mind, one who had grey hair and defied gravity and another with a bowl cut, smiling. At the thought that had come to mind, the floodgates slowly began to open upwards, while from the darkness pairs of lights lit up and as if they were angry animals they began to roar ferociously. Time skip. Another couple of days had passed peacefully and Naruto was relaxing in his pool, but someone seems to be reluctant to let him rest since through an intercom in his ear spoke the concise voice of Sophia. Naruto-sama, someone is looking for him at the front door, Sophie said with a voice and attitude she called her secretary role. Who is it? Was Naruto's simple question, who didn't bother to move and continued enjoying the refreshing water next to Kin's warm and slippery mouth that was giving him an incredible blowjob. It's someone who calls himself Uraya the Gallant, Sophie replied, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow as he stroked Kin's head as a sign that he would get ready for his charge. Did he tell you why he's looking for me? Naruto asked, to which Sophie replied. He said it was for a mission to find a new Hokage, Sophie replied, to which she sighed for the second time. But tell him to wait for me, I'll take care of him in a moment, said Naruto as he grabbed Kin's neck and pressed it against his member and let his load out in the throat of the ex-Otanin, who with ease swallowed the thick sperm. After a few seconds Naruto let Kin step back and then leaned to one side and let himself fall from the float end where he was lying and began to swim calmly to the shore to then get out of the pool and be quickly subdued by Anko and Yugao and Bikunis, who handed him a towel and pants. So drying himself relatively calmly, Naruto put his pants to his knees and continued walking in the direction of the entrance where Jiraiya was supposed to be. A minute later and Naruto was now standing in front of a somewhat bruised Jiraiya surrounded by about 5 guards watching him along with some wood chips, so turning to look at Sophie for some explanation, she simply stopped typing on her miniature laptop and proceeded to speak. Lord Jiraiya tried to sneak into the mansion, which caused the stealth defenses to activate. After that Lord Jiraiya replaced himself with one of the waiting chairs, Sophie informed Naruto. He simply placed a hand on his chin. I have to improve the reaction time of the defenses, Naruto said to himself as a thought for later, but leaving that aside, Naruto now looked at the Toad Sannin and with a bored look spoke. Well, from what my trusty little secretary told me, you want me to go with you on a mission to find a new Hokage, Naruto said to Jiraiya, who smiled, making Lugo smile. That's right Gaki, so get ready to go, said Jiraiya getting ready to leave. I'm seriously tempted to stop being a ninja, Naruto said boredly, causing Jiraiya to stop in his tracks and turn around to look at Naruto. But what? Jiraiya asked in confusion as he looked at Naruto. As you heard, I'm tempted to stop being a ninja, Naruto said again, causing Jiraiya to say in a serious voice. Why? Jiraiya asked with confusion written on his face and not knowing what made Naruto think of that. Why? Naruto asked in a way that made it seem like the question itself was stupid. Pay attention to your surroundings, Jiraiya. Look at everything I have. Who would want to continue being a ninja who risks his life for a mediocre salary when you have more money than the daimyo himself, said Naruto. You can't, Jiraiya said, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Oh? And why would that be? Naruto asked, to which Jiraiya replied. Because that's not what your parents would have wanted, Jiraiya said, confident that this confession would make Naruto leave that thought behind. Are you talking about Minato and Kushina? Naruto asked, when it certainly wasn't a question but rather a statement. This surprised Jiraiya. Did you know? Jiraiya asked, not knowing how Naruto realized. Of course I know, I would have to have the mentality of a retard like those civilians not to realize it, also don't give me a damn what those idiots want, after all they left me here, Naruto said coldly, causing Jiraiya's eyes to almost pop out. How did you know that? That information didn't come from Hiruzen or me, Jiraiya asked, getting serious, to which Naruto simply smiled. How I know is of no relevance, I simply know that bitch of a mother and her daughter are alive while hiding on a small island near Yuzu, Naruto declared, hiding the fact that one of his robots found them through his satellites, but Jiraiya was confused by the mere mention of Kushina and her daughter Kami. NT. Try to give it a different name so as not to put the same names as always. Huh? And Minato? Jiraiya asked in confusion, to which Naruto smiled, realizing something. Oh? Haven't you heard? How long has it been since you visited them? Naruto asked Jiraiya, who didn't answer. Maybe a year or two. Well, that doesn't matter. Well, you see Jiraiya, diseases are really awful shit, and even more so when you hide and you can't afford to go to a hospital, Naruto began calmly, making a look of understanding and surprise appear on Jiraiya's face. You don't mean that, Jiraiya tried to say, but Naruto continued. That's right, Minato died of a terminal illness a couple of weeks ago, apparently the medicines they got in Sea Country weren't enough, Naruto declared calmly, while Jiraiya sharpened his gaze. How do you know all that? Jiraiya asked, since what Naruto was saying was very specific information. Well, the moment I realized I sent a squad of my guards to watch them, Naruto declared. That's not possible, Kushina is a censor, she would have noticed them already, said Jiraiya. NT. I don't remember if Kushina is a censor or not, but if not, then in this story it will be like that. Well, maybe he's rusty, but the fact is that I know every single thing they do, Naruto said calmly. Jiraiya no longer knew how to make Naruto give up on being a ninja, since Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and was too valuable an asset to the village to allow Naruto to stop being a shinobi, so opting for his last option of persuasion, Jiraiya spoke. Naruto, I know it seems bad that they left you behind, but they love you, and it hurt them a lot to have to leave you behind, Jiraiya said hopefully as he looked at Naruto, who simply raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya, for a master spy you are really stupid, what part of I sent a squad of my guards did you not understand? Naruto asked Jiraiya, causing him to mentally slap himself. Okay, they hate you, but at least accompany me on this last mission, asked Jiraiya while thinking of something to persuade Naruto on the trip. To say that they hate me is an understatement, after all that red-haired bitch takes advantage of every moment to speak ill of me to her equally bitchy daughter, Naruto said calmly as he turned around and gave a slight sigh. But that doesn't matter, I was simply watching them out of curiosity. In a couple of days I will give the order to my guards to withdraw, said Naruto, starting to walk away from Jiraiya, who asked again. And are you going to go on the mission? Jiraiya asked seriously, to which Naruto simply replied. Yes, after all I'm still a shinobi for now, said Naruto as he left the place. Very well, guards, escort Mr. Jiraiya to the exit, said Sophie with a smile as she walked to a sofa her size and proceeded to turn on a mini plasma TV and then enter an application called Nireflex. That's right, Naruto had a lot of free time and a lot of ideas in his head to make a movie app that his clones created, thank goodness he had a lot of projects he was doing, but that was the case at any moment those projects would end and Naruto would have nothing else to do, he would have everything, and Naruto knew that could be both good and bad. Good because Naruto would be living the life of a king, and bad because Naruto knew that would quickly bore him as time went by, but well, a bored Naruto and a lot of time to think was a bucking explosive mix, so Naruto was sure that he would come up with something to pass the time when the time came. But well, leaving that aside, the time of departure had arrived, and at this moment Naruto was walking calmly behind an uncomfortable Jiraiya, who simply looked out of the corner of his eye at Naruto, who simply kept listening to music through his wireless headphones. Well, at least it was the only thing that Jiraiya recognized, since the strange rectangular device that Naruto used from time to time did not seem familiar to anything he had seen before. The trip continued in an awkward silence that was partly with Jiraiya. On Naruto's part, he was more than calm, in fact, he didn't even make an effort to ask who they were looking for, because once Jiraiya had left his house that same day, Naruto had hacked into the village's systems again and knew they were looking for Tsunade's Senju. So how about I teach you a jutsu? Jiraiya asked as a vague attempt to start a conversation in the hopes of creating a small friendship with Naruto. However, Naruto simply gave him a look and then ignored him as a response that he didn't mind the offer. After that almost non-existent exchange, Naruto and Jiraiya finally arrived at an inn where they would stay for today. Ignoring for the moment the musty smell and the obviously fake moans of what Naruto knew was a prostitute doing her job in the next room, Naruto walked calmly, approaching the nearest power outlet as he took out a scroll to which he added some chakra and from it came a puff of smoke from which appeared what Jiraiya barely knew could be a really large and thin television with a slight curve that he didn't know the reason for such a curve. "That's a television, right?" Jiraiya asked Naruto, who spoke for the first time on the entire trip. "Why is it curved?" Jiraiya asked again. "It's to get a better view of what I'm going to see," Naruto said calmly, taking another puff of smoke from the same scroll, but this time smaller, and from it appeared a kind of red box that this time Jiraiya didn't know what it was. Apart from that box, there were also other devices that Jiraiya didn't recognize either, so trying to get more information from Naruto he asked. "I know it's a PC gamer, but in this fic it's going to be a smaller console, because I tried to find a console that I liked and I didn't like any of the images, they literally look like internet routers." "What is that thing?" Jiraiya asked with interest, to which Naruto simply sighed. "Sigh, this is a video game console, and as part of its name says it's for playing," said Naruto, then connecting a couple of cables and taking a controller, then starting to move some tabs on the television until entering one, and immediately the screen turned black and a logo appeared and nothing else. After about 10 seconds I saw the main menu where Naruto quickly pressed continue. Almost instantly a third-person character was reformed that Jiraiya recognized as the spitting image of Naruto himself, who was sitting in front of the television only with different, somewhat futuristic clothing. Calmly Naruto began to control the character, who seemed to be running to some kind of spaceship, to then enter and control the ship from within. "Wow, how do you make that person do all that?" Jiraiya asked, surprised by the level of detail in each thing the television reflected. "Hey, get out of the way. Don't you see that you're not letting me see? Besides, didn't you have to do something?" Jiraiya said and asked. "He simply stopped delighting me with Naruto's invention and then turned around and started to leave the room." "Right, I have to meet with a contact," he said to start leaving, but before leaving completely Jiraiya turned around and asked. "Naruto, why don't you share your inventions with the village? I mean, you would benefit a lot," Jiraiya asked Naruto, who had completely left the planet's orbit in the game, and then answered. "That benefits, you say?" "Jiraiya, I know those greedy old men from the council, and I'm more than sure that if I share my knowledge with those pieces of shit, they will most likely give me at most 5% of the profits that would come from my inventions. That's the best case scenario." Naruto began calmly while controlling the ship in the game, so that it was in a view that reflected how the planet from which it had just left was collided by a gigantic meteorite that completely destroyed the planet. "Also, why should I share my knowledge with that village that is infested by those leeches that you know as civilians? For me, this village can stay in the caveman era. After all this village has done for me, apart from despising me and trying to kill me when I was a child," Naruto finished saying as he turned the spaceship around and moved away from the now destroyed planet. Jiraiya, on the other hand, said nothing as he clenched his fists and cursed deeply as he considered taking Naruto by surprise and placing a seal on him to seal his intelligent part to make him loyal to the village. However, his instinct seriously told him not to try anything, because if Jiraiya had really noticed, which he didn't, literally the place where they were staying is surrounded by at least a full platoon of 50 Ex-machines, who already had Jiraiya as a possible threat since he showed signs of annoyance, so well 10 Ex-machines were prepared to cut the Toad Sage into 10 different parts. The other 40 Ex-machines were aiming at multiple objects, with which there was a high probability that the white-haired boy would replace himself to attack him immediately. Jiraiya simply had to swallow his annoyance and simply left the room to do what he had to do. Once the Sannin was out of the room, Naruto continued with his own thing and continued playing what Naruto considered the ultimate game. All the other games Naruto had made were really good, there was no fun in playing them when you already knew the story of the game, so instead of him creating them, Naruto just let a massive algorithm take over and start creating billions of plans, thus creating an entire galaxy with multiple different planets, with countless races and extremely rare items. As for the story of the game, well, the game itself didn't have a story, which meant that it was a non-linear open-world game where you could go anywhere you wanted whenever you wanted. The creation of the game itself had no limits. Moreover, Naruto once visited a planet where the normal way to greet someone was by showing them the middle finger, or how also one where they were still in the caveman era, and Naruto, having nothing to do, colonized them, but in the end he destroyed that planet for the simple fact that a woman he got on said planet was so daring to sleep with any man just because said man gave her a miserable amount of money. So launching a cannon shot from his immense spaceship, Naruto blew that planet to dust, but his thoughts were interrupted thanks to someone knocking on the door. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto simply continued playing, while one of his robots gave him a report of who it was. "Sir, it seems the Kism of the Mist and his companion Ida," his robot was going to say, but suddenly fell silent, causing Naruto to become a little confused until said robot let out a small chuckle. "Oh wow Naruto-sama, this might interest you quite a bit," said the Ex-machine with an amused voice, to which Naruto simply said. "What is it?" "M87032, Naruto asked, to which the robot replied. "Well, if my heat sensors are not in bad condition, I can say that a certain Itachi Uchiha is missing a certain part that identifies his hex. He also has two considerably large lumps in his chest," said the robot with amusement, to which Naruto stopped playing and with some surprise contacted the other robots. "I want 5 more units to use their heat sensors and tell me if what M87032 said is true," Naruto ordered, receiving a hi from his creations. "Naruto-sama, what M87032 said is true, apparently Itachi Uchiha is a woman," said another robot, followed by the other 4. "What the buck? How the hell did I not notice that?" Naruto asked, to which a robot gave his humble opinion. "Naruto-sama, if the data implanted in my chip is correct, the head of the Uchiha clan was a narcissist and egomaniac. I can deduce that he thought having a daughter as heir to the clan would weaken him, so perhaps he changed that information before computers were created and said erroneous information slipped into the database," deduced the robot, to which Naruto nodded a little and again heard a knock on the door. So putting the television and his console back into the scroll, Naruto calmly walked towards the door with a smile on his face and then opened it to see the 2 individuals with capes who looked at him seriously. An awkward silence fell between the 3 individuals. This faithful moment, this small moment in which the 2 individuals focused their attention on Naruto, was enough for Naruto to give a mental order to his robots to let tiny little robots fly towards the 2 imperceptible Yamakatsukis that even Naruto could see 3 of the 200 that were now clinging to Kizum and about 20 to the supposedly male Uchiha. While Naruto knew he was strong enough to face 8 or 10 Anbus with some effort, Naruto knew he couldn't win against these 2 people in front of him, so he had to diversify in order to win. After a few seconds of silence, Itachi finally decided to speak, however before she could speak she was interrupted by Naruto. Excuse me, but I'm not interested in your religion," said Naruto, closing the door in the face of the Akatsuki, who did not expect such rejection. Looking at each other they knocked again, so that Naruto opened the door again and with a sigh he said. "Now what?" Naruto asked what Itachi was going to talk about. Naru but was interrupted again when Naruto spoke again. "Oh, my mistake, I didn't realize you were in a campaign to help people with deformities," said Naruto, looking at Kizum as he searched his pocket and took out a wad of bills to approach Itachi and put the wad between the opening of his robes and pat him on the chest where the wad was supposed to be. Needless to say, Naruto felt the soft bulge in the black-haired girl's chest, who fought not to cut Naruto's head off with such a movement. Naruto then approached the taller man and patted him on the shoulder and said, "I hope you feel better," before closing the door again. Once again the hallway fell into an incredibly awkward silence, and this time Itachi didn't share a glance with Kizum as he was struggling to get the blush on his face to go away. "Damn brat son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him," said Kizum with his rage at its peak, so taking out his Samehada, he was about to destroy the door in front of him when without warning his body paralyzed and stopped feeling his body and then fell limp to the ground. This took Itachi by surprise, who was about to ask what was happening to him when she also felt her body paralyze and fall to the hard floor without being able to do anything. "What's wrong? What's happening? When did this happen?" Itachi asked in alarm, not knowing what to do since even his chakra somehow didn't respond to anything she wanted to do, which would cause a certain high-powered genjutsu to soon fall and reveal its true form. "Well, it seems it worked," said Naruto's voice as he opened the door to see the 2 lying on the floor. "What did you do to us?" Itachi asked with hidden panic as he watched Naruto approach her and pick her up like a sack of potatoes and carry her inside. "Well, I gave you a powerful paralyzer that will leave you inactive for a few," Naruto said calmly, causing Uchiha to open her eyes and look at him in surprise. "You know," Itachi was going to ask, but Naruto answered. "Did I know? Well, I certainly just found out, and let me tell you, it was quite a surprise," Naruto said as the genjutsu around Itachi stopped working, revealing Uchiha's true form. "NT. I know you're not going to do it, but I still ask you to imagine that he has the Akatsuki robes on normally. P.S. I don't know if I'm searching wrong or what, but why aren't there cooler Itachi female fanarts? How did you realize? I'm sure Nadia can't see through my genjutsu," Itachi said to Naruto, who just smiled. "Well, any living person would find it difficult to see through the genjutsu, however that is for someone alive, and let me tell you that my bodyguards are not alive," said Naruto at the moment that in almost the entire room, things began to move that quickly began to lose color until there remained the original color of the guards' uniforms, revealing that they were all camouflaged in the room. Honestly, Naruto was somewhat proud of this advancement in the uniform as it compensated for the fact that his robotic units could not use genjutsu to hide. Naruto got the idea when he entered the Forest of Death to look for a place to build a kind of emergency exit, and in his search, he came across a chameleon that was beginning to camouflage itself. But well, leaving that aside, the older Uchiha was more than surprised since if what Naruto had said was true, those people with strange uniforms were corpses, or that was what she thought, but wanting to be more sure, she asked anyway. Are those corpses? The Uchiha asked inquisitively, to which Naruto smiled and shook his head as he approached her, causing the woman to become somewhat nervous. Who do you take me for? Orochimaru. Please don't mistake me for that milk-eating viper. I'm not sick enough to use corpses that will turn foul and rot at any moment, said Naruto, as he took the paralyzed figure of the Uchiha and turned her upside down, while he lifted her robes and lowered her grey pants to reveal a rather tight and juicy butt. What the hell are you doing? The female asked with a blush. Although she was never one to swear, this occasion warranted it, since seconds later she felt a strong slap on her right buttock. Damn bastard, the female cursed angrily, also cursing the fact that she was paralyzed. Turning around, Naruto walked back towards a strangely paler Kizum. Are you going to spank him too? The female asked with annoyance as she watched Naruto reach Kizum's body. No, unlike you, I gave Kizum an excessive dose of the most powerful toxin I've ever created, Naruto began as he grabbed Kizum by the head and lifted him up a little. Although I'm surprised that the sardine hasn't kicked the bucket yet, I guess my calculations that he would die in 3 minutes were wrong, said Naruto as he summoned his futuristic sword and cut off his head with a slash, all under the watchful eye of the female who really didn't flinch at the death of her companion. Well? What's your name? Naruto asked the woman who wasn't going to answer him, however, without her being able to control her voice, she answered immediately. Atomi, the black-haired girl replied. I know, this name is more used than a Naruto fanfic forgotten by its parents, but anyway, what do you want me to say? I was too lazy to make up a name. Why did I answer? The now recognized Atomi asked as she slowly began to regain feeling in her body. Well, do you remember that spanking I gave you? Naruto asked with amusement while Atomi frowned and nodded reluctantly while slightly moving his right arm. Well, it will be nice to know that from now on, Naruto was going to say when suddenly Atomi disappeared into crows and instantly reappeared behind Naruto, ready to hit him on the back of the head. However, Atomi opened her eyes as she felt her muscles tense and not let her advance towards Naruto, who simply turned around with a smile on his face and then directed his right hand and caressed Atomi's cheek and said. As I was saying, from now on you are my slave. Naruto finished saying to give a chaste kiss to the older Uchiha, who tried to at least bite his lip, but she wasn't even able to do that. Moving away from Atomi, who was blushing in annoyance, Naruto became serious and turned to look at his troops. Okay, I want 20 to escort my new slave to the main base and take her up to the mansion, 15 will go to exchange the bounty on Kizum's head and then give the money to Mei and Kiri. The last 15. Naruto stood for a while thinking until he finally spoke. Stay with me, Naruto finally said. After all, he still didn't know if the perverted sage was finally going to try something against him. After all, Naruto had noticed the increase in killing intent before he left. Hi. They all said as they started to leave the place along with a reluctant Atomi who simply chose to follow Naruto's guards towards Konoha. Well, now that I think about it, you 5 take that corpse and incinerate it, said Naruto as he stood up from his position near Kizum's dead body, but not before seeing how Kizum's sword seemed to be twisting away from him. Oh? But what do we have here? How interesting and somewhat creepy at the same time, said Naruto as he approached the twisting sword and then grabbed its handle, which immediately produced some thorns on the handle. However, Naruto didn't even grimace at the pain and simply looked at the bandaged sword with curiosity as he felt a minuscule amount of chakra being dented by the sword. So smiling maliciously, Naruto began to squeeze the handle of the sword very hard while saying, "You're going to be my sword, I hope we get along, oh and by the way, behave yourself before your new master." Naruto said this last while squeezing harder, causing the sword to squeal in pain and retract its sharp scales from its handle, indicating that it had understood the warning. After that little incident, Naruto decided to take a nap that really didn't last long, thanks to the arrival of a certain hyperventilated Sasuke who was looking for his brother. Apparently Sasuke had found out that Atomi was near here and came looking for her too, well, to try to get revenge. But well, after the homosexual Uchiha had demanded information and Naruto gave him vague answers, after a while Hirase arrived with what Naruto knew was a fainted prostitute. At this point Naruto was already getting annoyed that everyone was starting to be rude and not letting him sleep, especially Sasuke, who was screaming non-stop asking for Atomi's whereabouts. And apparently Lady Lucky decided to comply with his wishes and made a man with green expanders appear and closed the Uchiha's mouth with a kick to the jaw that knocked out some of his teeth. After a quick apology from Guy, the man left with the unconscious Sasuke to Konoha, and Naruto could finally relax and take a nap while his 15 guards, now camouflaged on the roofs near the building, watched Hirai for any hostile movement. And so the rest of the day passed relatively peacefully. The next day Naruto and Jiraiya walked towards one of the many towns in the Firelands, since according to Jiraiya's contact, it seemed that Tsunade was in said town. Arriving at the small town, Jiraiya and Naruto finally decided to go their separate ways to look for Tsunade, but Naruto was more than sure that the old man was going to some brothel. But well, leaving that aside, Naruto simply chose to take a walk through the small town, and with luck, maybe he would find Tsunade. As Naruto walked he saw a small casino on his left. Naruto finally said goodbye to having a little fun and entered the casino. Walking among the various slot machines, Naruto finally came to a table where there were a large number of people around, while they murmured in surprise about something. Approaching the poker table, Naruto finally heard some murmurs from the people. "I can't believe she's actually winning," a man said in surprise. "Shit, I didn't know she could even win," another man said. Sneaking a little further into the crowd, Naruto was finally able to spot the pale blonde hair of a woman smiling broadly as she picked up another stack of $100 bills. Behind her was another woman with short black hair holding a piglet in her hands. Smiling as he recognized who they were, Naruto calmly walked to the last empty seat and calmly sat down, drawing the attention of everyone present, including Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune. "How did you get in here?" asked an amused Tsunade as she watched Naruto take his headband out of one of his pockets and then place it on his right arm. Tsunade visibly frowned when she saw that the headband belonged to Konoha. "Brat, what do you think you're doing? This is a game for adults, you better go," Tsunade said to Naruto, who was still smiling as she took 4 wads of $100 bills out of her pocket. This action made everyone open their eyes in shock. "You better not take me lightly if you don't want to lose that small mountain of bills," said Naruto as he grabbed a stack of bills and threw them to the middle. Tsunade, thinking that she could take everything away from this little brat leaf, decided to take a chance, and with another stack of bills Tsunade entered the game. "Alright, let the game begin," Naruto said with amusement. High reference. Time skip next day. Tsunade was currently sitting in a vegetable-like state next to her apprentice Shizune as they watched the rising sun from a window in a room. The two of them didn't know how they had gotten into such a messed up situation. Lie both knew very well how they had gotten into this situation. Now you might ask what situation they were in. Well, it turns out that in a certain poker game, they not only lost all the money and dignity they had, but with a bunch of bottles with a 49% alcohol content that they drank and $20 million in between, the two women had lost their freedom, becoming the slaves of a certain blonde who at this moment was beginning to get up from the bed where they were sitting. Rubbing his eyes a little, Naruto saw the two women who were unfazed by the movement behind them and continued watching the sunrise. "I see you're not dressed yet," Naruto said with amusement to Tsunade and Shizune, who by the way were naked from the intense hex session they had the night before. Again neither of them reacted to Naruto's comment, who simply raised an eyebrow and then got up from the bed and walked to stand in front of the two women who now looked up to see Naruto's face. "Bastard" was the first word that came out of Tsunade's lips, who began to frown until it turned into a face of total rage, followed by a fist that tried to hit Naruto's face. However, as usual, the fist stopped inches from Naruto's face, who simply sighed. "I don't see why you're angry, after all you lost the bet, except that now you belong to me," Naruto said calmly, further angering the Senju who tried to push her fist closer to Naruto's face, although of course the fist didn't advance at all. "Accept it? Damn bastard, who cares about that poker game? Take this damn seal off me or I swear I'm going to," Tsunade was going to say, but Naruto interrupted her when he quickly brought his hand to Tsunade's jaw and then brought the blonde's face closer to Naruto's. "Are you going to do what? Tell me, what are you going to do?" Naruto shouted, already annoyed. "Silence," Tsunade said nothing either because she couldn't or because she didn't really have an answer. "Nothing, you're not going to do absolutely anything and you know why. Because you can't do anything, because you lost that poker game, because you bet yourself and your apprentice for 20 million that if you had won you would surely have taken them from me without even hesitating, so now tell me why I shouldn't have claimed my reward when you wouldn't have hesitated to claim your reward if you had won." Naruto asked with a frown as he looked at Tsunade, who had her eyes somewhat watery from helplessness, as well as Shizune for Naruto's words. Lemon skipped. Pulling out his now slightly flaccid member, Naruto finally let Tsunade collapse on the bed, then Naruto proceeded to go to the bathroom and take a shower. Time skip. "Why didn't you resist? I almost thought you were going to hit me for even suggesting that you be the next Hokage," said a confused Jiraiya, who couldn't believe that Tsunade would accept being the next Hokage. "Well, I lost a bet with the brat cough with Naruto, so I had to accept being the next Hokage," said Tsunade, correcting the fact that she was going to call her master a brat. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, something really didn't fit. He knew her too well to know that even if Naruto won the bet, Tsunade was still going to refuse to go to Konoha, however Jiraiya would accept it for the moment and move on. With Tsunade now returning to Konoha, once again Naruto had screwed up the plans of a certain Snake Sannin who wanted Tsunade to fix his arms. It seemed as if Naruto had a special knack for screwing up the Snake Sannin's plans, although well, it wasn't as if he cared about the existence of said Sannin. So the road to Konoha was actually quite fast, well they made stops either to rest or because Jiraiya always had to meet with some contact. In those moments Naruto took the opportunity to use her new submissive holes, and although Naruto liked the feeling of Tsunade and Shizun's folds wrapping around his cock, Naruto liked to vary, so once they arrived at the Hokage Tower, Naruto let Jiraiya take Tsunade and her apprentice to discuss the matters of the inauguration. About 8 minutes later Naruto had arrived at the gates of his mansion, and as usual Naruto noticed one of his guards taking away the bodies of 6 root Anbus bodies. Okay, Naruto would have to take care of that old mummy. It was really getting annoying that he kept sending his Anbus to sneak into his mansion. Entering his mansion, Naruto was quickly greeted by a happy-looking Sophie who was at her tiny-sized desk as she appeared to be filing some documents on her equally tiny-sized computer. Naruto-sama, in your absence the head of the unusual clan came to invite you to a poker game between clan heads, Sophie said calmly to Naruto, who nodded with a smile. Although Naruto had not taken the position as head of the Uzumaki clan, yet Naruto controlled almost an entire district with his guards that made the place seem like it was a clan. Nodding at the information given by Sophie, Naruto continued his way deeper into the mansion, so that not long after he arrived at the back of his mansion, where he could see with pleasure all of his slaves training in the backfield. Each of them instructing each other and correcting each other as they exchanged their different types of skills and tricks to improve to a fairly high level for Naruto's benefit. Leaving the girls to continue training, Naruto now headed to his room to take a well-deserved shower and then get some sleep and be at his best in the poker game that would take place that same night. However, Naruto noticed a certain black-haired girl sitting on his bed while she tried to wait for him. Before Naruto said anything, Itomi spoke with his stoic face. They told me to wait for you here because you would want to see me when you arrived, Itomi said stoically to Naruto, who simply smiled. Oh well, I could still use 4 hours to have fun with my new acquisition, Naruto thought to himself as he approached Itomi, who seemed to know what was going to happen next, so letting Naruto start taking off his clothes, Itomi simply let out a sigh at the situation he had gotten himself into. Chapter 5. NT. If you entered this chapter because it came out that I uploaded it again, it's because when I tried to delete an image of this chapter on the phone, and it turns out that since I had originally written the chapter on the laptop, it seems that it had not been saved on the phone, and when I uploaded the cap it was uploaded missing the part where everyone was celebrating. So most likely from there on out, it will not look much like the previous cap because since I am somewhat retarded, I do not save the caps in Word. A few weeks had passed since Tsunade's return to Konoha, and many things had happened. Well, that's not counting the civilians, they were still as stupid and idiots as ever. I mean, after a game of poker with the class heads and a lot of liters of alcohol drunk by the players, some things changed after that little poker game. Now, apart from the fact that the civil council was almost bankrupt, now the great clans joined them on that list, well except for the Inyazuka, because after some provocations by Naruto to the head of the Tsume Inyazuki clan, he managed to make a bet of a large sum of money so that the fierce and indomitable Tsume would become his slave, and of course the other clan heads, upon hearing the sum of money, did not want to be left behind. After all, Naruto bet half of all his money along with his beloved mansion. At that point, the alcohol was already affecting Naruto a little, and now that he really thought about it, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in relief that his ability to predict which cards would be dealt hadn't failed him. But anyway, the thing is that now Naruto had the head of the Inyazuka clan as a hex-addicted slave, and that could be proven now that he had said woman moving her hips rhythmically while he was lying in one of his chairs in the pool of his luxurious mansion. Suddenly Tsume stopped hitting her buttocks on his crotch and then moved away from him so that 2 spots quickly approached his member. One was a blonde that Naruto knew quite well after all he was with her at the academy, and the other was a brown-haired girl with the same pearly eyes as Hinata. These two were Ino Yamanaka and Hanabi Hyuga. Now surely if someone saw that a girl about 3 or 4 years younger than Naruto was giving him a blowjob, they would think it was something too inappropriate, but now what does that matter? Surely if Hanabi's father had wanted to, he would have put her in an arranged marriage with some fat old man who wouldn't even have the strength to wipe his own ass. But well, those were details that no longer mattered since now a black-haired woman wearing a rather small and tight-made outfit, so much so that it was almost as if she wasn't wearing a skirt, had approached him and was offering him lemonade. She was Yoshino Nara, the ex-wife of the head of the Nara clan, Shikaku Nara. If it weren't for the alcohol that day, Naruto would swear that the head of the Nara clan that day was more than happy to have lost said game, while muttering about how free he was now going to be. And Naruto didn't really blame him. The woman was very temperamental since on many occasions she tried to hit him or harm him by turning her into one of his slaves, however that was not something she couldn't handle, and after an orgy with her shadow clones, she was left begging to be bucked. "Naruto-sama, a boy named Shikamaru is looking for him," said the voice of a calm Sophie through the almost invisible intercom in his ear. "Did he tell you what he wants?" Naruto asked as he felt Yoshino move her thong aside and insert Naruto's member into her soaked vagina. "He said something about Sasuke Uchiha defecting and that he was recruiting you for the recovery team," Sophie replied to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow at this development. Tell him I'll see them in 15 minutes at the entrance," Naruto said calmly as he took Yoshino's hips and proceeded to cum directly into the uterus of the former Nara matriarch, who simply delighted in the hot sperm injected inside her. I'm definitely going to have to submit my letter of resignation, aren't I, Tsunade?" Naruto said as he put on some pants and watched Tsunade casually instructing Tsume's daughter on how she should serve her master. "Remember, you must always be available to Naruto-sama, or if Naruto-sama, whenever you want, you can present your letter of resignation as a ninja of the leaf," said the senju with the most devout voice she had while bowing in a gesture of submission. "Well, it seems your clone organized a recovery mission, so I'm going to retreat for a few minutes," said Naruto, while making a sign with his hand, and a squad of his robots landed behind him on their knees. "You guys come with me," Naruto said calmly, to which the soldiers nodded and disappeared again in a blur. Minutes later. Naruto and company were jumping from branch to branch as they were separated by Orochimaru's pawns who tried to delay them, however that didn't work. The first one to stay was Chaoji, who held back another guy who was just as fatter than the one called. Well, Naruto didn't care about the names of those insignificant scum, well, none of them except for Irideed, who stayed to fight with a lazy Shikamaru. Her name was Teiaya, so with a hand signal one of his soldiers stayed to capture the girl. But well, the thing now was that after Rock Lee stayed to fight with an incredibly pale guy, Naruto was now quietly watching an always irritated Sasuke. "Stop bothering me, you useless bastard, don't you see I'm not going back to the village," said Sasuke, his annoyance already at its peak as he looked at a calm Naruto who was simply picking the dirt off his nails as if Sasuke wasn't of real importance. However, Naruto suddenly stopped what he was doing to then give a slight glance to the avenging Uchiha. "Excuse me?" "Return to Konoha." No, I'm not going to force you to return to Konoha," Naruto said calmly to the always egotistical Uchiha, who smiled at Naruto's statement. "I see you're not as stupid as before, in that case, goodbye idiot," said Sasuke as he turned around to leave. However, the only thing he managed to do was find his face being strongly crushed by a fist that knocked out 4 of his teeth and fractured his skull. The Uchiha flew in the direction of Naruto, who simply raised his hand with his palm open, and as if it were nothing he caught the Uchiha's face. "Idiot? Me? Ha 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 ha, Buck, are you serious? I am the furthest thing from an idiot, however you, my dear and useless piece of excrement, are dangerously exceeding my expectations of what someone without brain mass is," said Naruto as he watched some strange black marks begin to surround Sasuke's body. However, Naruto calmly applied chakra to a seal on his left palm so that Samahata came out of it, and as if he already knew what he had to do, immediately the sword bit Sasuke on the side of his abdomen to begin absorbing the chakra, causing the marks to slowly begin to recede. "You're the biggest idiot here, tell me, do you even know what a neutron is? Or a proton? Sai, do you even know what a neuron is? Of course you don't, you're too retarded to even know what the air you breathe is made of," Naruto said as he squeezed Sasuke's aching jaw as he began to scream in agony. You can't kill me," Sasuke shouted at Naruto, who raised an eyebrow in amusement. "So? Do you want to see how I do it?" Naruto said gracefully, squeezing harder. "The council will execute you as soon as you set foot in the village," Sasuke threatened Naruto, who laughed at how stupid the black-haired Uchiha was. "The council? They lick my balls every time they talk to me because they know that I'm the one with the money, and well, it's not like they can do anything in the first place, after all my troops have already doubled." Konoha's Naruto said with amusement while he lifted the Uchiha higher and began to squeeze the Uchiha's head more. "So like you said yourself, goodbye idiot," said Naruto, smashing the Uchiha's head, who went limp in Naruto's hands, who simply dropped Sasuke's body on the head of the Hashirama statue. Snapping his fingers, the 2 hidden robots appeared, the robot that dealt the blow to Sasuke, and finally the robot that had a badly injured Teiaya who was unconscious. "You two get rid of the body," Naruto began, but was interrupted by the 2 who had to get rid of Uchiha's body. "Excuse me sir, can we get rid of him however we want?" asked a robot, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow and simply nodded, causing the 2 robots to look at each other and give a slight nod before taking Sasuke's dead body and taking it away. "Okay, let's get out of here," Naruto said to the 2 remaining robots, who nodded as they began to walk away from the place, jumping from branch to branch. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Naruto heard the familiar sound of what Naruto knew was a missile. So, stopping jumping, Naruto looked up along with his 2 escorts to see what Naruto thought was a deformed missile. Taking out his cell phone, Naruto contacted Sophie, who immediately answered. "Yes, Naruto-sama?" asked Sophie, to which Naruto replied. "Sophie, could you send images of the flying object near my position?" Naruto asked, receiving a nod from Sophie, who immediately sent a live video of what the object was, and what Naruto saw really made him smile. Shit, those two are in for a promotion when they get back, said Naruto, since what he saw was nothing more and nothing less than the Uchiha's body with a missile embedded deep in his rectum, but the sight didn't last long, since the missile ended up giving off a huge explosion that disintegrated the Uchiha's body. Smiling, Naruto was about to continue on his way, however Sophie's voice interrupted him. Naruto-sama, it seems something is approaching you, said Sophie with some confusion. Huh? An enemy? Tell me where from, said Naruto, however Sophie denied. More than an enemy, it seems to be an object, and in fact the radars indicate that it is entering the thermosphere and approaching your location at high speed, said Sophie to Naruto, who opened his eyes and then looked at the large layer of smoke in the sky formed by the previous explosion, and from it came a meteorite that Naruto quickly calculated was not so big as to do significant damage, but that it could still be dangerous to stay there. So quickly taking his eyes off the meteorite just as something seemed to break off from it, Naruto began to move away from the place until he was at a distance that Naruto knew was safe, and not long after the meteorite impacted the earth and produced a small shock wave, as well as sending a few trees flying everywhere. Seconds after everything calmed down, Naruto stared at the place in the distance with a somewhat serious look, so saying his first order, Naruto barked. Sophie sends 10 heavily armed squads to the impact site, you join them, and you take the girl to the mansion. Naruto barked at the robots, who nodded and left in blurs of speed, without even noticing the white and viscous matter that was stuck to some branches just above Naruto, who stood there thinking for a while. Not even the heat sensors were able to detect said matter that was now slowly descending towards Naruto, who even with his sharpened senses, did not warn him, and it was not until the matter clung to Naruto's shoulder that he finally realized the thing that was now rapidly wrapping itself around his entire body, as if trying to swallow him. Gathering all his strength, Naruto tried to remove the thing that was trying to wrap him, however his attempts were useless. Shit, what is this thing? Did I let my guard down? Is this the end for me? No, this can't end like this, I refuse to end like this. Naruto finished saying with a scream of frustration, with the veins on his forehead bulging, while the slimy mass ended up enveloping Naruto's face, causing the scream to become thicker and more guttural. Shit, huh? Said Naruto's now guttural voice as Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was in fact still in the same place, however now he felt different, the sensation was strange, it was as if he were still in his body, only now he felt lighter and could hear the footsteps approaching, as well as feel the tickling on his neck that screamed at him that a projectile was approaching, and as if his instincts were activated. His hand moved in a blur and caught 5 shurikens in his fingers. Opening his eyes, Naruto was now truly shocked, and no, it wasn't because of the fact that Naruto could take the 2 shurikens in his fingers, which he could do with his eyes closed. What surprised him was the fact that his hand was now much more muscular and completely white as paper, except for some black lines. But what the hell? Naruto asked in surprise as he now saw his hands with total surprise, however his musings were interrupted by the scared voice of Shikamaru. What are you? Asked Shikamaru with a cold sweat running down his forehead, and behind him Neji frowning at not being able to see the creature in front of him, he couldn't even see its chakra networks. Naruto on the other hand was now wondering how he could return to normal, and while he was thinking he couldn't help thinking what would happen if he couldn't return to normal, so thinking more enthusiastically Naruto finally thought of his body as a sponge, if the thing didn't want to leave his body, then Naruto would absorb it, and that was how the matter finally began to disappear into Naruto's skin, now leaving a Naruto who was touching his body, as if he was trying to notice some imperfection. Then Naruto? Pregunto on confundido Shikamaru. Saya, thank goodness, I didn't know what I was going to do if I stayed like this forever, Naruto said with relief, while he completely ignored Shikamaru's question and started to head towards his mansion to get a checkup to find out what the hell had stuck to his body, leaving behind the leaf genins, or well, those who were fine since some others were hospitalized, that was in case of Kiba and Chaoji. But well, leaving that aside, Naruto now after about 20 minutes of running at high speed and receiving the report from his troops that they were taking the meteorite to the main base to do a study to find out what material it was made of. Arriving at his mansion, Naruto quickly entered and then told Sophie that he would send some robots to prepare the diagnostic machine. Entering the elevator, Naruto calmly stood there now finally with some time to think about what had happened. This clearly wasn't normal, and he had to find out as quickly as possible what this thing was. Now that he thought about it, could it go back to that form? Naruto wondered now, imagining his body squeezing the thing out of him. And as if it were already a part of him, the slimy mass came out of his skin and enveloped him until it returned to the chilling form of the creature that always seemed to have that toothy smile. NT. I don't know whether to make the symbiote just a mass without a mind of its own or leave it with a personality, and if I leave the personality to the symbiote, I'm not going to make Naruto speak in plural, because the truth is I don't like to do it, anyway, if you want the symbiote to have a personality comment Simon brother, and if you don't want it well comment, no Av. Naruto began to carefully touch his body or whatever this thing was. Naruto was already surprised that he could actually feel that he was touching his body, although of course the mask that covered it seemed to be at a cool temperature at all times, wondering if he could feel pain. Naruto cautiously grabbed the white skin and pulled hard, but to his surprise, Naruto simply saw how the piece was torn, but he felt no pain. So Naruto finally stopped pulling and noticed how the white skin was reattaching itself at high speed. Putting his second skin back in, Naruto calmly got out of the elevator and then started walking, ignoring the countless amounts of machines that were lined up everywhere, some already finished building and others still under construction. Arriving at a white room where there were already some robots waiting for him, Naruto, without stopping walking, climbed onto a kind of platform where Naruto stood there. "Okay, start the scan," Naruto ordered the robots, who nodded and began typing on the computers until, suddenly, a ring the circumference of the platform where he was standing began to rise, while a neon blue glow illuminated Naruto's body. Once the procedure was over, the robots looked at the computer screen with curiosity. "Well, what do I have in my body?" Naruto asked, to which the robots looked at each other and said. "Sir, we don't know that the thing in your body isn't something that has been identified before, and I really don't think that thing even exists on Earth," the robot informed Naruto. Is it doing something to my body?" Naruto asked curiously, to which the robot denied. "No, in fact the mass just stays there doing nothing except absorbing tiny, slow portions of his chakra, and it also seems to have increased the production of white blood cells," the robot said to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow at what he said, since he didn't really feel like his chakra was being drained. "How much chakra are we talking about?" Naruto asked. "About half of what it costs to make a normal bunshin," said the robot, to which Naruto nodded in understanding. "That's interesting," Naruto said to himself as he now listened to Sophie through the intercom. "Naruto-sama, the boy Shikamaru is looking for him again, he says you have to give a report to the Hokage." Sophie spoke through the intercom calmly. "So I tell him I'll be there in 5, Naruto said calmly as he began to leave the place in the direction of the Hokage tower, and it wasn't until he got out of the elevator and was about to leave when he realized something, so Naruto, patting his face, said to himself. "Why would I give a report if I have the Hokage's hussy waiting for me in the pool?" Naruto said to himself with realization, then he started to take off his clothes and started heading towards the pool to find some horny Tsunade and Sakura who were kissing. Smiling at the sight, Naruto simply chose to approach the two females with an amused smile planted on his face. This was definitely the life Naruto deserved after all the shit he had endured from those troglodyte villagers. Meanwhile, in a port near Tea Country. "Mother, why are we going to Konoha?" asked a blonde girl of about 14 years old with 2 whisker marks on each cheek. This was Kami, the daughter of the Redeed, who was walking right next to the girl, and since I have a serious problem describing clothes and complexions, I'm going to put a picture, because I know that if I explain too much of you, you won't understand. "Sigh Kami, this is the 9th time I've told you we don't have any money, and believe me, it hurts me more than you to have to go to him and ask for alms," said Kushina with a grimace of annoyance, as she remembered a certain blonde who at this moment is probably enjoying a good book. "But mom, I don't want to meet that thing pretending to be my brother, why don't we ask someone else for money?" Kami asked, as if it were a good idea. "Sigh, we don't ask other people for money because we literally owe half of Tea Country," said Kushina with her shoulders drooping, and it was true since Minato died and old Hiruzen died too, Kushina and Kami now had no source of income since Minato went out from time to time to do mercenary missions and Hiruzen sent them some money secretly. But now that they weren't there, Kushina was forced to ask for money from somewhat dangerous people to be able to afford her luxuries. That's right, even though they were both in a bad financial situation, they both gave themselves luxuries as if they were the richest people in the world. But well, leaving aside Kushina and Kami's financial problems, let's now focus on the next event that is going to happen. 2 weeks after the recovery mission. Report. Current cash. $1,995,000,000. Ex-machines in operation. 1,840,000. Ex-machines produced per day. 35,000, and increasing. Other inventions 14,000. The backyard of Naruto's mansion was filled to the brim with the mechanized soldiers he created himself, all attentive to what he was going to say next. "My creations, we have been fighting for a long time to be able to achieve this future feat that no one can even imagine achieving in this pathetic world full of idiots," said the voice of a serious Naruto as he saw a machine of a considerably large size in front of him, while many soldiers standing at the back of the mansion listened with enthusiasm. This is the project that has had the most failures throughout all the inventions I have created, and if this one fails, then it will become the 7th failure of this project, and to be honest with you I don't like losing, so I will keep trying until it works, said Naruto, and then turned to look at other robots on some computers. Started, said Naruto cheerfully, making the robot with a smile press some buttons until finally ending with the enter keypad. Seconds without anything happening, 5 seconds, still nothing, 7 seconds, sparks, the sound of electricity colliding was heard, 9 seconds, an electric current was clearly seen inside the glass dome, 12 seconds, a whitish light blue sphere began to form in the middle of the dome, while currents of electricity jumped everywhere, 15 seconds, Naruto gave the order to raise a barrier around the machine, as a precaution, 17 seconds, the brightness of the sphere intensified, almost blinding those present. Seconds, the glow faded away, leaving only a sort of marble-sized stone that sparkled different colors as it floated lazily in the middle of the dome. Silence fell, no one was saying anything, no one expected this outcome, not even Naruto, who had at least 76 possible outcomes, however none of them in his mind resembled the one he was seeing right now. Damn, Naruto even came to a conclusion that the energy could have reformed into a giant beast that rivaled the tailed beasts, and the idea didn't seem far-fetched. After all, the tailed beasts were pure energy, so what was preventing this pile of infinite energy from turning into a beast? For Naruto, this was the first time in his entire existence that he couldn't foresee something, so this could be counted as a personal defeat. However, the voice of one of his soldiers on the computers brought him out of his thoughts. "Sir, I'm not really sure what just happened, but the machine is working correctly," said the robot in surprise, while Naruto also opened his eyes a little in surprise and then quickly got rid of that face and turned it into a smiling face. "Well, why don't we celebrate the success?" Naruto suggested with amusement as he put aside his thoughts and watched all his soldiers take out different types of weapons and start shooting at the sky like crazy. Hours later, 12 a.m. "Are you sure we can do this?" Over asked an amused voice as the sound of the wind being cut could be heard as if the person was in free fall. "Buck, of course we can, our boss just did an incredible feat," said another voice with equal amusement as the previous one. "So what are we waiting for? I want to go downstairs to take some good shots of nitrogen," asked the other voice. "That's my line in that case, dropping loads," the voice shouted as he pressed a red button on what looked like a wheel. "Dropping loads, sir," the other voice mimicked, pressing the same button. Konoha, a truly peaceful and silent village when it came to the nights of this one, well, that would be on other nights, because this particular night was not peaceful and silent like all the others. Now you wonder why. What made this night different from the others? Well, his answer is coming in the form of 8 missiles that are heading at great speed to a specific point in the Leaf Village. To be more specific, the missiles were aimed at the mansion of a certain multi-billionaire blonde. The missiles that seemed to be shooting stars were about to hit the mansion, however before they hit they exploded into thousands of sparks of different colors and shapes, thus illuminating what was at this moment the backyard of the Uzumaki mansion. The music exploded right at the drop, and the DJ, who was Naruto himself, came out of the DJ table while taking off his sweaty shirt to spin it a lot and throw it to the public, who were his own robots that jumped while drinking bottles full of a bright neon blue liquid as if it were an alcoholic drink. Standing in front of the stage, Naruto stood there for a moment, observing everything in front of him, everything he had done in such a short time, how he went from being a nobody to being a master of the universe. So raising his left hand that was holding a microphone, he smiled for a moment and shouted, "Tell me, my creations. Who is the person who could achieve something never imagined in this rotten world of shit?" Naruto shouted and asked with enthusiasm, causing his creations to respond without hesitation. "Naruto-sama. Glory to the Uzumaki Empire." They shouted with equal enthusiasm, almost making the village shake more than it was already shaking, thanks to the powerful bass that caused tremors with each impact. Taking out his diamond-plated gold rifle, Naruto proceeded to point it at the sky, while slowly the white viscous mass began to envelop his body until it finally turned into the muscular creature with its jaw that seemed to always be smiling with a lot of fangs. Knowing that was what their master was going to do, Naruto's soldiers proceeded to each take out their personified rifles and then point them in the same way at the sky. So with a smile, Naruto stuck out his now long tongue while he pressed the trigger and began to fire bullets like a serious maniac, being followed by his soldiers who were not far behind and followed his example. The smell of gunpowder began to be present and the fog began to get thicker as they continued shooting. Any flying animal that was in that area ended up as nothing more than a meat puree that would end up falling on the roof of some random house. Until dawn. Naruto shouted as he took out a bottle of vodka with his free hand to guide it over his mouth and apply pressure, causing the bottle to break and the liquid inside it to fall into Naruto's mouth, making him swallow. Hours later, 8 a.m. Near the gates of Konoha were two figures walking at a leisurely pace, passing the large gates of the village that were being guarded by two Chunin guards who were unusually more tired than usual. Entering the village, the two figures could not help but notice that the village had a really strange atmosphere. To the eye, the village seemed really gloomy. However, the two figures could hear the music that seemed to be resonating throughout the village, and rather it seemed that something was being celebrated. "Do you hear that, Ka-san?" asked the younger blonde, not sure if she was really listening to that music she had never heard before. Yes, I hear it, Kami said, Kushina, also curious about what was happening in the village with that song. "Are we going to investigate?" Kami asked curiously, almost expecting Kushina to say yes. However, Kushina denied it and simply continued on her way to the Hokage Tower. Minutes later, Kushina and Kami had finally arrived at the Hokage Tower, where, as had become customary since they arrived, they found a sleepy receptionist who seemed to be about to fall asleep. Excuse me, can you take me to the Hokage?" Kushina asked kindly to the receptionist, who seemed to spend a moment processing Kushina's request until she finally nodded and began to guide Kushina and Kami to the Hokage's office. Arriving at some double doors, the receptionist opened them, expecting the Hokage to have the same sleepy face as the rest of the village. The two women actually raised an eyebrow when they saw that Tsunade, or rather her clone, didn't seem to have a hint of sleep. Instead, she seemed to be typing on a strange device while muttering some things that they didn't understand. "Hello Tsunade, how have you been?" Kushina greeted, almost expecting Tsunade to be surprised upon noticing her presence. However, all she received was a slight look with a raised eyebrow from Tsunade, who then returned to what she was doing. "Are you? What do you want?" asked Tsunade with disinterest, since she already knew that they were coming to the village because Naruto informed her. This made a vein bulge on Kushina's forehead when she was treated with brutal disinterest. Well, I wanted to know," Don Kushina was going to say, however Tsuni interrupted her when she saw something apparently more interesting than paying attention to the two people in front of her, and this obviously caused the two people present to get angry and their temper to come out. "Tsunade-sama," Kushina shouted, already quite annoyed, causing Tsunade to look at them again, now with a frown. "What?" Tsunade shouted in annoyance without backing down at all. "Where is the thing I left here?" Kushina shouted and asked in annoyance, causing Tsunade to restrain herself from jumping up and breaking the nose of this bitch who dared to insult her master, so taking a deep breath Tsunade simply answered. "They're looking for Naruto-sama." "Naruto, well, go to the place where the music is coming from, and that's it," said Tsunade, already relaxing a little while she proceeded to continue what she was doing, but her moment of relaxation didn't last long when the receptionist came in with a large amount of papers. "Tsunade-sama, there are more complaints from the villagers about the noise," said the receptionist, causing Tsunade to simply stand with an angelic smile. "Oh? Really? What are you waiting for? Give me that, listening to the villagers' complaints is the most important thing, so let's solve this once and for all," said Tsunade, taking the mountain of papers and then walking to the nearest window while placing a plate on it that took out some ninja threads that tied the large pile of papers, and with great force Tsunade threw the pile of papers out of her office so that the plate exploded, turning the mountain of papers to ashes. "There, matter resolved," said a smiling Tsunade as she sat back down under the watchful eyes of those present who were covered in beads of sweat. "Oh, it looks like it's about to start. Who should I bet on?" Tsunade wondered, seemingly forgetting that she was a clone. Kushina and Kami, on the other hand, simply chose to leave the Hokage Tower and head to the place where the music was coming from. Minutes. Okay, Kushina knew that Jiraiya had told her that Naruto had a lot of money. However, what she was seeing at this moment was exceeding all her expectations, because in front of her was the largest mansion she had ever seen in her entire life. Even the daimyo's mansion paled before the mansion that was in front of her. And that wasn't all that left Kushina surprised, because on a platform at the house she could see how her bastard son burned $100 bills as if they were toilet paper, as well as the fact that two deeds that Kushina would swear were Uzumaki's because of the similarity of their chakras were on their knees in front of Naruto while they gave him a blowjob, and if that wasn't enough, in the group of women dancing on the platform in hexy and tight police outfits were none other than Kurenai, Enko, Yugao, three girls that Kushina knew quite well because they were her pupils when she was still in the village. But what surprised her the most was that even Tsunade and her apprentice were there. However, all that surprise changed to one of greed, just thinking about how much money she would get from that thing. Well, Kami had the same thought, but her thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's voice that resonated throughout the place. "Fucking yes. Bring the beasts," Naruto shouted, and almost immediately the song changed while the floor in front of the mansion began to open, and from it, a platform began to rise on which were 4 vehicles. Chapter 6. Start was the whisper of a smiling Naruto as the hologram of the hands and numbers were projected in front of him, followed by a roar as if it were a beast about to fight, the pistons already pumping at a tremendous speed, the beautiful whistle caused by the turbo every time Naruto pressed the accelerator a little. The nuclear energy circulating through the many tubes and hoses of the car as if they were veins, but above all the sensation of the engine asking him to release the 10,000 horsepower it was holding back. Without a doubt this was one of the best sensations in the world, short of bucking his slaves' pussies. Of course, nothing beats that, but leaving that aside, Naruto listened to the jargon and excitement of the shinobi and civilians who had bet on this race. Raising his eyes a little, Naruto saw a large plasma television that was currently projecting the number of bets that were being made, and Naruto actually smiled when he saw the screen since apart from his slaves and an excited AM, no one else had bet on the. It was incredible the level of hatred they had for him so much that it influenced their decisions, but while paying more attention, Naruto smiled with more amusement when he saw the name of a certain Redeed who had bet a considerably high sum on the grey car with light blue details next to it. Naruto could easily tell the other racers that it was actually his own robots that lost on purpose, and Naruto would keep the $45,256,000 that had been bet, but where would the fun be? Besides, from the beginning this wasn't intended for gambling purposes. Naruto didn't care about keeping those millions because he had enough money to wipe his ass every time he went to the bathroom. But well, all this started because of a certain Senju addicted to gambling who clearly started betting on her master. Once the shinobi saw their Hokage's bet, they thought that the bets would be legitimate and that there would be no cheating, so the shinobi also bet. Now this in turn was also seen by the civilians who were quick to sign up. Once Naruto noticed a large number of people betting, he said to himself, why not make it more interesting? So Naruto at that moment smiled and spoke. The person who has the biggest bet and wins, we will return 50 times what they bet, declared Naruto. That statement quickly attracted the rest of the civilians and clan shinobi to place their bets. Back to the present. Naruto kept seeing Kushina's $500,000 bet on the screen, and although there were other bets that were dangerously close, Kushina was still the one with the biggest bet of all. Naruto didn't really know where Kushina had gotten that amount of money, but he assumed that this must be all that remained of her multiple debts acquired over time. But Kushina and Kami. Are you sure we should have bet that amount of money? Kami asked hesitantly to Kushina, who nodded. Yes, why? Do you think we bet too much? Kushina asked curiously. No, actually, why don't we add the $25,000 we had left? Kami asked with a greedy smile on her face, causing Kushina to smile back. Back with Naruto, he noticed how Kushina's bet increased by about $25,000. This caused Naruto to break out in a drop of sweat. However, Naruto's attention now went in the direction of one of his robots dressed in a fine tuxedo suit and tie. And the bets have closed. With my biggest bet of $525,000. The announcer shouted enthusiastically before continuing to speak. And since what is promised is debt, that bet will become $26,250,000 million. Unfortunately for the remaining it will simply be doubled, explained the narrator, while looking up at the gigantic screen so that it turned in and showed an image of all the elemental nations, and on it, a red line began to be drawn. Starting from Konoha, the competitors will head towards the warm Suna desert to surround them and exit towards the rocky territory of Iwa and then move on to the cloudy territory of Kumo. Finally, the competitors will pass through the maritime section of the country of Tea and will end in some curves towards the final stretch towards Konoha, the narrator explained calmly so that everyone could understand. Now, do you have any questions? Asked a Naruto-like robot, causing some people to raise their hands. You're the guy who thinks no one knows he's wearing a wig, he pointed at an older man, causing him to twitch, but he asked anyway. How long will this race last? I asked, to which the robot patted his chin a little and then responded. Well, there is a probability that it will last between 1 hour or maybe less, answered the robot, causing everyone to open their eyes in surprise, since normally it took between 1 to 2 days to get to river country, which was almost on the borders with Suna. This was a truly innovative invention, a pity that Naruto had no intention of sharing his inventions with this bunch of rotten people after all they had done for him. Of course, it was all of them except for a certain Ramon family who at this moment was thinking of hiring them to only cook in their mansion, but leaving those thoughts aside, Naruto paid attention to his narrator robot who at this moment seemed to be introducing the competitors. As the first car on the list we have the ARX 8000, the narrator introduced, showing the grey car with light blue details, the one in the image above. Secondly, we have one of the new generations, the powerful Stellantis, the narrator now pointed to a white car with gold details. In third place we have one of the stealthiest models, bow down to the amazing golden snake, the narrator introduced, now showing a golden car. And last but not least we have one of the first models created. Here is the first car that started all this. Here is the Predator Reno he presented, now showing the last car, which was a green one. NT. I know some people won't like Naruto driving this, but I honestly love the rear end of this car. In the latter was a calm Naruto who continued drinking from a bottle of Jack Daniels, while a curly black hair moved rhythmically up and down his crotch. Looking up, said woman looked at Naruto with her red eyes. "Master, are you sure you can drive drunk like this?" asked a smiling Kurenai as she ran her tongue over her lips to prevent a line of sperm from leaking out of her mouth. "Of course I can. Who do you think created these beauties?" Naruto asked rhetorically as he stepped on the accelerator, causing the car to lift a little and roar from the force of the engine. "NT. I don't know if you've noticed that when you do that in cars, they kind of rise up a little on one side. Those who have played GTA will know what I mean." "Master, you know I'm worried about you, so please be careful," said the red-eyed girl, planting a kiss on the tip of his member and then getting out of the car. "I'll have it," Naruto replied as he lightly spanked the former Kunoichi. Once again Naruto had to look away in the direction of the narrator robot who was looking at his imaginary watch and then shouted excitedly. Why? The bets are over, so there's only one thing left to do." The narrator shouted smirkingly as he signaled the 4 cars to line up. "Okay, let the fun begin," Naruto said to himself as he began driving his car towards a starting line that was right in front of the gates of the walls that surrounded Naruto's mansion. Once the cars were lined up, a few drones with cameras came out of some random part of the mansion and started flying between the cars, placing their beds on them. "Is everyone ready?" the narrator asked enthusiastically on stage, so that immediately the 4 cars began to roar and flames began to come out of their exhausts, which little by little became so thin that the cars were about to start sliding forward. Think of it as a blowtorch flame. Everyone seemed expectant as they listened to the sound like a turbine getting louder until the narrator removed an almost sordid yaw. At that moment Naruto along with his other 3 competitors pressed the accelerator causing the tires to drip on the asphalt and cause a bit of smoke that didn't last long thanks to the sudden lack of cars that caused it, since from one moment to the next, the hands of each vehicle went from 0 to 250 km per hour. Turning his rudder to the left, Naruto skidded almost touching a wall in front of the exit of the grounds of his mansion to begin following the other 3 competitors who moved from side to side to try to pass the other. However, the 4 competitors had to turn to their right and skid again to find themselves on the straight road towards the double doors of the village with the path clear of any passers-by because everyone was near his property watching the race through the screenlet. Naruto and the other 3 made their first change and proceeded to accelerate more, traveling half the village in almost 10 seconds. Meanwhile at the village gates. Finally some peace," said the always sleepy Katetsu preparing to lie down. "You can't even say it, finally we can get some sleep." However, before he could finish his sentence, 4 speeding blurs passed in front of them and shortly after, a strong wind raised a large cloud of dust. What the hell was that? They both wondered aloud as they leaned forward a little to see how the dust cloud was moving further away. "It's definitely the lack of sleep," they both said to each other, giving themselves an excuse to go to sleep. Back with the spectators. Everyone seemed quite surprised to see how the machines called cars seemed to actually be close to reaching the halfway point to reach Suna's borders, but for the moment they decided to leave that aside and enjoy the spectacle given by the demon boy. Stillmantis is still in the lead. Closely followed by the other 3 competitors who are not far behind. Narrated the robot while looking at the screen, causing those who bet on that car to cheer up. Mom, our car is in 3rd place," exclaimed a scared Kami who was watching the race. "Calm down, Kami, it's just started, there's no need to worry yet," Kushina calmed her daughter. Back with Naruto, he had noticed an opening between the 2 cars in front of him, so taking advantage of the opportunity, Naruto made his change and accelerated hard trying to pass his 2 opponents, but who did not let him and also accelerated. Making things more interesting in the race, the robot driving the Golden Snake pressed one of the many buttons on his dashboard, causing a small door on the front right side to open, and from it came out a small machine gun, and with a smile on his face, the robot proceeded to take a joystick to start controlling the mini turret and start shooting in the direction of Naruto, who had to duck so that no bullet would hit him. And although it is clear that the bullets did not cause much damage to Naruto's car, other than some scratches and holes in the glass since the cars were armored, so it did more for something to do real damage. "So that's what we're doing," Naruto said to himself as he pressed a button, causing a small hole to open right in the middle of the front left tire, and from it came out a small device that adhered to the Golden Snake's door, and not a second later an explosion not as powerful as explosive paper caused the robot to lose control of the vehicle, a little enough for Naruto to overtake it, along with the ARX-8000. Naruto looked in his rearview mirror at the cloud of smoke. Shortly after, the golden car came out with only a small dent in the door. Returning his gaze to the front, Naruto now looked at the GPS for a moment. The weapons themselves were not intended to destroy the opponent, but rather to take control of them for brief moments or those were the weapons that were intended for that, since each car was equipped with a large number of weapons and 95% were truly lethal. But of course Naruto did not believe that they would ever use those weapons. Minutes later. "Beat this, bastard," was the voice of a competitor as he pulled a lever causing a missile to come out of an opening in the vehicle, and in midair, it divided into several smaller missiles that headed towards the Stillmantas who, skidding to the right, dodged the small missiles that hit a mountain on the borders of Iwa and Suna. In a few seconds, said mountain became nothing more than a smoking crater. The eluded one trying to be civilized, kindly said the following words. "Go to hell, you damn son of a bitch," he shouted in response, so that in the middle of the skid, a kind of small cannon came out that quickly pointed at the ARX-8000, and in less than a second a laser beam was fired that almost blew the driver's head off. However, it grazed the car, hitting another mountain, and upon impact a dome the size of a mansion was formed that when it disappeared, left the mountain with a giant hole. "I see we're being left out of the fun," said a funny Naruto as he stood next to the Stillmantas, and from a seal a robotic hand appeared with a saw at the point that immediately tried to cut the car's engine. However, before he could start cutting, Naruto was hit by a sticky grenade on the back of the car. So snapping his teeth, Naruto guided the saw at high speed to the grenade so that it would adhere to the saw and then bring it closer to the rear wheel of the Stillmantas, and the moment it exploded the wheel flew away, and as if everyone was turning against them, the other two competitors took advantage of the opportunity and launched missiles at the wounded vehicle. "Oh shit," said the robot with resignation as he pulled the lever that propelled him out of the vehicle before it exploded into thousands of pieces. Then Konoha. A lot of people started groaning in disappointment at seeing their money disappear like that, and on the other hand, there were the others celebrating the destruction of one of their opponents. "Yes, let's go, Buck," was the distinctive voice of a certain Reed as she celebrated having less competition, while her daughter Kami is equally ecstatic while eating a hot dog from the different food stands that the robots put around. Back in the race. The robot that had been disabled was now standing calmly looking at the pile of pieces of metal that had once been the car he was driving. However, far from being disappointed, the robot actually had a smile. "These last 24 minutes were really fun," the robot said to himself as he felt the wind begin to blow hard, and then a rather large shadow began to fall over him. So turning in the direction of the Caesar, the robot saw the recovery team, which was a rather futuristic aircraft that came to take the remains of vehicles along with his comrade in arms. Landing near the robot, it simply began to walk in its direction until a door began to open at the rear of the ship, and from these began to come out a scream of soldiers who began to load all the parts of the car to the ship. So in less than 8 minutes the pieces had been successfully collected and everyone had now climbed back onto the ship. "Everything is clean, take us home," said the team captain. "At your command, sir," replied the pilot of the ship to begin flying over and begin flying in the direction of Konoha at high speed, leaving lines in the air. Back with the competitors. The explosions continued to resonate for now through the territory of Iwa. Shock waves came and went everywhere, large rocks flew across the dunes, but above all the sounds of the wheels burning the tires and the hot engine of the vehicles snorted in fury. Taking a curve, dribbling, the three cars were going to the stop with Naruto now leading the first place. They only had to pass through Kumo, through the maritime mountain range of T country, and they would already be in the final stretch. In itself there was almost nothing left, considering that it seemed they were going to last much less than expected. After all, they were already finishing touring Heart country and were about to reach the borders with Kumo. Going at 500 km per hour, the three vehicles entered the mountainous Kumo Mountains that seemed to surpass the sky. However, the three competitors were not paying attention to these details and simply followed the route, dodging attacks from their opponents and rocks that fell from the mountains due to the impact of explosions, plasma beams and many other weapons. And as usual, Naruto felt how the Kumo Shinobis tried to follow them. However, just like Suna and Iwa, they were quickly left behind. However, they lasted longer following them than the other two. Perhaps it was because of the natural affinity for lightning that the Kumo Shinobis possessed. Leaving that aside, Naruto forced his already battered vehicle to increase its speed to 575 km per hour on a straight line that led to a cliff that fell into the sea. Kumo didn't really last long before they passed him because the country was the smallest of the 4 continents. So jumping off the cliff, the three vehicles began an imminent descent towards the immense sea. Then Konoha. "What the hell are they doing?" asked a Candida Kushina while she saw the cars falling into the sea. However, in the middle of the fall, the wheels of the vehicles were covered in metal and leaned slightly outwards while a light blue circle began to shine. Upon impacting the water, the three vehicles sank a little. Then they surfaced and more fire began to come out of their exhausts with greater intensity, behind each one forming steam, and the water began to swirl until finally it happened. The three cars shot off at 1,200 km per hour, leaving behind a giant trail of water that quickly fell like rain. The speed at which they were traveling was already almost approaching the speed of sound. At this point, the weapons consisting of missiles could no longer be used because once these were fired, they would quickly be left behind by the vehicles. Although Naruto had already created hypersonic missiles, these could not be installed in these cars due to their relatively larger size than normal. However, laser beam weapons or plasma energy weapons were still viable. So here were the three vehicles launching laser and plasma beams left and right, some grazing the opponent and others simply colliding with an island or the sea, causing gaps to be created in the water that would soon be filled again. This continued for a good couple of seconds until finally the inevitable happened and a lasso hit right into the engine of the golden car Golden Snake, causing it to stop working instantly and simply drift across the sea until it was simply floating on the water being left behind by the now last two participants. Shit, said a calm robot who tried to lower the cracked car window, however it just cracked more and finally ended up breaking. Well, that still works the same way, the Naruto-like robot said to himself. Then paying attention as in the distance the water began to rise as if it were a tumor, however a few seconds later the water slid away to reveal something truly gigantic that could be compared to the size of half of the Konoha village. Well, this is certainly majestic, the robot said to himself as a recovery team was deployed to look for him. Back with the competitors. Naruto and his opponent were now back on solid ground, more specifically in the land of Tea. At this moment anyone who saw them pass would simply see blurs of something they couldn't identify. However, this didn't matter much to Naruto at this moment and he was simply focused on reaching the goal, which wasn't long away from reaching it. At this point, where it was just Naruto and the other robot, they reached a fire maple and simply decided to see who had enough skill to get there first, so by accelerating harder, the two increased their mileage. Absently, the two saw the mansion they had on the T continent as a port base where they were building warships, but that is an explanation for another time, since the two competitors were again on a short maritime stretch to finally reach the final stretch. Arriving on dry land again, the two of them followed the few trees that were on the banks of the desert of Suna. Leaving this small forest, the two headed towards Konoha and as if they both knew what they had to do, they uncovered some buttons that were on the steering wheels of the cars, so giving each other one last look, the two smiled with absolute amusement and then pressed the buttons, causing large propellers that looked more like turbines to appear behind the two vehicles. Once these appeared, they began to produce a small amount of flames until, from one moment to the next, their intensity increased so much that the two vehicles went from 1,200 to 2,357 kilometers per hour. The last two competitors quickly disappeared in a blur, leaving behind a trail of dirt and a literally burned out road behind them. Now, although this last stretch would end in a few minutes or seconds, this was not the case for long, since Naruto had a tunnel vision when all sound around him vanished and everything actually slowed down. Naruto could literally see how certain parts of the car that consisted of metal began to heat up to a bright red, as well as little by little new dents began to form thanks to the air pressure that was cut around it. The other vehicle wasn't any better either, in fact both were getting worse as both cars started to fall apart. The front cover of the car came off, the front bumper was unlucky, and it too flew off almost melting. The tires were literally about to explode due to the expansion force of making so many turns in nanoseconds. Soon the once imposing vehicles now seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and simply exploding. However, when the two were a few kilometers away from reaching the gates of Konoha, Naruto quickly pressed all the buttons that brought out all the mini turrets of the vehicle. Once they came out they quickly began to turn equally red. This confused a robot a little since literally those weapons could not reach him. However, rather than pointing them at Naruto, he pointed the weapons back and quickly they all began to fire, causing the recoil of the turrets to propel Naruto further. The robot realized this too late because they were just a few meters away from passing the gates of Konoha. "I lost," was what the robot said when they crossed the finish line, and Naruto was about 2 centimeters ahead of him. So braking with all the force that the worn tires still gave, the two vehicles skidded down the central avenue of Konoha until they finally stopped right in front of the Hokage Tower. The two stood there, the car's suspension sagging slightly, the car emanating combined smoke and steam as the engine chugged. "Turn off," Naruto said in a whisper, so that the engine immediately stopped working, leaving behind the sound of hot and molten metal. For a moment nothing happened, however in a few seconds later, an equally molten drone had fallen on their vehicle, because it had been following them the whole time. But the audience. Everyone was in an overwhelming silence for one simple reason: none of those present had seen who had passed first, since the difference had been minimal to notice, so they simply stood there waiting for the results of the race. The Kushina holding her bedding slip tightly while waiting for the result, which didn't take long to appear on the big screen. Everyone who saw Kushina at this moment would swear that she looks more like a corpse than someone who seemed to be screaming a moment ago. Her daughter Kami is not better either, she was already lying on the floor, while she seemed to be suffering some kind of cardiac arrest. This was because a large image of Naruto's car appeared on the screen with the words "winner" below it. This day would be known by all as the Great Loss, because with the exception of Naruto's slaves and a happy AM, none of those present had bet on Naruto. After this unforgettable day, there was a severe shortage of D-rank missions, as well as a significant drop in the crime rate. Now, you might be wondering why the crime rate dropped so much. Well, it's quite simple. Many gangsters had spent a large amount of money on the bet, and since these people are selfish by nature, just like perhaps 99% of this village, they decided to retaliate and tried to recover their money by sending allies of their men to attack Naruto's mansion. Needless to say, it was a terrible idea, because before the mercenaries could pass the walls to enter Naruto's lands, they had already been pierced, decapitated, mutilated, exploded, and many more different ways they had been killed. This didn't end until the mafias joined forces as a joint effort to give the final wave, which ended in an unforgettable massacre. After that, the mobsters stopped trying and simply stayed in their hidden holes with their tails between their legs. Leaving that for another time, at this moment he found himself looking at Kushina and her daughter with such great indifference that it bothered to read just by looking at him. "Hello mother," Naruto greeted calmly while caressing the mass of pink hair that rose and fell in his crotch. "What can I do for you?" Naruto asked calmly, to which Kushina, ignoring for the moment the girl doing an oral job in front of her, decided to speak. "Hello H-son," Kushina began with a smile so fake that even a mentally retarded person would realize how fake it was. "You see, your sister and I are in a pretty bad situation financially," Kushina continued, hoping that Naruto would realize what she meant, and Naruto knew even before they set foot in Konoha what the reason for their visit was, but he decided to play dumb and waited for Kushina to continue, to which Kushina cursed. "So we wanted to know if you could lend us some money?" Kushina asked again with that terribly fake smile. "And how much are we talking about?" Naruto asked while an Ino in a hexi-maid dress served him a drink of rum. Kushina actually thought for a moment, but quickly answered. 10 million, said Kushina, firmly thinking that was the minimum amount they could ask for. However, Naruto wasn't thinking that. Although Naruto had plenty of bills, he knew that this amount was quite high, that even banks would flatly refuse to give it. However, Naruto smiled and answered. "Sure," said Naruto, making the two smile. "But you have 3 months to give me back my money," said Naruto, causing Kushina to frown indignantly. "What? Why do we have to give you back the money?" Kushina asked, to which Naruto tilted his head playfully. "Oh? I see you don't understand the term lend in your vocabulary," Naruto said calmly, taking a sip of rum and staring at Kushina. "As the word says, I'm lending you money. It's obvious that you have to pay me back, and I'm giving you 3 months to pay me back," said Naruto, knowing that even if he gave them much more time they wouldn't be able to return the money. "But I gave you my life, that should be worth a loan," Kushina replied, causing Naruto to laugh at the fact that she valued her life. "Well, that price has been devalued thanks to 14 years of leaving me in this shithole, but well, that's the condition, take it or leave it," said Naruto calmly while he felt Sakura's deep throat, which looked at Naruto with hearts in her eyes. Several seconds passed in which Kushina simply sat there on the couch thinking about the proposal. Finally reaching a decision, Kushina looked at Naruto and nodded. "Okay, we have a deal," said Kushina with a wicked smile. Naruto also nodded and smiled as he signaled to a certain red-haired girl with glasses also dressed in a maid outfit. Karen quickly left the room for a few moments and then entered the room with 2 briefcases full of money which she placed on the small table that stood between Naruto and Kushina. "Okay, here is the money and remember 3 months, if not all of you will belong to me," said Naruto as he handed a sheet of paper to Kushina, who quickly took it and signed it, followed by Kushina and Kami taking the 2 briefcases and proceeded to leave the place, while Naruto watched as 2 Nanorbits left the 2 briefcases and climbed up Kushina and Kami's hands. Smiling, Naruto proceeded to pour a large amount of viscous sperm down Sakura's throat, which she eagerly proceeded to swallow. Naruto knew that as soon as Kushina left her mansion, she would leave Konoha with no intention of returning to return the money. For that reason, the Nanorbits would be in charge of broadcasting their location at all times. In short, they were already doomed, because even if they noticed the Nanorbits, Naruto would still find them with the help of the satellites. Time jump 1 month. Report. Current cash. $2,725,000,000. Ex-machines in operation. 3,235,000. Ex-machines produced per day. 45,000 and increasing. Other inventions 35,000. Winning bets. 322. Bases in operation. 10. Satellites in orbit. 10. Esclavas. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Sakura, Kin, Karen, Samui, Karui, Yujido, Mabui, Kuritsuchi, Tamari, Pakura, Tenten, Itomi, Tsunade, Shizune, Teiya, Tsum, Hana. "How long until the images arrive?" Naruto asked in the command center of the main base while he watched his creations use the computers and his slaves behind him in their military uniforms. 15 seconds, replied a former machine, to which Naruto nodded. "Has there been any improvement in the speed and rendering of the images?" Naruto asked, to which the same former machine responded. The improvements are 3 minutes less, now the shipment lasts 5 minutes, and the renderings and quality are now 1080, responded the Ex-machina at the moment that on the big screen in front of everyone, images of some species of grey lands without any type of vegetation around them began to be revealed, as it could also be noted that it was night despite the time they were in being daytime. That's good progress, said Naruto watching the images. Now you're probably wondering, what was this place? And why did it take so long to send a few simple images? Well, these two questions can be summed up in one answer, and what is it? Because those images were being sent from the moon. That's right, Naruto had already taken the step to explore outside his planet about 2 weeks ago, and with some trial and error, Naruto had finally been able to create ships that could travel at high speed to the moon, so that they would simply take between 1 or 2 hours to reach their destination, or it could even take less. However, there was a problem with this type of travel. Although their former machines had no problems with that since they were machines, humans could not due to the pressure exerted by traveling at a speed of more than Mach 15, or to be more specific 18,522 km per hour. The pressure exerted would cause the inevitable crushing of the human body. However, Naruto was an innate genius and already had some clones finishing placing some seals to avoid these effects. But leaving that aside, Naruto had already stopped inspecting the images and simply smiled to give his next order. Okay, I want you to send 250,000 soldiers to the moon with enough material to build a base of this size, Naruto ordered as he took his chin and proceeded to give a second order. Also send 50,000 soldiers to the other planet Kepler 1A and look for any type of vegetation or any sign of life. Naruto finished ordering, leaving the place followed by his slaves. Time jump. Report. Bring cash. $2,200,000,000. Ex-machines in operation. 4,735,000. Ex-machines produced per day. 60,000 and increasing. Other inventions 60,000. Winning bets. 322. Bases in operation, land. 10. Bases in operation, moon. 2. Bases in operation, Kepler 1A. 1. Satellites in orbit. 10. Esclavas. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Sakura, Kin, Karen, Samui, Karui, Yujido, Mabui, Kuritsuchi, Tamari, Pakura, Tenten, Itomi, Tsunade, Shizune, Teiya, Tsum, Hana. The turn to Sito was a complete success, a former mecha informed Naruto, who smiled as he watched on television as a man tied to a chair inside one of his ships, writhed trying to get free, while the ship traveled at its maximum speed. The test subject does not appear to be suffering any pain in his body, another former machine reported on his computer. Well, return the ship and kill the child rapist, said Naruto, satisfied with the success of his invention. At your service, sir, replied the former machine gunner. Now how is the matter of sending images and quality? Naruto asked, to which a former machine responded. Sir, the shipments now last 50 seconds and the quality is 4K, replied the Ex-machine, to which Naruto nodded. Any reports on Kepler 1A? Naruto asked curiously. Sir, apart from finding quite abundant vegetation and apparently wildlife, nothing else new has been found, replied the former engineer. How's the weather? Asked a Sophie sitting on Naruto's shoulder, who smiled and looked at the former machine for an answer. Well, the climate is colder than on Earth, and in fact it started snowing on Kepler 1A 3 days ago. Finally, tests indicate that the air on Kepler 1A is 95% suitable for humans to breathe. That's good, as it can also be an inconvenience, said Naruto without really worrying about the matter, since he could make some mask to filter the air or make a seal, and that meant he would have to look for enough test subjects to send them to Kepler 1A and test his inventions. Okay, Karui, Kurenai, Samui, Anko and a squad of Ex-machines will accompany you to a mercenary base on the borders with Iwa, so take an aircraft and leave in 10 minutes, make sure you don't kill anyone, Naruto ordered, to which the aforementioned nodded and left the place. Well, Sophie, how about we continue working on that project? Naruto suggested, causing Sophie to smile with her eyes and start jumping on Naruto's shoulder. Yes, Naruto-sama. Naruto's personal secretary replied. Time jump 1 month. Report. Bring cash. $2 billion. Ex-machines in operation. 6,600,000. Ex-machines produced per day. 70,000 and increasing. Other inventions 100,000. Winning bets. 322. Bases in operation, land. 10. Bases in operation, moon. 3. Bases in operation, Kepler 1A. 2. Satellites in orbit. 10. Esclavas. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Sakura, Kin, Karen, Samui, Karui, Yujido, Mabui, Kuritsuchi, Tamari, Pakura, Tenten, Itomi, Tsunade, Shizune, Teiya, Tsum, Hana. Opening her eyes, the first thing Sophie saw was Naruto, who looked at her with a smile while he seemed to be inspecting her. "Well? How are you feeling?" Naruto asked, seeing the life-size body lying in front of him. Raising her hands to face level, Sophie saw the distinctive skin-like material connected with sensors that allowed her to feel anything that touched her. Running her hand through her head, Sophie discovered that she now had straight shoulder-length black hair. "I feel good," said Sophie, quite impressed by the feeling of her new body. "Why don't you go to that mirror and look at yourself," said Naruto, pointing to a full-body mirror, to which Sophie quickly stood up and approached to see herself. Although she had already seen her new body that had been from her old body, now she wanted to see herself from her new body, and believe me, it was quite comforting for Naruto's secretary, who now looked incredibly happy. "It looks pretty good on you," Naruto said to Sophie's back, who simply turned around and gave him a big hug. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Chapter 7. Footsteps were heard in the large and luxurious mansion, footsteps of someone with incomparable intelligence, footsteps of that person who revolutionized his life, but above all, footsteps of someone who possessed the greatest military power of all nations together, who with the simple press of a button could make a town disappear from the map, who even with an order that came out of his mouth could erase a nation. This was Naruto Uzumaki, a young man who at this moment was walking dressed in a tuxedo with his faithful assistant Sophie as they headed towards a room where their guests were. They hadn't even arrived yet, and Naruto was already hearing the sound of someone's screams wanting to be released, however that couldn't be done. Reaching the door of said room, Naruto finally opened the door and revealed his mother and sister tied to chairs and with chakra suppression papers on their shoulders. "Damn wretch, let me go," shouted the always energetic Kushina as her daughter struggled. However, Naruto simply walked over to a really comfortable fine chair in front of them and sat down with a marked smile of amusement on his face. "Are you deaf? Damn demon," the Redeed shouted again, looking daggers at Naruto, who simply continued to look at her until she decided to speak. Time goes by really fast, don't you think, mother?" Naruto began calmly while Kushina frowned. "I was going to give you back the money," Kushina shouted, causing Naruto to frown, then stand up, walk in front of Kushina and in a quick movement grab her by the neck and slap her quite hard. "Can you talk once without yelling?" Naruto asked with annoyance. "What do you think?" Whatever Kushina was about to say was cut off when a backhand to her other cheek silenced her. "Lower your bucking voice because I can keep doing this for as long as I please," Naruto ordered and warned the shocked Kushina, who felt the tingling of pain in her cheeks. Returning to his chair, Naruto sat back down. "Well, what was I doing?" He wondered for a moment how much he would pay to remember. "Oh right, I was in time. You see, mother, time has already passed and I even gave you 15 more days to return the money, but apparently you have no intention of doing so," Naruto commented as if he were the leader of a mafia. "At this point, if you decide not to pay, I would make the decision to take any property that belongs to you. However, you have absolutely nothing to take. I find it incredible that you have spent 10 million and you don't even have a piece of land or a house," said Naruto with some amusement on his face. "Now that you don't have any belongings to give me, the only thing left that I can take would be you," Naruto commented to Kushina, who knew where this was heading. After all, it was no secret that Naruto had many slaves. "I'll pay you back," Kushina stated, not so convincingly, causing Kushina to raise an eyebrow. "And how specifically are you going to do that?" Naruto asked, to which Kushina thought until she came up with an idea. "Yuzu Island is valued at 40 million, I could give you a piece of land, and that's it," Kushina offered, causing a silence to fall on the scene until Naruto laughed out loud. "Mother, Yuzu Island hasn't been yours for a long time," Naruto said with amusement, to which Kushina opened her eyes in disbelief. "But what? That's impossible," said Kushina, to which Naruto denied. "In fact, it is possible. If you had taken the time to read the territorial guidelines, you would have realized that if the owner of said lands is dead for more than 10 years, it will be put up for sale, and you have been dead for 14 years of course. Normally this would go to a living relative, however, since they didn't leave a will or anything, it was simply put up for sale," Naruto informed with amusement. "And guess who bought the island?" "That's right, the island is mine now, and as I said at the beginning, you have nothing," said Naruto with a grim smile, causing Kushina to break out in a cold sweat. Mom, we're going to get through this, right?" Kami asked sadly to Kushina, who for the first time didn't know how to answer her daughter. "Oh little sister, you are in a big mess from which it is impossible to get out, so I hope you learn to embrace your new life," said Naruto, already prepared to place the slavery marks. Kushina could only shake her head, knowing that her freedom was shortened with each step Naruto took and each inch that his palm came closer to her. Spank. Time jump 3 weeks later. Report. Current cash. $2,405,000,000. Ex-machines in operation. 10,050,000. Ex-machines produced per day. 80,000 and increasing. Other inventions 500,000. Winning bets. 322. Bases in operation, land. 10. Bases in operation, Moon. 3. Bases in operation, Kepler 1A. 3. Satellites in orbit. 10. Slaves. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Sakura, Kin, Karen, Samui, Kari, Yujido, Mabui, Kuritsuchi, Tamari, Pakura, Tenten, Itomi, Tsunade, Shizune, Teiaya, Sum, Hana, Kushina, Kami. Time really goes by pretty fast, Naruto said to himself as he walked through his large garden while holding 2 ropes. I still remember as if it were yesterday when they knocked on my port to ask for alms. Naruto began pulling the 2 ropes, causing 2 moans. It's not like that, mother-sister, Naruto finished saying, changing the view to reveal Kushina and Kami on all 4s while wearing a hexy bitch outfit. Woof woof, yes, Naruto-sama replied, a submissive Kami while looking sideways at Naruto, who smiled while remembering the different ways he used to break the 2. Lemon skipped. Coming out of his room, Naruto was now wearing a black suit with an equally black cap and what looked like a white trench coat. Walking again through the fine corridors of his mansion, Naruto finally reached the elevator that was descending towards the main base right in the command center. On this occasion, Naruto did not bring his slaves because they were in their morning training, of course, except for Kushina and Kami, who at this moment should still be resting. But well, leaving that topic for the moment, the elevator had already reached its destination after about 4 minutes. Opening the elevator doors, Naruto again began his quiet walk, while each ex-machine he came across greeted him with a military pose, with Naruto returning the greeting. This continued until the doors of the command center opened from side to side, as if they had hidden in the wall, giving way to Naruto, who walked to a fairly comfortable chair and in front of him a laptop. This was located in the middle of all the other ex-machines that checked all the systems, soldier counts, missing materials, etc. Briefly looking at the amounts, percentages and graphs on the giant screen in front of everyone, Naruto noticed that there was a large production of military inventions on this day. And apart from that small detail, everything remained absolutely the same, so there was nothing to worry about. How are the investigations going on Kepler 1A? Naruto asked curiously, to which the former engineer in charge of that area replied. We have discovered 7 different minerals, 145 edible fruits and 98 types of animals, reported the former machine, to which Naruto nodded. Perfect. And the moon? Any material worth using? Naruto asked, to which another former machine responded. We did a complete study of the moon and discovered that it is made up of 43% oxygen, 21% silicon, 10% aluminum, 9% calcium, 9% iron, 5% magnesium and 2% titanium, informed the former machine, causing Naruto to frown a little. We could extract the silicon, it must be useful for something, said Naruto calmly. Any more details to mention? Naruto asked, to which a former machine in charge of the radar area spoke. In fact, about 3 minutes ago there was interference in 3 random places. The first was caused near Suna, the second in Iwa, and the third more than in Kumo. This was hundreds of kilometers above Kumo, explained the former machine, provoking curiosity in Naruto. Did any satellites go down? Naruto asked, to which the former machine replied. In fact, the diagnosis is completed in approximately 30 seconds, reported the former Makukna. Search for an image of the interference, Naruto ordered, and immediately a radar image of the elemental nations appeared with the first interference. When Naruto saw the image, the only thing he noticed was a small spot about 12 kilometers west of Suna. The spot itself looked like some kind of fog, but it wasn't a big deal. After that, the image changed to the second interference in Iwa. This one was located 15 kilometers south of Iwa, and more than a fog, this one seemed as if the place of the stain had been discolored. Finally there was the third. This one was 90 kilometers high above Suna, and unlike the others, this one was a little bigger than the other 2. Okay, if Naruto didn't know any better, he would wonder what the hell was going on. However, having years and years of always expecting the worst of a situation led Naruto to a conclusion in which for the first time he hopes his deduction was wrong. Naruto-sama, the satellites have no fault, in fact they are operating at their maximum capacity, reported the ex-machine, causing a cold sweat to appear on Naruto's forehead. Oh shit, I want you to send a platoon, Naruto tried to order, however the same former machine in charge of the radar area spoke. Yes sir. An anomaly has been caused in the same place in Suna, but this one is much bigger, reported the ex-machine, while transmitting the images to the big screen, and now instead of just a point, there was now a spot 3 times bigger than the village of Suna. Naruto remained silent for a moment until he decided to speak. Send a drone to the area for inspections, Naruto ordered, to which a former machine nodded and proceeded to do as requested. Base on the borders of Suna. The drone shot out at high speed in the indicated direction. It would take about 2 minutes to reach the location. And while that, Naruto continued giving orders to his former machines. Sir, a former machine called attention, however Naruto paid no attention and continued giving orders. Sir. The former machine shouted now, interrupting Naruto. What? Naruto asked exasperatedly as he watched a former machine point to the large screen, so seeing the screen Naruto noticed that in the other 2 points, interferences of equal or greater size had been created. This has to be a joke, Naruto said to himself, preparing to give more orders. However, said orders were choked in his throat when the screen changed to the camera of the drone they had sent. Naruto opened his eyes wide, he couldn't believe what he was seeing right now, because in front of him was what Naruto knew was the worst situation he had ever imagined in his mind. In front of him was a seemingly endless army that he had never seen. The silence fell in the command center, a silence that could hardly be silenced by any bold comment someone decided to make, and yet Naruto's whispered order was heard by everyone in the place. To account of the possible amount Naruto ordered, to which an unresponsive Ex-machina proceeded to do as requested. But the drone, he began to fly over the entire army, while counting the number of them. However, his flight only lasted about 45 seconds, since he was intercepted by one of them to later destroy the drone. Back with Naruto. "Sir, we've lost contact with the spy drone," the former officer reported. "How many could you count?" Naruto asked, to which the former machine remained silent for a moment before answering the question. 7,231,597 units, sir, replied the Ex-machina. Cold sweat ran down the side of Naruto's face, now seeing how from the interference, a gigantic amount of points began to emerge that identified each of those things that were inside that giant portal. "Sir, we await orders," said a former machine, waiting for an order from his leader. However, Naruto remained silent, not knowing what to do, now seeing that from the other 2 interferences, many more red dots came out. "Sir, we lost contact with the 25 former machines in Suna," said another former machine. "Sir. Orders please." The former machine asked again. However, Naruto was now suffering from a state of panic. He knew nothing about the enemy, and apparently they were 3 different forces. If the last images sent by his former machines in Suna, Iwa and Kumo were anything to go by, that meant that these 3 foreign forces tripled his army or perhaps quintupled it. This was certainly a very bad situation. "Sir," the former machine called, but again Naruto didn't respond. "Sir." Now the Ex-machina shouted, finally getting Naruto out of his panic. "We need orders," the former machine gunner asked. Naruto began, not really knowing what to order, the confusion of not knowing what was happening clouding his judgment. However, this confusion slowly turned into rage at these sons of bitches who were thinking of destroying the empire he had created. Oh no, this wasn't happening. So looking up with a sharp look, Naruto proceeded to give the commands to defend everything he had created. For the moment, just raise the plasma cannons, bring 100% of the stormtroopers to the surface, and rapid response, Naruto ordered, to which 2 Ex-machines nodded. One went to deploy the soldiers, and the other began to type on the computer to activate the plasma cannons. On the surface, all the shinobi and civilians were quietly ignorant of what was happening at this moment. However, this peace did not last long when along the walls, pillars began to rise from which some kind of cannons emerged that pointed around them in search of something strange to destroy. Back with Naruto. "Sir." A former machine called to Naruto, who turned to look at him, waiting for what he was going to say. "An unidentified projectile just left Kumo in our direction." The former mech reported while projecting the radar where a triangle was heading towards Konoha. "Those sons of bitches want to finish us off in one fell swoop," Naruto said with a darkened look and a serious grimace. However, that went from a serious grimace to a smile. "Very well, you are entering into dangerous territory. Don't blame me when things go wrong," Naruto said to himself with amusement. "Sir, 2 minutes to impact," the former engineer reported. "Activate the level 10 barrier," Naruto ordered. "Right away, sir," greeted the former machine, pressing his keys until finally pressing the enter button. Back outside. On the surface, although now everyone was confused about what was happening, they were now in a level of extreme confusion, seeing that in the distance in the sky what everyone thought was a meteorite was approaching. However, everyone was wrong, and more than a meteorite, this was a thermonuclear missile that would destroy Konoha in the blink of an eye. When the projectile was a short distance from impact, as if in slow motion, 10 machines flew out from different parts of Konoha and gathered in the middle of Konoha, so that almost instantly a dome was created that covered the entire village. And not a second later the projectile hit the barrier that easily prevented the advance of this. Once the missile could not advance any further, it detonated, creating a massive explosion that sent the vast majority of trees around Konoha flying, leaving a wasteland around it. In Kumo. "Sir, the H-bomb did not kill living beings at that location," spoke a thick guttural voice, causing a rather robust figure to turn around in curiosity as he tossed the severed head of a dead Reikage. That's curious, seeing how technologically advanced these things were. They shouldn't have been able to survive that bomb. Even if they somehow intercepted it, the shockwave would do them serious damage, the creature mused, and at that moment a massive explosion was caused a few kilometers away from them, while it seemed to be disintegrating parts of a giant tentacled creature. It seems they are having success killing that thing, the creature spoke distractedly again as he looked up at the sky and saw his large fleet of spaceships. Back with Naruto. They'd prepare everything for war. They just gave us a clear signal that they are not coming in peace, so I want every soldier and military machinery in motion now. Naruto ordered as he turned around and began to surface. Back on the surface. Now if all the shinobi and civilians were getting seriously scared, first it was that massive explosion that almost killed them all, and now the Naruto soldiers were mobilizing almost as similar as when the second and third shinobi war was starting. However, this one seemed much more serious, since around Konoha large gates were opening from which a large number of different types of aircraft and armored vehicles began to emerge. The shinobi gathered on the great walls of Konoha, watching in total amazement the large number of soldiers that were forming in the now Mariano in front of the village. It was certainly a bucking gigantic amount that they did not expect to match in hundreds of years, not counting the aircrafts that remained floating lazily above them, while each of them waited for someone in specific who did not take long to arrive. Walking under the watchful eyes of everyone, you could see Naruto with a serious frown on his face as he walked up the stairs to a platform in front of his army that was ready to spill the blood of his enemies. Once he reached the abyss, Naruto stayed there for a few almost agonizing seconds until he decided to speak. Like creations today, an unprecedented event has occurred today. We are facing three unknown forces that today have decided to conquer Suna, Iwa and Kumo, which could not do anything against their strength. Naruto began causing the shinobi and civilians to be somewhat confused and scared. Now that we have avoided being destroyed, those unknown forces have realized that there is someone else who can face them on this planet, and most likely they will come with everything against us to eradicate us, Naruto continued giving his speech. However, that will not happen. No, that is not going to happen. We will fight tooth and nail to defend ourselves, to defend our empire. Naruto shouted, causing the soldiers to shout in response. Glory to the Uzumaki Empire. Roared each and every one of the soldiers. Stormtroopers. Rapid response soldier. Come on. My dear creations. And let's show them that they just made the worst mistake they could have made in their insignificant and pathetic lives. Let's not let them bring the war to us. Let's bring the war to them. Shouted euphoric Naruto as the aircrafts began to fly over, starting to leave in three different directions, the soldiers breaking ranks, the military vehicles, the war tanks beginning to advance towards the war. Let's show them who's boss. Chapter 8. Glory to the Uzumaki Empire. Was the collective cry of an innumerable army of soldiers that dwarfed Konoha's own shinobi army, an army that they could not hope to match even in their wildest dreams, an army with such advanced technology that even the invalid Danzo never thought they would have, and yet no shinobi present seeing such a quantity of soldiers and ships, finished understanding the words spoken by Naruto, who simply stood there seeing everything he had worked so hard for. Although the sight of this army was incredible, what followed was enough to make the blood disappear from every face of the civilians, Genins, Chunins, Jounis and Anbus, because in the distance where they deduced were the borders against Suna, gigantic silhouettes were quickly distinguished that could easily rival Abijah's. Now how is it that none of those present did not confuse these silhouettes with some kind of biju? Well, the answer may be simpler than it seems. After all, each biju had at least one tail, which these creatures did not have. On the other hand, the clearest difference between these things now was the fact that these creatures were the most horrible and grotesque things that they could ever imagine in their lives. So, letting out multiple roars that sent many trees flying, he was quickly accompanied by the roars of what seemed like smaller creatures, but still larger than an average person, white creatures no less grotesque than the giant creatures that threatened his planet. Now if the shinobi thought that Naruto's army was unmatched, the army of abominations they were witnessing at this moment was infinitely more gigantic than Naruto's, which simply stared in a specific direction, and if someone had taken the time to look in that direction, or if they had the same visibility as our blonde protagonist, they would surely have been able to see the small silhouette that was lazily hovering over what was supposed to be the head of one of those giant creatures. Without flinching in the least, Naruto turned his head a little, now seeing the borders against Iwa, of which other silhouettes were present, that although they were not as gigantic as the previous ones were still considerably large. The difference now was the fact that these were flying, and that Naruto quickly recognized with animals that were only heard in fantasy stories, and if you still do not know what creature I am talking about, then prepare to be surprised since these were dragons, and yet Naruto simply ignored all those dragons and paid all his attention to one in particular, a dragon that was bigger and more intimidating than the others. Below these dragons marched a number of soldiers with armor that Naruto thought were taken from those children's stories of knights who rescued princesses and all that stuff. However, Naruto was far from underestimating them. After all, they had to be strong if they could be capable of opening portals to other planets or dimensions. Now that he looked at them better, these seemed to be a perfect combination between the medieval and futuristic era, since, although the armor seemed to be ancient, they still had futuristic details. Unable to think about the matter any longer, Naruto quickly took his last look at the borders with Kumo to see what would be his last enemy, an enemy that was apparently almost at the same level in terms of technology, and from what could be seen, it focused more on air attacks than on the number of soldiers. Okay, this situation was really bucked up. That was Naruto's opinion at this moment. Honestly, if Naruto had been told that this situation was going to happen in the future, he would have simply laughed and possibly ignored what was said to then buck one of his slaves, although now that he thought about it, it would be good to have a threesome with Tsume and her daughter Hana. The last time it was pretty good, so why not repeat it? Or maybe he could buck Anko in those masochism games that she likes so much, or maybe. Calm down, Naruto, you're in a serious situation, Naruto thought, moving away from his thoughts of bucking. Although this was a serious situation, he had realized that at this point, he had taken everything too seriously and hadn't had the time to have fun apart from bucking his slaves, so letting out a small smile, Naruto simply limited himself to covering his face with his right hand, and what was once a small smile had now turned into a big twisted laugh. Of course, why not? After all, we are playing for the existence of the earth, said Naruto with amusement written on every inch of his face, then looked madly at his sudden enemies and said. So you think you're big with your toys, said Naruto, while the silhouette on the head of a creature in Suna made a gesture that another creature took as a clear order to go on the attack, which he didn't doubt, and soon found himself running towards Naruto's army, who did nothing against the trembling that became more prominent with the approach of his enemy. Very well, two can play these little games of yours, said Naruto with a maniacal smile, and as if it were a mirror a large edge lit up, calling the attention of the creature that the only thing he could see was a blinding light that put an end to his short and ephemeral life, because now his head kept spinning in the air and then was impaled against the ground, along with some gigantic metallic legs. That's right, in a battle like this, giant robots couldn't be missing. A couple of seconds more and some more spasms of the creature's body without its apparent head. It fell without further hesitation to the ground, causing a small tremor that shook the elemental nations. This action in itself seemed to be a signal together for the three armies that, with blood in their eyes, began to advance to destroy the insignificant enemy, if we talk about quantity. Now seeing this overwhelming amount of enemies heading towards them was enough to give some shinobi brain embolisms. However, a peculiar giggle was present in the silent and astonished Konoha, causing each of those present to look in the direction of a certain blonde who was simply covering his face. Now many would think that Naruto's sanity simply broke. However, what would these useless meatbags know about Naruto's sanity? So without anyone expecting it, our blonde protagonist looked up with a maniacal smile and proceeded to shout his order that would unleash the largest and most devastating war that would ever be seen in these lands, abandoned by the hand of the supposed god who created them. Come on, damn you. Let's annihilate these bastard sons of bitches. Naruto shouted as a large shadow loomed over all of Konoha, inevitably causing every inhabitant to look up, and what they saw left them speechless, as three aircrafts hovered above them, easily twice the size of the village itself. Without waiting a second, the cannon shots of the aircrafts quickly began to be heard, while many more gates opened around Konoha, from which more robots with different weapons emerged, ready to begin the battle. Accompanying them, the immense number of soldiers turned around and headed to the collision against these three military forces that outnumbered them by millions. However, for them, giving their existence for the good of their creator was the greatest honor, and they would gladly sacrifice themselves for their god. Dropping his hands heavily, Naruto began to walk to the edge of the stage where he was, and with his smile now a little smaller, he turned to look at Sophie along with his slaves who remained behind him all this time. Get ready. I don't want any of my belongings to die today, Naruto said, referring to his slaves as if they were his property, which they weren't far from being. However, these words didn't seem to bother the girls, and instead, they simply smiled, followed by a group nod. Go and put the weapons I created for you to good use. As for you, Sophie, activate combat mode against unknown threats, Luxus protocol, Naruto ordered, to which the personal secretary smiled widely and without wasting time began to walk while around her some kind of armor began to materialize along with wings. Note: materialization is like Iron Man's suit in Endgame. Naruto just stood there watching as his work of art materialized and couldn't help but mentally tell himself how great he was for being able to create his own battle angel, an angel that would descend from the heavens with such majesty, only to bring destruction and despair to the mortals who dared to defy its creator. Let's not change that to those who defy their god. Fuck, that turns me on, Naruto said to himself, finishing thinking about the matter only to swing his right hand and slap Sophie, who only gave him a rather cheerful smile. Come on, my angel, show them that even if they crawl or wriggle begging for mercy, we won't give it to them, Naruto encouraged, to which Sophie, with a strong nod, flew off in the direction of the war while breaking the sound barrier as if it were nothing, then giving way to plasma shots that quickly turned the battlefield into a hell that her troops entered without complaint. Ah, what a beautiful view, Naruto said to himself as he saw the great destruction that was before his eyes. Quietly cloyed by the sight, Naruto proceeded to look at the sky to notice that his aircrafts were having some problems, so speaking apparently to himself, Naruto proceeded to give an order through the intercom in his ear. "This is Naruto at base, provide artillery support to our ships," Naruto ordered, and almost instantly half of the cannon supporting ground troops stopped firing and quickly pointed to the sky to continue their attack, thus giving Naruto's aircraft an advantage as they began to destroy more enemy ships that fell like flies. Naruto at this point was quite impressed by the destruction that was taking place, and it hadn't even been a day since it started. Feeling the presence of his slaves approaching at great speed, Naruto gave a slight glance to his back, just in time to see his belongings land with suits almost similar to the ones Sophie had, only less extravagant. However, it was designed to be that way. After all, these were prototypes that could not match the capabilities of Sophie's suit even. Now you may wonder why she didn't have the same abilities as Sophie's. Well, it's very simple, and that was for the simple fact that Sophie was an android and her body was naturally more resistant to the pressure that came with going at more than 1300 kilometers per hour. At the moment, the suits that her slaves wore were covered by a suppression barrier that allowed them to go at a speed of approximately 800 kilometers. Now, being able to make matter materialize from nothing was a pretty difficult project to carry out. The way in which this process was carried out was so complex that building one of the giant robots seemed like a game in comparison. Leaving his thoughts aside, Naruto paid attention to the voice that was heard through the intercoms. "Here, Base A, Chief, our radars are detecting multiple movement marks approaching the coasts of T country," reported the former mecha at the base, causing Naruto to frown at this new information. Turning his gaze in the direction of Suna, Naruto again saw the silhouette still sitting quietly on a kind of throne, while a small smile adorned his face. Without giving her another look, Naruto turned back to his slaves and with authority in his voice, Naruto proceeded to give the following order. "Okay, Tswand, Tsum, Samui, Kari, Pakura and Kushina, head to the coasts of T country as fast as possible and massacre anything that moves." Naruto ordered the girls, who nodded, and like Sophie, they flew away at quite high speeds. Aya, Kin, Sakura, Karen, Tenten, Tamari and Kami support the aircrafts, Naruto continued ordering, receiving a nod from the aforementioned, while the suits began to change shape until they were in a more aerodynamic design. "As for us, we're going to massacre some enemies at the front," Naruto said calmly, as the white goo enveloped his body at the same time as Yujido, Mabui, Kuritsuchi, Itomi, Shizune and Hana's outfits also changed into a more tactical outfit. "Well, let's have a great time," was said almost in a whisper that was only heard by her slaves, who agreed, and without waiting for another order, each one went to carry out their duties. Note: honestly, I really like the idea of these futuristic suits, however I prefer them to look lighter and not as heavy as other images that practically triple the size of the suits, so don't expect me to put some model like this all the time. Some may be used, but on more specific occasions, such as a fight in space, where gravity does not influence and more firepower may be needed. Years later. "Let's go. Pack everything up. We're getting out of here," was the shout of a brigadier general as he watched around 10,000 soldiers and drones mobilizing what they considered most important in a large aircraft that was already starting its propellers. It should be noted that they all remained in a military base that seemed to have seen better days, since there were collapsed buildings, blood stains or even puddles of it that came from bodies, some deformed or with human appearance, lying everywhere. Explosion. A large explosion was heard in the distance and lit up the area like a miniature sun. However, this event did not disturb any of the soldiers, who continued packing their things into the aircraft. "Sir. 4 hordes of enemies are approaching from the 4 Falcos at high speed," a lookout reported through the intercom, causing the general to snap his teeth. "Shit. 2,000 join me to defend the base and prevent any of those brainless filthy people from getting through and screwing up our escape," the general ordered as 2 propellers materialized on his back and he flew off, accompanied by the 2,000 designated to defend. Splitting into 4 groups, they all stood in line and in synchrony made weapons materialize and then pointed them in the direction of a strange-looking forest. However, they paid no attention to the appearance and simply focused on the small tremor that accompanied the horde of enemies that would appear at any moment. 12 seconds to impact, the lookout's voice was heard, while he also kept aiming his weapon from above, along with the other lookouts. 8 seconds, the lookout said again, so that homing turrets emerged from the walls. 4 seconds, he said almost in a whisper that could be heard thanks to how quiet the place was now, only hearing the large amount of footsteps and grunts that were almost on top of them. 3 drones with turrets appeared. 2 soldiers removed the safety of the weapon. 1 Fury. The final order was given, which each soldier, turret or drone followed without question, and as if it were a rain of blue plasma shots fell on the enemies, who looked like creatures from hell, and yet regardless of their appearance, they could not do anything against the energy bullets that passed through them like butter, splattered purple blood everywhere. "Don't stop. Learn until your G97 nuclei run out of power," ordered the general while he continued firing with all he had. This is Ex-machina Arc 637849 to Cluster 17, requesting support, coordinates Planet Sagan 974 Base 5, we are under attack, the general spoke through the intercom. In space. Floating almost boredom, a large ship remained in orbit next to a planet Sagan 974, which seemed as if it was about to explode. This is Cluster 17, request accepted. Aircraft are heading your way. You have 23 minutes before the planet explodes, a former engineer responded over the intercom. That's enough time to get out of here, the Brigadier General replied as he watched the Allied aircraft begin firing plasma cannons that exploded on contact. But now there's no need for us to run out of energy, let's all stop shooting and use melee, ordered the general, so that the weapon he was using changed to double swords that shone with the characteristic blue of plasma. This was followed by the other soldiers who also did the same, only with different weapons, whether cutting or blunt. However, that didn't matter since they all launched themselves against the creatures that could not do anything against the soldiers, who quickly began to decimate the enemy. Minutes later and the vast majority of the enemies were dead, either dismembered or with their heads crushed. "Sir, we are ready to go," the general heard through the intercom, causing a smile to cross his lips. "Perfect, guys. We're getting out of here," ordered the general, to which the other soldiers nodded with smiles on their faces, and without thinking they proceeded to fly away in the direction of the ship that was waiting for them. However, this would not be so easy since from one moment to another the ground began to shake. "Oh shit, they're cloggers," said the Brigadier General with clear annoyance in his voice. "Buck, what do we do?" asked the second in command, the brigadier officer, as he planned to be next to the general. Leave it to me, we can't afford to lose more soldiers, so this is for the glory of the empire," were the last words of the brigadier general, letting his second in command know what he was planning to do, and yet he didn't oppose his major's decision, so with a nod the brigadier officer proceeded to speak. "To all units here, this is Ex-machina Arc 70473 to inform you that from now on I am the one in command," said the officer as he turned to look at his major. "It was a pleasure to fight for the good of the country, for the glory of the empire," the officer said goodbye to the general, who simply nodded and turned around just in time for about 3 giant worms to start coming out of the ground that had an armored shell around them that protected them from projectiles for a long time. "Very well, this deserves a drink," said the general, while a bottle containing liquid nitrogen, so taking it easy, he simply tasted how the taste sensors savored the taste of pure adrenaline that circulated throughout his operating system, thus causing the general's eyes to begin to glow neon blue. Activating self-destruct protocol, the ex-general said to himself as he watched one of the cloggers pounce on him to eat him, making him smile. "So you want to eat me, huh? Very well, I will not oppose that," said the general, who simply accelerated and entered fully into the mouth of the worm, who simply thought he had finished off the enemy. However, the 3 cloggers quickly felt that something was wrong, either by instinct or simply because their bodies joined into one under the ground. Without a second more of waiting, the cloggers quickly began to writhe in intense agony until the ground beneath them swelled like a mountain and then fell, leaving a crater, and the worms fell to the ground lifeless. Meanwhile, the ship was already moving away from the planet in the direction of Cluster 17, while in the distance they could see more creatures approaching them. However, it was too late, and they would simply suffer the sad fate of this planet. Landing inside the gigantic spaceship not a second after the doors closed, the Cluster 17 thrusters were turned on at great power, so that from one moment to the next, a kind of portal the size of the ship itself would open in space to follow the ship to enter, completely causing the portal to close. "NT. These are the Guardians of the Galaxy jumps. Somewhere else. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, time to get up," was the feminine and robotic voice that sounded throughout the dark room, causing one of the many lumps lying in the giant bed to move with discomfort and some annoyance. Give me 30 more minutes," said the somewhat hoarse voice of a man as he grabbed one of the bundles next to him and hugged it. "Naruto-sama, although I wouldn't mind giving him up to 3 more hours of sleep, I'm afraid it won't be possible this time," the female voice replied. "Come on, Sophie, I know you want to stay like this longer. Besides, why are you talking through the room speakers?" Naruto replied as he moved his hand and massaged one of the android's breasts, who simply moaned thanks to the touch sensor. "I guess on a whim," Sophie moaned at the end when she felt Naruto's fingers invade her vagina. "Naruto-sama, we can't do this right now." Yeah, moaned Sophie, causing Naruto to be intrigued. "And that would be for?" Naruto asked, to which Sophie, a little more composed, responded. "Cluster 17 has already returned from the expedition in the Mova Galaxy," Sophie replied, to which Naruto quickly removed his fingers from Sophie's privacy and calmly sat on the edge of the bed. "You should have said that from the beginning," Naruto said calmly as he looked through the glass at everything he had done over the years, revealing that even though decades had passed, he still looked like a 21-year-old. Naruto for a moment simply stood there looking at the skyscrapers that made up what used to be Konoha, but that today no human lived in them. After all, it has been 75 years since the only humans left were him and the first slaves he got, so the only ones who walked or drove through the streets of the city were Naruto's own soldiers who were like the inhabitants of the city. "Ooh, oh, I tried to tell you, Naruto-sama," said Sophie, now in her body while making a pout, causing Naruto to smile with amusement. Then in a corner of his vision, a small red circle appeared that said call. So with a mental command, Naruto answered the call, and then a small hologram appeared of a former machine. "Boss, Cluster 17 already," the former machine tried to say, however Naruto interrupted him. "Sophie already told me, but thanks for letting me know anyway. I'm on my way," Naruto finished, then hung up. "Sigh, Sophie, how is the situation with the honest going?" Naruto asked as the lights came on, revealing the other slaves in bed, who also didn't seem to have aged at all. "Oh, the last invaders who declared war on us a few weeks ago?" Sophie asked, to which Naruto nodded absent-mindedly as he put on his outfit of the day. "Well, they were all eradicated about 13 hours ago," Naruto replied as he finished putting on his outfit. "Any survivors?" Naruto asked only to receive a refusal from Sophie. "Excellent, in that case let's go see how Cluster 17 did on the expedition," Naruto said calmly while a silence took over the room. "Sigh, do I have to do everything myself?" Naruto said to himself as he calmly approached a sleeping pink-haired girl who had her butt in the air, and with a strong spank he woke her up, causing her to let out a shriek that woke up everyone else. "What the hell? Are they attacking us?" They all woke up alarmed while they took out rifles, shotguns, pistols or plasma swords. NT. From here, consider that weapons with lead bullets are already a relic, now all weapons are plasma energy. "A good reaction," Naruto praised with amusement on his face. "What is the emergency? My master?" asked a brunette woman who, strangely enough, had wings sprouting from her back like an angel, but also had the characteristic mark of slavery on her buttocks. In reality, how she got it was a rather funny memory, since after they tried to invade her planet for the 47th time, her race arrived, proclaiming that their god demanded that they hand over the infinite energy gem, since that caused an energy imbalance in the space of the multiverses. Well, clearly Naruto knew about the theory of multiverses and knew that if he dedicated himself to that he would surely manage to make portals to other multiverses. In fact, he had a project that was underway that dealt with that specifically, however he was not in such a hurry to achieve it, after all he achieved immortality, so he had plenty of time, but that is a topic for another time. The fact is that after they demanded that they give him his creation with so much impudence, Naruto kindly and with a lot of class sent them to hell. Now clearly they don't like this, and they decided to take it from him by force, which didn't end very well since in the end, Naruto ended up killing his supposed god, which by the way was quite difficult so to speak, and he eradicated the entirety of his army, except for her who by the way was called Maiko, and he took her as a war trophy. It is worth noting that training her was quite fun, almost to the point of being therapeutic for Naruto. After that, Naruto collected some more slaves. Chapter 9. Walking through the halls of the tallest building in the only existing country on Earth, walked a blonde with a rather impassive face that denoted more boredom than anything else. Naruto was being followed by his ever-faithful assistant who had passed by him for centuries. Of course there were also his first slaves, but that did not take away the fact that Sophie was his first real company that he could really trust. Naruto knew that the thought was somewhat depressing that the only one he could trust at first was an android with artificial intelligence so advanced that it could do quantum calculations instantly, but what could he say as his life was before he could not afford to trust any of those animals that called themselves humans before. Leaving his ramblings aside, Naruto turned his gaze to the elevator doors he was supposed to go down, however, Naruto didn't give it much importance and instead took more importance to the two people, or to be more specific to the two slaves who were standing next to the elevator, as an indication that they were waiting for him. Both were wearing a rather erotic maid uniform that revealed the two women's thongs. Naruto smiled at the sight and couldn't help but remember with some satisfaction how he trained them, although to be more honest, Naruto was more satisfied to remember how he trained the first one after all. She was the former leader of one of the armies with which he fought in the first war more than 70 years ago. This woman's name was Koyumi. The second was actually one of the ancient inhabitants of the land when the disastrous war had not yet broken out. To be more specific, she was the daimyo of the land of snow. Her name was Koyuki, and honestly, our blonde still remembers how after he rescued her by pure chance, the stubborn woman still had the nerve to demand that he give her a life of pure luxury, and well, Naruto gave it to her, only not in the way she wanted, and that was summed up in many days of hex and humiliation until the useless bitch learned her place in life. Getting on the elevator followed by his now 3 companions, Naruto simply waited for the elevator to calmly descend to the ground floor. Distractedly, Naruto lowered his gaze to his chest, and again his thoughts deepened in what had given him the privilege of being able to live a life of immortality alongside his slaves. That reason was basically summarized in a certain gem of infinite energy that he had created 71 years ago. Said gem was strongly fused with his heart, leaving a small, almost invisible scar, but that could still be seen if you paid enough attention. How had this happened? Well, it must be said that Naruto did not start winning the first war. However, despite the great difference in numbers that the enemy troops had, Naruto and his troops were still able to maintain an equitable battle for 4 years. However, at that time Naruto knew that sooner or later this balance of power that existed between the sides would slowly begin to lean against him, and he did not really like that. Well, nobody would like it. In the 5th year of war, the worst happened. The 3 enemy armies made an alliance between them and joined forces with the sole objective of ending it, and now the war between 3 fronts became a united front with an army that shared their numerical strength, their malleable energy that they called magic, and the advanced technology they possessed. The waves of enemies quickly became more and more frequent. Naruto's troops little by little began to lose ground against the new destructive force that devastated everything in its path, and by the time the year was about to end, Naruto and his soldiers had to entrench themselves in the village, while the plasma cannons remained alert to any enemy attack that was present. In short, Naruto at that time was in his last definitive defense, anxiously waiting for the enemy army to make itself present, which did not last long, since after 3 days the final attack occurred and hell broke loose. The hell that lasted 5 weeks until finally the army was able to bypass the main defenses of the village and enter it. However, the fact that they did not know that Naruto's true main base was underground made them buy enough time to prepare for what was coming. After about 5 hours, the enemy army found out the real location of the base, and they did not last long to start digging a hole in their direction. Naruto still clearly remembers that the last bastion was defended tooth and nail until the end, and honestly, it was a memorable moment that was worth remembering for the rest of eternity. He still remembers how every soldier, mechanized robot, turret, cannons and many more defenses were aimed at a single place on what was the roof, just waiting for the enemy to appear to fill them with lead to the bone. Honestly, Naruto could clearly remember the tension, the adrenaline as well as the cold sweat that had run down his temple, a cold sweat he hadn't felt for centuries. His troops had remained simply waiting for the enemies to appear with a simple order to destroy, dismember and explode anything that appeared from the hole in formation that was appearing in their base, and as everyone expected, the hole finally opened, and a few seconds before the enemies appeared, the rain of lead rushed against the enemies like a wave of divinity that shattered them without much resistance. Quickly the golden rain of bullets began to combine with the rain of blood that fell next to the dismembered bodies that hit the floor with a grotesque sound. This certainly seemed like a favorable view for Naruto's side, who simply had to stay focused in one place. However, this was only a small advantage they had at the beginning, since Naruto knew they weren't going to stay that way for long, and said and done things began to change when 4 more cracks began to open around the base, causing the turrets, cannons, soldiers and robots to have to split up in order to shoot at each entrance. This in itself gave more freedom to the enemies, who were able to sneak into the base, causing the last defenses to begin to slowly crumble, and the soldiers quickly began to be overwhelmed by the enemy forces. And in just over 47 minutes the only thing left was simply Naruto, Sophia, his slaves and an ex-machina with a missing arm, entrenched in the most secure room of the base, which was where his most important invention was, his infinite energy gem that remained lazily levitating despite the chaos that surrounded it. Although the room was the safest, that it almost reached the point that it was practically impenetrable. There was nothing else to do, and Naruto knew that although they were safe, everything was lost. After all, they were locked there with almost no food supply, and before being a disgusting cannibal and eat as slaves, Naruto would prefer to make the gem collapse in a cosmic explosion, capable of destroying stars billions of trillions of light years away. So walking calmly, Naruto slowly materialized robotic gloves on his hands, while they began to generate 2 concentrated spheres of plasma. Enclosing the gem between the 2 spheres of powerfully concentrated energy, Naruto had to frown when the gem didn't seem to suffer any damage, and instead the only thing that happened was that under the crushing pressure of the 2 spheres of power, the gem was propelled into Naruto's chest, who could only open his eyes in disbelief. Then his vision went blank, while the others watched in amazement as every vein in Naruto's body began to light up in a neon white next to his eyes that looked like the headlights of a car. The next thing Naruto knew was that he literally felt like his body was trying to sink in with the sole purpose of exploding. Naruto actually let out a sigh, since the plan he had from the beginning was going to work. However, Naruto frowned as he saw how his veins bulged to the point that some had already given way, letting out light instead of blood, which came out like steam from his body. For some reason Naruto knew that this ending was only the easiest escape he could see, and honestly he didn't like that because he should settle for the easy way out. He wasn't like that. Someone like Naruto still had a lot of things to do in the future for his life to end like this, so definitely not. He wasn't going to end up dying in such a cowardly way, with the only excuse that it was to take his enemies with him. No, those bastard sons of bitches are going to rot in hell before I go with them. So gritting his teeth Naruto tightened his muscles, while the viscous mass that was his symbiote covered his body, healing any fatal wounds, along with the Kyuubi's chakra. It should be noted that the pain of suppressing an infinitely cosmic energy in his body was so painful that it manifested itself with a guttural scream, deformed by the symbiotic form that Naruto had at this moment. In the end, and after a few agonizing minutes, Naruto fell to his knees while he spat blood, and his tears came out a scarlet red, indicating that it was also blood. Naruto's gasps were so heavy that those present swore that Naruto at any moment would stop breathing, and yet Naruto from one moment to the next jumped up as if his previous state had never existed. For a moment Naruto stood there doing nothing as he felt the new energy running through his body, an energy so thick that Naruto felt that with just a pinch he could destroy the entire village and several more kilometers. Raising his finger, Naruto, with all the concentration he could notice by the swollen vein on his forehead, he was able to make a golden sphere appear on top of his index finger, as if it were nothing. Letting it disintegrate, Naruto smiled smugly at the new possibilities that lay before him, so turning around in the direction of the doors that separated him from the large number of enemies trying to enter, Naruto simply proceeded to open it as his smile grew in size and a raging aura manifested around him like a golden flame. Note: the aura is like that of Super Saiyan. Humming out of his thoughts, Naruto calmly got into a limousine with his three companions, only to see how quickly the two slaves dressed as maids began to give the usual services to their master, which consisted of obviously unbridled hex. Honestly, for Naruto, there was nothing better than hex, an activity in which he would never tire of doing. Looking distractedly out the window of the finely made limousine, Naruto saw how the car began to move away from the ground while flying to consequently join a fluid traffic that moved between the tall skyscrapers. Noticing that he was really very thoughtful today, our blonde closed his eyes calmly, only to open them in the direction of his two slaves, who stopped licking his member and then bent over the floor of the limousine and raised their butts in the air, indicating that they were ready for what was coming. So smiling slightly as he was about to do his favorite activity, Naruto simply approached the two women who were eagerly awaiting their stallion. Minutes later. Finally, the limousine arrived at a kind of base where around 5 aircraft could be seen lying next to each other, while hundreds of X-machines were being maintained for any damage suffered or for simple security protocol due to some failure of the system or weapon that the aircraft had. This base was one of the 4 bases spread around the earth in strategic places to prevent any enemy from wanting to act clever and attack the base to destroy their aircraft. Although it was clear that each of the bases had state-of-the-art defenses, Naruto still wanted to have the odds in his favor. Getting out of the limo, Naruto absent-mindedly zipped up his pants while behind him, his two slaves could be seen trembling in pure pleasure, while large drops of hot thick sperm still flowed from their pussies. Closing the limo door, Naruto simply began to enter the base, while receiving casual greetings from his own soldiers who managed the base. Entering the aircraft parking area, Naruto was quickly intercepted by an X-machine with the characteristic uniform that identified him as a ship captain, and judging by the number 17 on his left shoulder, Naruto knew that this was the X-machine in charge of Cluster 17, the aircraft that had just arrived from the exploration mission to the planet Sagan 974. Giving Naruto a military salute, he simply nodded to continue on his way, being followed by the X-machine along with Sophie, who stayed behind him the whole time. "Nice to see you, Captain. It's been a long time," Naruto commented to the former machine, who nodded appreciatively. "Thanks, boss, it was 2 years and 145 days, the captain replied, letting out a smile and shrugging his shoulders. "Well, give me the report. What did they find on the planet Sugan 974? Naruto asked calmly as he noticed how one of the large aircrafts began to levitate little by little, thanks to the magnetic force of the earth. A large concentration of unactinium was found on the planet, the X-machine informed Naruto, who turned to look at him with a slight trace of surprise, since that mineral was quite rare to find, and although he had gathered a considerable amount of the mineral, it was still favorable to have more because the mineral itself had brutal resistance. Not to mention that it was also imbued with a kind of powerful energy that made the material perfect for making weapons or providing energy to an aircraft for around 6 years straight. That's pretty good. Were there any natives on the planet? Naruto asked, more out of asking than because he cared. Seeing a nod from his creation, Naruto listened to what he would say. Well, in fact, there was a kind of society on the planet, and apart from their great aggressiveness, they were not a real problem for us yet, replied the X-machine, to which Naruto nodded. Very well, anything else? He asked, to which the X-machine nodded nervously. Yes, the planet was destroyed, the captain informed, to which Naruto stood still in his place upon hearing what his soldiers said. How did that happen? Naruto asked with a nervous vein on his forehead, since from what the Ex-machina said that meant he had lost the opportunity to have another large batch of unobtainium in his possession. Letting out a sigh, Naruto finally let his shoulders fall and surrender to the loss. How much could you extract? Naruto asked, overcoming his previous annoyance as he turned around to start leaving, being followed by Sophie and the same Ex-machina. About 76% of the planet's mineral, reported the Ex-machina, to which Naruto nodded. At least a good amount had still been extracted. Perfect, I guess the natives are now an extinct race, Naruto commented calmly, receiving a curious response from the Ex-machina. Almost extinct, replied the Ex-machina, to which Naruto stopped in his walk and turned his gaze to the ship captain. Fine, take me to the prisoner, Naruto ordered with some laziness, receiving a nod in return and then being guided to the containment prison. However, now that he thought about it, this could be something to keep him busy for a few moments to vary his daily life. So walking with new conviction in his eyes, Naruto followed the Ex-machina that guides the way, even though Naruto knew where the place they were going was. After all, he knew every nook and cranny of every building on the planet, so Naruto was not an innate genius for nothing. Minutes later. I'm going to open your skull, you damn bitch. Was the scream that Naruto heard as he saw to his left a kind of somewhat thin woman with reddish skin, platinum white hair, and what looked like two somewhat thin horns protruding from the forehead area and glowing red eyes. The woman herself seemed to have multiple scratches, cuts and the occasional bruise on her face and body, while wearing some pretty dirty and destroyed rags. To finish the height of the woman, well, Naruto could say that the woman was at least 3 heads taller than him, a quite large height, but well, we are talking about a species from another planet, anything could be expected in the universe. I want to see you try, you disgusting piece of shit. Was the response that caught Naruto's attention. To his right, only to see another woman, this time with blue skin. From her forehead protruded horns that were certainly thicker than the other girls, as well as her body was a little more muscular than the other. However, like the other, this one was the same height and had the same amount of wounds and bruises on her body that she wore equally torn clothes. Curiously, the hair of the woman in blue was exactly divided into a silver white and a jet black. Her eyes were a vibrant gold. Naruto just stood there silently watching as the two women of different races with similarities threw strong insults at each other, each worse than the other. It should be noted that the two had been handcuffed to the walls by their feet and hands in a way that the two were facing each other at a distance of 5 meters. In itself, the sight of the two threatening to kill each other and not being able to do anything seemed like a quite funny scene to Naruto. So making himself present, Naruto cleared his throat, causing the two women to remain silent and turn their gaze in his direction with a certain degree of curiosity. Starting to walk in the room under the watchful eyes of the two women, Naruto simply walked to the middle of the two women and calmly gave them a few last curious glances until he finally decided to speak. Hello, my name is Naruto. Naruto was going to introduce himself to the two women, however Naruto couldn't continue thanks to the scream of a certain woman in red. Who the buck cares about your stupid name? Free us so we can crush you like the fool you are. The woman in red yelled and demanded as she struggled with the handcuffs in an attempt to free herself. Naruto actually had a twitch in his eye from being interrupted. Even if I free you, I doubt you'll have a chance. Naruto was interrupted again by the same girl in red who was still struggling. As if a shit like you could deal with me. The woman mocked, to which Naruto already had a visible vein on his forehead at the bold threats of the woman in red. On the other hand, the woman in blue said nothing. However, just by looking at her face, Naruto knew that the woman had the same homicidal thoughts in her brain with different ways in which she had thought of killing him. I very well, free her, Naruto ordered calmly, only for the handcuffs to open a second later, freeing the girl in red who rubbed her wrists a little, so that with a calm walk, along with an arrogant smile, she stood in front of Naruto with all her height dwarfing our blonde, who did not flinch before the threatening presence of the woman. Well, I'll give you the first blow, Naruto offered, only to see how the woman in red launched a paw towards Naruto's head. Naruto simply raised his right hand and with his pinky stopped the kick that certainly caused a shock wave in the room by the force exerted on it. This action of the blonde was answered by a certainly surprised woman in red who did not expect her attack to be stopped with that level of ease. However, not wanting to stay with the humiliation, she quickly retracted her foot and with the greatest speed and strength she could muster, the woman threw her fist at Naruto's face, who watched with interest as the fist was imbued with scorching fire and gained a new level of power. However intriguing as it seemed, it was still nothing to him, so with the same pinky Naruto stopped the woman's fist in its tracks, causing another more powerful shock wave, only for the woman to lash out with many more blows that Naruto continued to block with the same finger. Minutes later of the same thing, and Naruto could only watch as the woman continued to attack him, while her attacks decreased in power due to the fatigue that came with throwing high-powered punches without even stopping for a second. Naruto himself could see how the woman was sweating profusely, while her breathing was so heavy that he felt like she would faint at any moment. Deciding to end this, Naruto blocked a last punch directed at her ribs, and with a slight push the woman's arm was moved outwards, leaving her with her defense totally unprotected, and now without even a hint of mercy Naruto proceeded to deliver a controlled punch to the guts of the woman in red, who could only spit out blood of a curiously blue color. Arching over her guts the woman car on her knees while she was short of air in her lungs, and without stopping there Naruto proceeded to kick the woman in the face who was sent flying until she crashed into the wall right next to the other woman in blue, who could only watch in surprise as Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed and appeared in front of the panting woman in red to then grab her by the neck and forcefully return her to stars against the wall, causing it to dent from the impact. Keeping her on the wall, Naruto now turned his gaze towards the woman in blue and with a look threateningly proceeded to speak while the woman in red looked at him with a pained look. "Well? Do you want to try your luck with me too?" Naruto asked as his symbiotic form appeared, causing the two women's eyes to widen in pure horror at the sight of the creature they had messed with. In fear, the woman in blue felt the long tongue of the slimy creature next to her lick her cheek as she released the woman in red, only to feel the creature grab her by the chin and make her stare into its eyes, only for Naruto to open his fanged jaws in a guttural scream, making her close her eyes in fear. "I ask you a question, do you also want to try your luck with me?" Naruto asked the trembling woman, who could only manage to give a stuttering answer. No," replied the woman in blue, to which Naruto stayed for a few seconds more looking at the woman until he finally nodded while his symbiotic form left him. "Okay, from now on you two belong to me," said Naruto as he signaled the Ex-machina to release the woman in blue, who could only fall to the floor with her legs shaking. Walking in the direction of the woman in red, Naruto proceeded to turn the woman around, who could not resist in the least, and with calm speed, our blonde began to make hand seals that only lasted 2 seconds and then bent down and with a slap on the woman's buttock Naruto sealed her fate for eternity. All this was observed by the other woman, who could only see how a mark was placed on the buttock of the one who was previously her enemy. However, the woman now saw how Naruto was standing in front of her, while again she saw how the blonde's hands became blurry again, capturing what Naruto wanted to do, because she just saw it a few seconds ago. The woman in blue simply leaned forward, leaving her butt in view, only to feel how the blonde's hand rested on her buttock, marking it as if it were cattle. "Excellent, I hope we have a great and lasting relationship as master and slave," said Naruto with a big smile as he took the chin of the woman again, who was shedding small tears of fear. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.